Okay, we are live. Welcome. First of all, let me know if you guys can hear me and see me well and all of that good jazz, all those questions. I am starting the 24-hour live stream. As you can imagine, it's going to be a lot of fun. Never done a 24-hour live stream before, so we'll see how it goes. Talking about all things Freemasonry. The first bit of time, maybe the first half hour to an hour of this marathon, is going to be me just hanging out, waiting to see who joins. Then I'm going to be reacting to some takes on Freemasonry from the Twitter/X universe. There was a great post by a Mason and a popular kind of, I don't know what you would call him, a gentleman by the name of Randall Carlson, who's a Mason. He's a celebrity. He's been on Joe Rogan in the past. He talks a lot about alternate histories, to my knowledge. He is a Mason. He had a great post about Freemasonry, which went kind of viral. A lot of people were responding to it. I'm going to take a look at those responses and comment on them. I also plan to talk about family and Freemasonry. I plan to talk about some of the things we see happening right now with Freemasonry in Ontario, some things I'm really, really excited about. Maybe talk about some prominent Masons. That'll be great also. So yeah, there's a lot of things I'm looking forward to. I hope that you guys will join. For now, though, please take a moment, jump in the chat, say hello. If for whatever reason the live stream on my laptop stops working, which is always possible, then don't worry about it. I will be switching over to vertical streaming from my phone, from this guy. So just make sure that you're subscribed, you follow me, and that way, if for whatever reason the stream cuts out and I can't come back on, just stay tuned to the channel, and I'll switch over and I will be streaming from my phone. Also, if you ever see me not here, it's because I'm going to the washroom or grabbing a snack or grabbing some food. But I don't plan to leave the stream for longer than 5 minutes at a time, just to make sure that I'm here with you guys for the majority of it. I got some snacks within arm's reach. I got my Coca-Cola, I got my coffee, I got my chips, I got my charcuterie board. Yes, Dad, as you should be. For heaven's sakes, don't stay in for the whole time. You're not a young man. You can't be staying up 24 hours at a time anymore. Unlike me, I'm a young, healthy fellow who can stay up for 24 hours. Courtney, how's it going? Let me ask you a question, Courtney. How excited are you? You must be crazy excited. What is it, 2 weeks, if I recall correctly? Forgive me if I got that wrong. 1 week to 2 weeks till your EA degree. And Dad, let me know how it's going with you as well. To everybody joining, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Like I said, I'll go through the chat rules one more time, or not the chat rules, but the system here, which is going to be, if for whatever reason this stream stops working, I will stream from my cell phone, so you'll find me there. Just make sure you're subscribed and checking the channel. This is going to go from 2 p.m. today till 2 p.m. tomorrow. If you ever see me not on screen, it's because I'm grabbing a drink, going to the washroom, whatever it might be. So just stick around and I'll be back soon enough. I'm going to be switching topics as we go every 4 hours or so. I'm going to try to pick a new Masonic topic. The first hour or so is just going to be me waiting to see who joins the chat and who jumps in. In the middle of making chili. And please, the best way you can help this stream for right now is to hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. If you do both of those things, it will help majorly. And share with other people, I'm assuming people will be coming in and out of this stream as we go. How spicy you're making the chili, Dad? That's the ultimate question. I was joking with some people. I said Freemasonry, I think, was invented by a very, very intelligent, very smart dry cleaner who knew we all have to wear suits and ties, at least here in Canada and Ontario we do, wear white shirts with ties, but also we find ourselves always eating chili or eating soup. So I do a Masonic temple or Masonic building that was on the second floor. On the first floor, they had a dry cleaner. And I was like, that dry cleaner must be the smartest dry cleaner in the whole world. He must be making a fortune. I don't know if he planned it out that way or if he got lucky, but either way, he's making a fortune. All right, so let's just give it a little bit more time. Let's just see who jumps on. As I was saying, the first half an hour to an hour, it's really just waiting to see who jumps on and who finds me. And after that, we're switching over to the topics. August 5th. Okay, so about 2 weeks away. You must be very excited about that. Santa Ana, Texas, Mountain Lodge, number 661. I'm no doubt that the members of Mountain Lodge will be very, very lucky to have you and keep up the good work. And I'm sure you'll be very lucky to join their lodge as well. Texas Masons are great. They are an awesome group of guys, and I've always loved hanging out with them. Spirit, welcome, Spirit. I hope that the gym is treating you well. As I was saying, this is going to be, because I'm crazy, and I decided to try something for fun, a 24-hour live stream. 2 p.m. today until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Now, obviously, I don't expect anybody, because I'm not a crazy person, I don't expect anybody to spend the whole 24 hours with me. Coming in and out, joining as you go, I think is going to be awesome. We're going to, in the interim, wait for about half an hour to an hour. Then we're going to start on my first topic, which is going to be responding to some takes on Freemasonry from social media, particularly from X/Twitter, which is always going to be, something of a dangerous game, to be perfectly fair. But I think it's important that we understand and we know what's going on, right? Even, I've talked about this before, even if it's not about agreeing or disagreeing with what's being said on X or on Twitter, it's more about being knowledgeable about what is being said. And the reason we want to be knowledgeable is because for a lot of people who are interested in Freemasonry, interested in joining Freemasonry, they may be getting information from Twitter or X, or they may be learning about Freemasonry from people's takes on Twitter and X, and Blue Sky for that matter, and Facebook. And so it's important that we, or at least me as a Freemason who's also in that space, tries my best to see what's being said, responding to it. The same reason I care so much about learning about what is being said about Freemasonry on AI or artificial intelligence, because same thing, a lot of people nowadays are not going to Google and typing in what is Freemasonry. Rather, they are going to Chat GPT and asking what is Freemasonry. And so I think it's important that we try to pay attention to that stuff and know what's being said. Not to agree or disagree, but rather to get the idea of what other people are may be seeing. Profanes drive me crazy too, Spirit. I 100% get what you're saying. Believe me. However, you know what? Even at the height of Freemasonry, right? Even at its height, there were always more profanes than not profanes. And so we kind of have to know what they're saying. We kind of have to know what they're thinking. So yeah, and especially because if we want more membership, by definition, they have to come from quote unquote the profanes. So yes, raised eyebrow, 24-hour live stream. Let's go. I agree with that. Who needs sleep? Who needs sleep? By the way, raised eyebrow, how's it going? And Courtney, yes, exciting news indeed. I think it's so awesome to see what you're up to. And August 5th, I've got it marked on my calendar. Can you actually Courtney, shoot me off a message through Instagram. Let me know the person to contact at the lodge you're joining. I'd love to give them a call and just connect with them a little bit. It's all good by me. Hope you're having a great day too. I am having a great day. This is going to be a lot of fun. Like I said, who knows how this is going to go? I've never done a 24-hour live stream. As always, if you guys can keep me informed as to how the stream is going, if any audio issues pop up, if any video issues pop up, the reason being, I may, if this becomes an issue, may switch over and use my vertical live streaming on my cell phone. But for now, I think I'm happy to keep it here, especially because this way I can share my screen. Yeah, I'm having a great day, Raised Eyebrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a very long day. Here on YouTube, there is no past, there is no future. There is just an endless now. So I really love liminal spaces. Liminal spaces is this idea of like in between space. It's been a big thing online lately, like the back rooms. And somebody did a poem about liminal spaces. Well, particularly they did a poem about hotels, which is a type of liminal space, right? And they said, in this place, there exists neither a past nor a future, only the present, just an endless now, and people waiting for a tomorrow that may never come. And I really love that poem. I love that idea of a hotel or an airport or any liminal space. But I think you could apply that to YouTube streaming sometimes. It kind of feels like it's an endless now. Also to Freemasonry. The lodge room, I think in some ways is a liminal space in which there is neither past nor present, past nor future, just an endless present and endless now, if you will. Wasn't America's first third party the Republican Party? I think. I could be mistaken. I'm no American history expert. I try to pay attention to American history as it relates to Freemasonry. I've talked a ton about that in the past. Presidents who were Freemasons, as well as founding fathers who were Freemasons, military heroes who were Freemasons. But I do not know who America's. Are you talking about the Anti-Masonic Party, which could be that as well? By the way, welcome if you're just joining us. Hit the like, subscribe button. 24-hour stream. About 1 hour in is when we're going to start with the main topic for the first bit, which is going to be responding to X/Twitter takes about Freemasonry, particularly from a post that was by a post from Randall Carlson. We'll talk about who he is. So that should be a lot of fun. Raised Eyebrow. I had no idea. Do you mean you had no idea about the Anti-Masonic Party or the Republican Party? Funnily enough, a lot of people think Abraham Lincoln was a Freemason, but based on everything I've managed to read and research, he was not, or he has not been. So I don't know for sure. I don't, it's possibly joined and it was kept very secret, but to my knowledge, Abraham Lincoln was not a Freemason. He is a brother, and he's been on Joe Rogan, and he's a very good. I'll be back in a sec. He's a very good. What's the word I would use? He's a very good ambassador for the craft. He posted something great on X, and I really liked what he said, and so. I'm going to talk about both what he said and, more importantly, what the responses were to what he said and my responses to those responses. We are reaching that stage of the internet where everybody's just up their own assholes about like responding to the responding to the responding to the responding. So, but nonetheless, that's what we're going to be doing. He is a brother. Yeah. That's the Anti-Masonic Party. It's a really interesting history. You're right. It is a super narrow position on which to start a party, but yet, it got a little bit of traction. There's a lot of different reasons as to why. I think the Morgan affair was a big part of it. But yeah, it did gain some traction. Obviously, it never made it to the heights of Republican or Democrat, but it was a whole thing. Musk is. I don't think it's going to go very far. Not that this is a political stream, but my 2 cents, for whatever it's worth, is I think it's kind of dead in the water. We'll see, though. We'll see. I mean, if it's going to be anything, I think it'd be a spoiler. Well, yeah, but I think it was kind of the reason for it starting was the Morgan affair. I think was primarily what pushed it into starting, because there was anti-Masonic sentiments during that time looking to coalesce around both a event as well as kind of a leadership structure, and that was the thing I think that pushed it, because it wasn't long after, right? It was like 5-10 years after, if that it started, if I'm getting my dates correct. Somebody can double check me in the chat if I'm incorrect, but I believe it was relatively quickly after. By the way, for the record, for whatever it's worth, it's never been proved that Morgan was killed by Freemasons. I personally suspect that he was. This was in the 1800s, but it was never actually proven. I think the last thing that happened was he was on a boat in the river, if I recall correctly. His body was never found. He also, though, had a lot of enemies just in general, right? So I don't know. Nobody knows for sure what happened. Keep that in mind. But I'm curious now. Let me look at the date. Anti-Masonic Party, active in the late 1820s. And William Morgan was born in 1774, disappeared 1826. So they were pretty close to each other, put it that way. Thank you so much, Courtney. I truly appreciate that, and I really appreciate you, again, being here. And thank you to everybody who's joined so far. We America. I don't know a lot about it either. Like I said, I used to be very politically active, and I take a lot of pride in my former political activity. It was something I was very proud of and still am. I try to avoid talking about it too much on here, because one of the conspiracy theorists or theories that seems to exist within Freemasonry, unfortunately, is that Freemasonry is a political institution or controls politics somehow, or controls politicians, none of which is true, but people like to think those things. And so I try to steer clear of talking about it, first to avoid giving, conspiracy addled people ammunition, but also, I always try to make it as clear as I can. I speak exclusively for myself. When I'm speaking, I'm not speaking on behalf of Masons. I'm speaking about my views on Freemasonry. So I don't want to say, for example, which political parties I do and don't support, out of fear that people will hear that and then assume every Freemason has the same political views as I do, which is not the case, by any means. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. Many Masons are fans of Donald Trump. I'm a fan of Justin Trudeau. Many Masons are not fans of Justin Trudeau, right? And so I always try to pick my spots. Now, I will discuss the manner in which politics affects Freemasonry, or more generally, the way an economic or political climate affects Freemasonry. For example, I talked a lot about tariffs and President Trump's tariffs plans, because the extent to which tariffs impact the economy is going to affect Freemasons and their ability to earn a living, which will affect their ability to attend lodge, put money aside for dues, and also it's affecting cross-border transportation, and that includes transportation by Canadian Masons going to support American brethren and vice versa. Certainly in the one direction, which then maybe you see more Ontario Masons traveling in Ontario. So it's one of those situations where, I don't want to say whether I support or don't support something, but I do want to talk about the extent to which I think political issues affect a community. It could be crime, right? If your lodge or your lodge building is in a high crime area, is that going to affect you? All that other stuff, right? You want to talk about it because it affects people's lives, and Freemasonry is a part of people's lives. It's a part of communities. But I've said it a million times. I should make a shirt that says it. You cannot separate the success of a Masonic lodge from the success of the community in which it's located. So you need to keep those things in mind. As an American, I mean, parliamentary systems will always be more entertaining to watch than I suspect, a Republican system. Having said that, my ideal form of government, honestly, would be a parliamentary system. I think the Canadian parliamentary system and the British parliamentary system are the best forms of government. I think America, honestly, you guys got extremely lucky that your governing system worked out as well as it did. Most systems of Republican democracy are not as stable as America proved to be, and I think that's a credit to the founding fathers, including the Masons, who were founding fathers, for crafting a system with a president and dual houses that is so successful. I think by and large, parliamentary systems are far more user-friendly forms of governance. Not that it doesn't have its own problems. Every system of government has its own problems, but yeah, I think the continuation of America and the American democratic system is a credit to the founders, because there was no guarantee when it was being created that it would work as well as it had. I've said before, there are two great Enlightenment era experiments existing within the world still, like in 2025. The first is America, and the second is Freemasonry. I've talked about the Enlightenment a lot on this stream. Enlightenment is something, I would say, my political philosophy most closely aligns with Enlightenment era ideals like Voltaire. I'm well, Mariana. I hope that you're doing well. Well, they were raised eyebrow. Oops. I think the British parliamentary system and parliamentary systems in general, they do somewhat predate. The Enlightenment era, right? Like British Parliament dates to. Let me double check this. Oops. Come on, British parliamentary founding date. So the Parliament of the United Kingdom was founded in January 1st, 1801, which would also be, post-Enlightenment. But you did have a Parliament of England, which was a legislature of the United Kingdom from the 13th century until 1707, when it was replaced by the Parliament of Great. This is from Wikipedia. Parliament evolved from great councils of bishops and peers that advised the English monarchs. Great councils were first called parliaments during the reign of Henry III. So you went from great parliaments or great councils to the more democratic parliament that we see today. Voting is not mandatory here in Canada. My personal opinion, for whatever it's worth, is I think it should be, but that's a whole other can of tuna. But no, it is not mandatory. I don't know of any places in which voting is. I think actually Australia voting is mandatory, if I recall correctly. Outside of Australia, I can't think of any places in which voting is mandatory. The only other place where voting is mandatory, ironically, at least in Ontario, is Masonic lodges. You have to vote if there's a motion and you're there. You can't abstain from voting. You can vote yes or no, but you got to vote, somewhere. Now, the extent to which the master will enforce that rule is, up in the air. Some masters may not want to force the issue or force the vote, if you will, but that really just depends on the lodge itself. So, yeah, the only ones I know of off the top of my head that I can think of is Australia. Now, there, like I said, that's not to say there might not be a lot more that I'm missing, but I mean, people can let me know what you think of mandatory voting, by the way. I'd love to know if you are supportive of it, opposed to it. Let me know what your thoughts are on it altogether. But I think generally it's a good thing. Generally, anything that promotes social cohesion or democratic principles, I'd say, is a good thing. I'm just going to make sure to share this with as many people as I can. As I was saying, if for whatever reason my laptop stops working, don't be alarmed. You'll find me then streaming vertically, streaming on the vertical live stream on my phone. I was just in Brazil. Okay. I guess I could do a list. We're just kind of hanging out, waiting for people to join before I start. List of countries with mandatory voting. I'm going to guess Israel, to be honest. I don't know why. I feel like I heard that once. Well, according to PBS, let's see. Argentina, Australia. I was right about Australia. Belgium, Bolivia, Brazil, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, Greece, Honduras, Lebanon, Luxembourg, Mexico, Nauru, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Singapore, Thailand. Interesting how many countries in South America have voting as a requirement. I'm not sure. I wonder why that is. Be interesting to read more about that. British parliament system has censored King Charles, but always never interferes with Parliament. Good thing too. I feel like that would be quite the terrible situation if the king stepped in and interfered with Parliament. It would be a constitutional crisis. I just say information needed on my behalf. I will for sure. What just happened to your raised eyebrow? Did something happen with the stream? Did you lose it for a second? I support that, actually. One of my favorite TV shows. Oh, there you go. There you go. You know, part of me, raised eyebrow, you know, I'm of mixed feelings about those scam messages, because really what you should do is not engage at all. And yeah, hail to the light, brother. It says not engage at all and just ignore. But part of me feels like if you know it's a scam and you're not going to fall for it, spend time engaging with them so they are wasting their time talking to you and not scamming other people. But probably raised eyebrows, right? I think that's a better way to go, because you never know what information you could actually give up. And those guys are experts at scamming people and knowing how to do it, right? I sometimes, though, I will try to keep them engaged in messaging, just because I figure if they're messaging me, they're not messaging some innocent bystander who doesn't know any better. But hail to the light, brother is a pretty huge red flag. So yeah, I get them. I get probably one a month at least. So yeah, it happens, unfortunately. Britain is entertaining the idea. If I support bringing the voting age down to 16, I'm assuming it's 18 right now in Britain. I would 100% support bringing the voting age down. I support in Ontario bringing the age of membership in Freemasonry down to 18. To me, oh yeah, they will do that. And the thing is, it's not even hacking. You can just copy and paste a picture on the internet, put it, you know, on your Facebook page, and then there you go. And unless somebody sees it and knows it, you're in trouble. So it's unfortunate that that happens. You know, not to be crass about it, and I suppose this does sound a little bit crass, but a 16-year-old has a lot more time on this planet than a 95-year-old does. So I think it makes sense that the 16-year-old should be able to vote. You know, should be able to vote. I'm not saying the 95-year-old shouldn't. I think the 95-year-old should vote as well, obviously. But the 16-year-old has a pretty major stake in the future of the country. And so I think him voting makes, or her voting makes a lot of sense. That was actually, like I said, The West Wing, one of my favorite TV shows. There was a whole episode about lowering the voting age. I think it makes sense to start at the municipal level, see how that goes. Start with a municipal elections to see how those go, and then go from there on to, go from there to national elections. I appreciate that spirit. And yeah, that's something I should probably mention. Anybody watching this, if you ever find yourself getting a Illuminati invite using my name or my photo, please let me know. I would very much appreciate it, because yeah, I would, I could report it. Yeah, I mean, they send out, they have people who, and again, if you look at it like a job, they will send out, probably thousands, at least hundreds of these messages every day. Of, let's say, the 500 they send, maybe 490 ignore, but of the remaining 10, maybe 9 get in touch and send 25, 30 bucks before realizing they've been scammed. And maybe one of those 500, they hook them on the line and they start spending 5, 10, 20,000. If you can get one person and you can get them into a sunk cost fallacy situation, which is a real thing as scammers use, then you've got them. And then, you think of it, instead of thinking about it as you got $5,000 from one person, it's you got $5,000 from 500 invites, which is still pretty good. So yeah, be very careful about that stuff. And yeah, you don't even have to follow anything on Freemasonry to get those messages sometimes. If you're just, like I said, if you have bots, you have spammers, you have whatever it is you have, you make it work, so you just need to be careful out there. All right, we are, how long are we in so far? 30 minutes into this 24-hour live stream. It has been an absolute blast thus far. So yeah, so 23 hours and 30 minutes to go. Probably in about another 30 minutes, I'm going to start on the first topic, which is going to be responding to comments and takes about Freemasonry on X/Twitter, based on a post from Randall Carlson. We'll talk about who Randall Carlson is as well. I'd love to have Randall Carlson on my podcast at some point. I think that would be absolutely incredible. And it'd be really, really wonderful to have him join. So fingers crossed. If anybody knows him, please see if you can't get him to join. And please, in the meantime, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're joining, and share this stream with other people. So, the more people we get joining, the more fun of a stream it will be. And thank you, everybody who has joined thus far. I have no idea how it's going to even work. Once we get to like midnight tonight, is it going to be a whole new batch of people who find the stream? Is it going to be the same people as we started with, coming in and out? They say, you kind of need to just keep streaming long enough for the audience to find you. So that, I guess, is my goal. Actually, maybe that'll be my first poll question. I haven't done a poll question yet. If you don't follow him, I suggest you do. Do you follow Randall? Is it 2 L's? Yes. Carlson on social media /X. If you don't, go to X, follow him. I will show you guys where you can find him when I'm sharing my screen, so you'll know. His username, great ambassador for Freemasonry. He's actually talked about Freemasonry a lot on when he was on Joe Rogan. He even talked about it, which I thought was really awesome and really good of him to do. It's one of those things where he's so famous, he doesn't have to talk about Freemasonry if he doesn't want to. The fact that he's willing to talk about it, something I really appreciate about him, and stand up for it and push back against some of the, shall we say, conspiracy-minded folks out there who, disparage the craft. He is Scottish Rite 32nd degree, by the way. Surprised we don't have Ryan join yet. Ryan McKee. He's usually on these streams. I'm sure he'll be here soon enough. Awesome, Courtney. Courtney, what are you most looking forward to about August 5th? Is there any one thing in particular you're really excited for? And if so, let me know what it is. Okay. Ryan, there he is. All right. No worries, Ryan. I don't blame you at all. I get distracted with YouTube all the time. YouTube is infamous for that. YouTube is famous for you're scrolling and you're scrolling and you're scrolling. And then, it's how the algorithm works, for better or worse. But I can't knock it too much. It's, how I work on making my bread and butter, after all. But I do hope, once again, everybody is doing well. Let me know, again, if ever they have any issues with audio or visual. And certainly when I got your message, by the way, Courtney. Certainly when I start to share the screen, then definitely let me know if anything pops up and starts to become challenging or there's any trouble with the live stream. I don't know about perfect. It's great to see you this morning, by the way. So thank you so much it's great to see you this morning. Like I said, let me know if you ever want to join me in Chicago. I'm thinking of actually taking a trip in a couple of weeks. So if you want to join, you're more than welcome. And welcome to everybody joining. Please take a moment, hit that like, subscribe button. We are 37 minutes into a 24-hour live stream, and we are going to start the main topics in 20 minutes, talking about Randall Carlson, a post he put on X about Freemasonry, and not even so much what he said, but more the responses to what he said, and responding to those, because it went, I guess, semi-viral. I don't know what the actual number is that you need to go viral, but he got, he got a lot of responses to it, and a lot of, let's say, some negative responses from people about Freemasonry, as well as some positive ones. And I want to talk about both of those. Yes, Randall Carlson is all over TikTok. I don't spend a lot of time on TikTok. I was always really leery of it, really nervous of TikTok. There's a great Mason called Brother Fluff, who is a Mason out of Texas. And I've interviewed him for my podcast, and I loved it. He's a really great dude and a really great Mason. And we talked about kind of why he chose to talk about Freemasonry via TikTok and how it's worked for him thus far. So it was really great interview. If you get the chance, check out Brother Fluff on YouTube. Or sorry, Brother Fluff on TikTok. He's on other spots as well, but TikTok, I think, is where he gets the majority of his work, his content, should I say. And then on YouTube, obviously, there's a lot of great spots as well. There's Masonic Roundtable. There's also, First Three Knocks, which is an Ontario-based podcast, which is great. Please answer my poll question. Do you follow Randall Carlson on social media /X? Right now, we got 3 votes, 2 no, 1 yes. I hope once this is all finished, more people will be hitting the yes button and not the no button. If you're new to the stream, we're here to chat about Freemasonry. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream, and we're about 40 minutes in. If at any point during this stream, the audio or video starts to mess up or go bad, don't worry about it. I'll switch over to my phone and we'll do vertical live streaming. So just make sure you're liked and subscribed or subscribe to the channel and stay on the channel. If for whatever reason you find me not at the microphone or the screen, it is because I'm getting something to eat or drink or going to the washroom or whatever it might be. So just don't go far. I'll be back, I promise. I agree, and believe me, he's on my list. I 100% want to get Brad Paisley on my platform. Brad Paisley, if you're out there, please join my channel. I would love to interview you and talk to you about Freemasonry. He always comes to Windsor, and when he does, it's wonderful because he plays at the Caesars Windsor, and so I've never got the chance, Sally, to get him to visit the Windsor Masonic Temple, but it is 1,000,000% on my list of things I want to see happen. And one day, it's a goal. It's on my vision board, if you will, even though I hate that term. I want to see Brad Paisley at the Windsor Masonic Temple. Anything's possible. I mean, he's touring right now. Let's see. Trying to figure out if he will be anywhere close to Windsor in any of the coming days, weeks, months. I mean, okay, Canada Life Place in London, Ontario, December 11th, 2025. Tucson, Arizona. Springfield, Illinois, August 14th. London, Ontario, December 11th. London, Ontario, December 11th would be the closest. I am a traveling man. I'm traveling. I've already traveled to the east. Yes, I agree. Maybe a video chat would be awesome. But I would love it if he ever visited the Windsor Masonic Temple. If I ever get him to visit, believe me, I'll be talking about it. December 11th is... Oops. December 11th is Thursday, the second Thursday of the month. I wonder if we could do anything with one of my Masonic lodges. But I hope everybody is doing well. If you're just joining us, please hit the like button and the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know how your day is going. We are doing a 24-hour live stream. We are 42 minutes in, and in exactly approximately 15 minutes, we are going to be tackling the first subject, which is going to be responding to Twitter/X comments about Freemasonry, which is always a frightening thing to do, believe me, but that's a whole other can of tuna. We'll do it anyways, and it's going to be based on something that Randall Carlson posted. So first of all, we're going to talk about who Randall Carlson is, then what he posted, what the responses were, and my responses to those responses. And then somebody else can go on YouTube and respond to my responses about my responses. Yes, funny comments must be read. I think that's an internet rule. I think that's called the internet rule of comments, which is if there is a funny comment, it must be read. So I'm going to keep this in mind, though. I'm definitely going to... Maybe we can do something with this London, Ontario thing. I mean, December 11th, he's in London. December 12th, he's in Hamilton. December 13th, he's in Ottawa. London and Ottawa are two very important Masonic places to me, Masonic places in my life. I've been to a lot of Masonic meetings in both cities. Ottawa is a place very close to my heart. London is amazing. And London is 2 hours from Windsor. And my assumption is he will be driving to London through Detroit, is probably how we'd get there. And if he's coming through Detroit, it means he's coming through Windsor. And if he's coming through Windsor, it means he can stop at the Windsor Masonic Temple. And if he can stop at the Windsor Masonic Temple, etc., he can play a song at the Windsor Masonic Temple. And if he can play a song at the Windsor Masonic Temple, etc., 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 and on it goes. But I do hope everybody watching this is doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, jump in the chat, say hello. We're going to start first topic very shortly. In, like I said, 15 minutes or so. And then I've just got 23 more hours to kill. He also, Randall Carlson, talked about Freemasonry on the Patrick Bet David show, which I'm no fan of Patrick Bet David, but at least he talked about it on the show. That's good of him. 4 votes. Do you follow Randall Carlson on social media /X? Yes, 25%. No, 75%. I also have to be super careful as to how much I actually show of anything because I don't want to get copyrighted, especially early on in this, live stream of 23 hours to go. By the way, let me know if you guys have any snacks for this live stream. I've got a ton of snacks. I've got my coffee, which I'll need. I've got my Coca-Cola. Nobody cancel me. I've got cheese. I've got meats. I've got charcuterie, if you will. And all that good jazz. Cookies. I've got lots of cookies. Pepsi and chips. That is a great. If only Michelle was here, he could tell you some stories about cheese. I should get Michelle on the channel. Cheese and, expensive cheese is a whole thing. Let me see if actually I can invite Michelle. Give me 1 second. But I once ordered expensive cheese for a Masonic meeting, and boy, did it become a thing. You don't even know. It was brought up. You probably heard about it, Ryan. For years after I ordered this expensive cheese for a Masonic meeting, our treasurer brought it up just all of the time. All of the time. It was never ending. Oh, anytime anybody could get any cheese, it would be, don't get the expensive cheese. Don't get the expensive cheese like Cameron. Cameron got the expensive cheese. It was a never ending thing. So that be a lesson to you, for heaven's sakes. Don't get expensive cheese. At least not in Harmony Live. Years afterwards. But I with you, I love cheese. Cheese is my favorite thing in the world. Cheese, coffee, sweets. I guess rich food, if you're gonna call it. Not rich like expensive, but rich like heavy food. I ain't one to eat salads unless there's lots of cheese on it. I eat cheese by the brick. As you should. As you should. 67% no, 33% yes. Do you follow Randall Carlson on social media? So we'll have to figure out the best way. I'm going to try to share my screen. Again, this is another one of those moments. If at any point it starts acting funny for you guys, let me know. But I'll start sharing my screen in 12 minutes. Or thereabouts. And we'll start on the first topic. And obviously, the biggest thing I can do is try to also make sure that I don't find myself in a copyright thing. Yes. I agree, Douglas. Courtney is crushing it right now out there in the world. Going to be a Mason on August 5th, and we should be very excited for him. I know I am. So, I'm very fond of the little community I've started to develop here, and that community includes Courtney, who really was one of the earlier ones. So, well, somebody's got to do it, Courtney. In fairness, somebody has to do it. you know, keeps things interesting. Put it that way. Keeps things interesting. Honestly, I may switch over at the 12-hour mark, which would be 2 a.m., and maybe even do the last 12 hours of the stream from my phone. Because I find when you're vertical live streaming, you get a different audience than when you are live streaming on the webcam. So we'll see. Nope, not sure yet because it's been a great stream so far. I'm having an absolute blast. But I do love to try to attract as many different audiences as I can when I'm chatting and when I'm talking. So I wonder if you could do 2 live streams at the same time, one vertical, one horizontal, like one vertical, one webcam. We shall see. Anyways, if you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Gonna start chatting about my first subject in about 10 minutes. Johnny Rockwell's back. Johnny, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you, as always, for joining. It's wonderful to have you here. As you know, hit that like, hit that subscribe. I know you're already subscribed. Hit the like button, I should say. Ryan, not to steal Courtney's thunder, but many places do have lodges all year round, including in Texas. The idea of going dark for the summer, quote unquote, going dark, is not as common as people think. It's very common in Canada. I believe it happens also in England, but many jurisdictions they do meet all year long. And when we talk about Freemasonry in Canada, we should note just because the lodges stop meeting, it doesn't mean everything ends. We still have our coffee club, we still have our public events, we still have a lot of stuff. So, we need to keep that in mind as well. That there's still a ton of stuff that we do and Masons do. One of the dangers when people say like going dark is there's this assumption that what we mean by that is Freemasonry stops. Freemasonry never stops. Even in the summer, even if your lodges have gone dark, quote unquote, there's still things happening and there's still things you can do. You can still practice your ritual work. You can still practice. You can still get together with Masons for barbecue, for coffee. You can still plan events. You can have a past masters and officers meeting. So in New Jersey, they go dark in the last week of June until after Labor Day. Okay, so like I said, New Jersey does that. Texas, to my knowledge, does not. I believe Tennessee does not go dark. Different jurisdictions have different rules about that. But, Johnny, for your, in New Jersey, even though you go dark, quote unquote, meaning your lodges stop meeting, what about your other events? Like, do you guys do barbecues, picnics, mentoring, past master and officers meetings, all that good jazz? Because I'd love to know kind of what you guys get up to outside of lodge during summer. What is going on, Smokey? I hope you're doing well. Somebody mentioned their religion is love. That's a great religion. Nothing is wrong with that at all. It's a great answer. I would consider myself to not be religious. I consider myself, I believe in a supreme being. I do question kind of organized religion. Not that, everybody gets their own thing. And if you're a part of organized religion, that is awesome and all the power to you. Just for me personally, I've never really felt completely comfortable with organized religion per se. But most of my really good friends have some type of religious belief and a lot of them are fairly religiously devoted. One of my best friends back when I was working was a Muslim, and he was very devoted. He was a really good dude. I liked him a lot. I haven't seen him in years. Oh my gosh. Just thinking about him, I miss him a lot. I have to try to track him down somewhere. He was a really cool dude. But yeah, we still have coffee club, says Ryan McKee. Yes, we do still. The coffee club is a great example, right? Freemasonry does not go dark. As much as people like to think, there's always something happening. That's the thing I absolutely love about it and think makes it so wonderful. Smokey, though, how is it going with you? And how is your stream going? Still having fun chatting with people as they come on the stream? All right. 5 minutes. Then we start with topic number one. Randall Carlson responses to Freemasonry on Twitter/X. Perfect. Yeah, we have that as well. There's a lot of different barbecues and events. Our big one is happening August 30th. So that's going to be really, really special and a lot of fun. Um, so yeah, but I do hope everybody is doing super well as always. Please, if you're just joining, take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. Especially if you're new to the channel, let me know how you're doing. Jump in the chat. Tita Deschette, what goes and goes until can't go alone. Hey, Freemasonry, one of our tenets is you can't go it alone. For better or worse, Freemasonry needs the brothers. It needs people. It needs to be relevant to people. Tida, I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm not sure if you're new to the stream or not. I don't recognize your name. Forgive me if you've been on here before, but please hit like and subscribe. Well, Smokey, I still hope that everybody watching this will take a moment to leave, come back, but leave for a moment. Click on Smokey's picture and subscribe to his channel and support his streaming as well. We're all in this together, in the YouTube space, in any of this streaming space. Smokey, do you stream on any other platforms? Like, have you tried any other platforms outside of YouTube? Because I've been trying to dip my toe into, I don't even have legs, ironically enough, and I say dip my toe into other platforms, but I find I still prefer YouTube as my favorite platform to stream. Yeah, I find it's the same way with me. I mean, I have other places I stream. I certainly do a lot of stuff on social media, but I find I prefer YouTube for streaming as well. Nice. When will that take place, Johnny Rockwell? The combined barbecue. Let me know. I'd love to know. And if you are, is it open to Masons and non-Masons, like family, friends? Uh, who is it? Who's it open for, or to? Oh, it was yesterday. So how was it then? Was it open to Masons and non-Masons? Like family, friends, and what was the turnout like? Just roughly. But I think it's wonderful. I think it's wonderful when lodges combine things with their districts. I think that's great to see. You deserve a lot of credit for the work you put in to things like that, because it's not easy organizing barbecues and organizing events. One thing I try to tell people: Freemasonry is not easy. A lot of people think it is. What I tell them is, whether it's something like organizing a barbecue, whatever it is, try running a meeting, try organizing a barbecue for 20, 30, 40 people. Um, I've seen so many people underestimate the work, think it's easy, and then they get in the master's chair and they find out it's actually much, much harder than they ever thought. So I hope people will keep that in mind sometimes. Um, it's not easy. Nothing's wrong with that as a channel. Smoky, New Jersey Masonic District number 10. Tita is not, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Tita is not wrong. Never underestimate the chaotic nature of dealing with people. And that is what Freemasonry ultimately is. If Freemasonry has a business, if you want to put it in those crass terms, the business is people, and people are very challenging. Shriners, widows' sons are active at carnivals and parades across the province. Perfect example of that, right? Credit to the Shriners, credit to the widows' sons for being active across the province. And also the Masonic charitable efforts don't end. So for example, the work being done when it comes to cancer care, cancer cars, right? Cancer, it's not like cancer goes dark over the summer. And the volunteers that drive people to and from their treatments, that doesn't end as well. Not at all. Nobody's difficult. LOL. Somebody paid you to say that. Somebody paid you to say that, Smokey, because you know that's not true. The LOL at the end proves to me you know that's not the case. Welcome if you are just joining us. If you're new to the stream, please take a moment, jump in the chat, say hello. It is 3 p.m. We are now at 3, so let's get started with I wish people would pay me too, hence go to Patreon. But even if you don't want to pay me, that's perfectly fine. Just go for just become a free member, like Smokey, which he did, and it's wonderful. And I appreciate Smokey's support very, very much. Um, all right. So now we have the super fun part of sharing the screen. Once again, if anything starts to go wonky, just let me know. I will be in and out of the share screen mode. Let's talk about Randall Carlson. He has a podcast called Squaring the Circle, which you could argue, when I think of squaring the circle, I think actually of professional wrestling, the squared circle. However, you could also, I guess, consider that to be a Masonic thing. All right, let me share the screen here. Give me 1 sec. Let me know when you guys can see the shared screen. Might take a second. But once you can see it, I'll give it 1 second because sometimes I find sharing the screen can take a minute to pop up. And welcome if you are just joining us. Please got it. Perfect. All right. Randall Carlson Squaring the Circle. So it's available on Rumble, other podcast players as well. It is our mission to investigate and document the catastrophic history of the world and the evidence for advanced knowledge in earlier cultures. On this site, you will find information to advance your personal understanding of the implications of this knowledge. You'll also learn of the profound effect it has on human civilization, both past and future, its relevance to Earth herself, I like how he says Earth herself, and how to successfully cope with the inevitable changes that are sure to visit our dynamic geocosmic system. Glad to have you along for the ride. He's got a tour as well. So this is kind of what he talks about. He talks about history and um, the idea of history as there being advanced civilizations that predate our current knowledge and our current archaeological record. However, with him was a post that he made on July 11th. I'm just going to pull it up separate. And this was on X. So I'm going to share this tab instead. Once again, let's give it 1 second so you can find the new tab. And then what I'm going to be doing is talking about the responses to his post. He's a 32-degree Mason. So let me just give it a second. Once we get to the new screen, let me know. So you guys can see the Twitter/X stream, let me know. Might take a second to pop up for you, but if you can see it, I said, oh, here it is. All right, I think we're good. So this was a Randall Carlson post from July 11th of this year. And you'll notice what he says. 30 years in the lodge, 32 degrees earned, men of honor, service, and principle. Then someone spends 5 minutes online and suddenly thinks they've uncovered a secret evil cabal. That's the kind of thinking that's replaced research, experience, and wisdom. And it's exactly why we need to push back on the flood of shallow, sensational narratives. And what he says here, this is his kind of clip. So I want to have people watch this. I'm not going to play the audio, just have the visual because it's underneath.
How do you know that? So what you're saying to me, though, is I've been a Mason for 30 years.
Mason for 30 years.
Climbed up to the 32nd degree. And all of this time, I didn't know that the third. And I've sat in lodge with men that I highly respect, that I know that are 33rd degrees, that are pillars of their community, that do so much good in the world. But somehow I've gotten up to the 32nd degree, and I don't know that really this 33rd degree is this evil cabal. But you, who's challenged me, who don't know anything about it. You read some BS online, and now you think you know. And so you're going to tell me that it's a secret that I don't know. That the 33rd is actually this evil cabal. But you're so astute, you figured it out because you spent 5 minutes looking at something on the internet. It's just so ridiculous. It would be laughable, except for the fact that there are people out there who are totally invested in this belief system, including the dumbass that I was once partnered with, who built Sacred Geometry International. Oh, well, there you go. You can hear the video. Perfect. Oh, because I've got it probably set on mine. I feel his statement 100%. Don't worry, Johnny Rockwell. We can all hear his video 100%. Let me actually then play it one more time, but this time I'm not going to talk over it. I'll just let it go. Because I realize now why I could hear it and have this thing set. All right. We'll do it one more time. Might as well. How do you know that? So what you're saying to me, though, is I've been a Mason for 30 years. I've climbed up to the 32nd degree. And all of this time, I didn't know that the third, that I highly respect, that I know that are 33rd degrees, that are pillars of their community, that do so much good in the world. But somehow I've gotten up to the 32nd degree, and I don't know that really this 33rd degree is this evil cabal. But you, who's challenged me, who don't know nothing thing about it, the history of it, you read some bullshit online, and now you think you know, and so you're going to tell me, that it's a secret, that I don't know that the 33rd is actually this evil cabal. But you're so astute, you figured it out because you spent 5 minutes looking at something on the internet. Yeah. It's so ridiculous. It would be laughable, except for the fact that there are people out there who are totally invested in this belief system, including the dumbass that I was once partnered with who built Sacred Geometry International.
Interesting.
All right. So I think many Masons can feel what he's saying. By the way, you can find him on Twitter at or X at Randall W. Carlson. So his handle on Twitter is at Randall W. Carlson. He doesn't post a ton of stuff about Freemasonry, but he always defends it, which I do very much appreciate. Awesome, Courtney. Yes, get ready to work, Smokey. But thank you so much for being here. I truly appreciate it. Feel free to share this stream with other people. He is an amazing brother and a pillar of the craft. I agree with that 100%. So, anyways, this statement that he posted has 183,100 or 183,000 views, let's say, 296 comments, 209 reposts, 1,800 hearts, which I'm going to do that now actually, and 399 bookmarks.
So I am interested in the 296 uh, replies. And I'm curious as to what people are saying when it comes to what he said. So I'm going to stop sharing this screen, but I am going to read. Thank you, Johnny. Please share the screen. I'm going to read out the replies, at least the ones that I find the most interesting and the ones that I think are most relevant based on what he said. And once again, everybody, follow him on Twitter, follow him on X, Randall Carlson, subscribe to his YouTube channel, all that good jazz. So we're going to stop sharing this screen. And now I'm going to start to read some of the replies, the 296 replies to Brother Randall Carlson, 32nd degree statements. By the way, please, everybody joining us, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing. If you're new to the stream, any questions or thoughts you have on Freemasonry, please let me know. So, Emma Catherine at the Emmapreneur said, you should tell the hundreds of Freemasons and Masonic ritual abuse survivors that I've interviewed that there's no filth in Freemasonry. So, this is one of those statements where it's really hard to respond to because obviously I can't speak to who Emma has or hasn't interviewed. And when she says hundreds of Freemasons and Masonic ritual abuse survivors, right? What I would say to that statement, though, is twofold. First, not everybody who claims to be a Freemason, in fact, is a Freemason. And in some cases, it could be that they are just lying to gain sympathy or to promote conspiracy theories or to promote false narratives. But in other cases, it could be that they themselves were deceived. Earlier in the stream, we were talking about somebody mentioned they got a message from the Brotherhood of the Illuminati. And I've got messages from people claiming to be Freemasons who are not. We call those clandestine lodges, right? It's very easy for people to, unfortunately, and Freemasons are trying to stop this from happening, though their success is always difficult. You know, what's to stop me, Cameron Adamson, from deciding I'm going to start my own club called Cameron's Masonic Lodge and have people meet in my apartment, call it Freemasonry, call myself a Freemason, and try to take their money, try to do dumb stuff, try to get them to do dumb things, right? I mean, of the hundreds of Masons this person has reported speaking with, how many of them were part of legitimate Masonic lodges? How many of them were part of clandestine lodges? I would suggest most to all of them would be part of clandestine lodges. And then, unfortunately, we have to be honest as Freemasons. Um, every Freemasonry is made up of human beings. Human beings are both good and bad and capable of being good and bad. And there are, I have no doubt, some bad people who join Freemasonry and then who act in a manner that's not appropriate for a Freemason, right? It's not that Freemasonry itself condones or supports anything negative because it doesn't, but there falls a shadow between the ideals and the implementation or between the theory and the practice. And there have been stories, for example, in the Philippines of Freemasons engaging in hazing rituals, things like that, and really acting foolishly. Thankfully, most Grand Lodges now, or all Grand Lodges, are putting in place steps to stop those things from happening. But I would say just because a Mason or Masonic Lodge acts badly, it does not mean that you can cast negative dispersions on the whole of the craft any more so than you could with, for example, the military. How many stories do we have of the military where there's hazing rituals or negative stories about them? Police, uh, unions, schools. right? That doesn't mean you cast aspersions on the whole of the situation. You just accept the fact that there exists within everybody the capacity for being good and bad. And unfortunately, some Masons, despite the best efforts of Freemasonry, um, will act negatively. And all you can do in those cases is try your best to um, to fight back against those things and to recognize when those things are happening. And as Freemasons, we have to also be responsible for making sure we are, policing ourselves in some ways. And also, one of the big things in Freemasonry they talk about is making sure that when you are, that being a Freemason means being a good citizen. You have a responsibility to act in a manner that is in accordance with all laws and regulations of the country to which you belong. So yeah, so I guess that'd be my response to Emma Catherine. Um, First, you don't know everybody you've interviewed was truly a Freemason, either because they could be lying or because they could have joined a clandestine lodge and not be aware of it. And also, there is no filth in Freemasonry. There is filth in human beings. Hopefully, Freemasonry can act as a pushback against that as much as possible. But there's not always a guarantee. We do our best. Next statement, and you notice I responded to a lot of these trying to encourage people to check out my channel where I talk about the positives of Freemasonry. Julie Donuts is the next one. I do love donuts, I will say that. Now tell people the oath you took, LOL. And this got 18 likes, 909 views, 1 repost, 5 replies, one of which was mine. So I think the implication to this one, right, is um, there's something nefarious or evil or wrong about the oath that we as Freemasons take. I assume, hence the LOL. And I've talked about this a million times, right? And so forgive me for kind of chewing my food twice. When it comes to Freemasonry and the oaths, the reason why I believe we as Freemasons have a responsibility to keep the oaths private and not tell people the oaths that we took is not because the oaths are nefarious or evil or bad, rather because the oaths and maintaining the privacy of those oaths is a way for us to maintain connections between our brothers. So, for example, let's imagine you had a family recipe that goes from your great grandmother to your grandmother to your mother to you, and you want to pass it down, or your father, or whatever it is. You're not going to tell people what that recipe is because it's a family recipe and it's meant to maintain the bonds between the family. If you make it not private and share it online, suddenly that connection you have is less in your family. And we as Freemasons, yes, we have rings, we have whatever it is we have jewels. Those things don't really matter. What really matters ultimately is the ritual that we pass down from brother to brother, uh, both from the past, the present, and to the future. And if I'm telling people the oaths that I take, if Randall is telling people the oaths that he takes, then that affects the bonds of brotherhood between us, right? Which I truly believe to be the case. And so that's why, for example, I will not tell people the oath I took because it's private. It's between me and my brothers. And I do not want anything that could potentially interfere with those connections and with that brotherhood. And also, like everything else, you kind of have to a certain extent, take my word for it. I like to think I'm a good person. I like to think I've demonstrated that I am a good person. If I start sharing, you kind of have to look at me, the way I live my life. And based on that, do you think I would take oaths that are in any way contrary to the law or to people or to governance or anything to that extent? You'd have to let me know kind of how you view me for whatever it's worth. Um, I like to think of myself, though, as hopefully demonstrating that based on my behavior, my oaths would reflect that behavior as well. Amen to this, says Chase Geyser. I'm assuming Chase is himself a Freemason, or at least supportive of Freemasonry. Thank you, Chase. John Medjurowski, so SMIB, otherwise known as So Moted B, 197 views, 3 likes. SMIB, So Moted B, is a very common Masonic phrase. You'll hear it often. And I agree with John 100% there as well. Here's another, unfortunately, more negative one. Randall, I'm sorry, but after this, I cannot keep my respect for you. He has the blue check mark, so it can go longer than the typical number of characters. Truly disheartening. The history of Freemasons is extensive and very well documented. If you truly believe there's nothing going on after the 33rd degree, how can you still identify yourself as someone who pushes against established academia? You don't see the hypocrisy in that statement. You have the knowledge, but anyone challenging you must be an idiot who only spent 5 minutes looking at the subject. Men of honor, service, and principle, good Lord, how tricked you were. I am truly dumbfounded at the idiocy of what you just stated. Maybe step out of your preconceived notions and try to look at it through another perspective. We'll ignore the spelling. Maybe watch some whistleblower testimonies or witnesses' testimonies to see if it riles some screws loose. I still hold hope for you. Hopefully, it is not wasted. This one has 6 replies, including one from me, 2 retweets or reposts, 60 hearts, and 3,700 views. So there's a lot to go into with that. By the way, let me know if I still sound good and I still look good and all that jazz, if the audio and video is coming through clear for you. So, I mean, how do I respond to this one? First, the history of Freemasons is extensive and very well documented. This is very true. The history of Freemasonry is very well documented and is extensive. Extensive both in terms of how long Freemasonry has existed, 300 years, thereabouts, and extensive in how much has been written about it. However, the problem is when there is a lot of extensive documentation, you need to be very careful in terms of what you read and the sources which you verify, right? Because and I think this is what kind of Randall goes into and is talking about on his stream. Just because, like, there is a difference between reading extensively about Freemasonry and actually sitting in lodge over and over and over again and having firsthand experience. And the reason that firsthand experience is so vital is because it gives you a understanding when you are reading the historical documentation and modern day documentation as to what is legitimate and what is not legitimate. Right? If you don't have that background, if you've not joined, if you've not been a part of it, if you're not sat with Masons over and over and over again, you're not going to have the discernment to necessarily know what documentation on Freemasonry is legitimate and what documentation on Freemasonry is baloney, right? So it's not just about a extensive documentation. It's about having the knowledge and understanding to recognize what is legitimate and what is not legitimate. And one of the exclusive ways you can do that is by being part of it. If you're not a part of it, then you need to be incredibly careful as to not fall down rabbit holes and believe incorrect statements and incorrect documentation. Because just as there's extensive documentation on Freemasonry, there's extensive baloney about Freemasonry out there as well. Some of it was put out by Hitler and Nazi Germany. Some of it was put out beforehand. Some of it's been put out today on YouTube. So you got to be super careful about that. How can you identify yourself as someone who pushes against established academia? Well, you know, what he's saying is he, it's not that he's pushing back or not back. Rather, what he's saying is he has firsthand experience and firsthand knowledge. I suspect his biggest complaint against established academia is they write about things and they talk about things to which they have not had any firsthand knowledge. So it's not that he's saying, for example, in that what he's really trying to get to, and I think the point he's trying to make is it's the firsthand knowledge and experience of getting to 32 degrees that gives you the ability to understand what's happening in a way people who are not researching it or who are not part of it just don't have, and that discernment to know what's going on, right? He says, you have the knowledge, but anyone challenging you must be an idiot. You only spent 5 minutes. So, I mean, I understand this point. There are some anti-Masons, excuse me, who spend hours and hours online. That's true. That's true. I could say it's 5 minutes, relatively speaking. For every hour Randall Carlson has spent in a Masonic lodge, they may have spent 5 minutes in a Masonic lodge or spent 5 minutes researching it. Over time, that still may resort to a lot of time. But I think again, it goes back to what Randall Carlson is trying to say, and what Guavia does not understand. Oh, fire alarm! They're just testing it out today, so we're just going to ignore that and keep talking. Is that firsthand experience cannot be ignored, cannot be cast aside in response for YouTube or online research, is the point I think that he is trying to make there, and the point that Guavia is not understanding. So the Pickled blog at blog Pickled, July 11th, he responded to this. Once again, let me share this screen. Give it 1 second. You guys, let me know if you can see it. Secrets are the root cause of the ideas you object to. Secret societies and are made up of power and influence. Honor is afforded to men who uphold truth and speak what they know without price to share. Truth curated is not honorable men. So once again, with this one, this goes back to what I was talking about before. The idea that a secret or a private thing is inherently bad is just not something that is it's not something that exists in day-to-day life. If I ask you to share your social insurance number, your banking information, your address, whatever it is, you're not going to share that stuff with me. That doesn't mean it's evil. That means there's a necessity to maintaining the secret. Sometimes secrets are kept for security reasons. Sometimes secrets are kept for monetary reasons or economic reasons. And sometimes secrets are kept because you want to maintain bonds of brotherhood or bonds of friendship through groups and organizations and families, right? And so, this idea that truth curated is not honorable, many honorable men curate the truth for many different reasons. In the case of Freemasonry, it is to maintain the bonds of brotherhood, or at least the reason I do, me as a Freemason, is to maintain the bonds of brotherhood amongst myself, my current brothers, my brothers in the past, and my brothers in the future who will come along. I want to maintain our bonds with all of them. Man Down Under on July 12th said, that sounds like something that would be said by someone who knows exactly what the 33rd degree means, who was almost there, but hadn't quite got there yet, and they really want to. Seen by 3,700 people, 36 likes, 5 reposts. Again, this is an example of something that is, uh, I can't think of the name of the fallacy for this. But this is like a fallacy because basically what he's saying is, of course, you would say that about the 33rd degrees because you just want to be a 33rd degree yourself and want to get in their good graces. But it's one of those things where it's like, well, okay, so what would, in that case, there's nothing that Randall Carlson could say that would convince Man Down Under of that he's being accurate, because Man Down Under can just say whatever you say, I'm going to assume that it's because you want to be a 33rd and are just sucking up to them, unless he said something negative. So it's like you're forcing him. It's either you say something negative and I believe you, or you say something positive and I will assume it's because you want to be a 33rd and you're lying. So it's like either way, you're kind of boxing this person in, right? And you see that a lot with conspiracy theorists, where it's almost like a heads I win, tails you lose situation, where no matter what you say or what you do, you're forcing them into these no-win situations, which is something that definitely drives me crazy about about kind of conspiracy theorists online. It's like there's no winning, right, with them in that sense. Firebrand, I like this one a lot. I'm going to share the screen again. And by the way, Douglas, I agree. I love the word temperance. I'm not a big fan of the word clandestine and occult. Although occult just means hidden. I think occult, thanks to Hollywood, became something it was never meant to be, or the meaning of the word became something it was never meant to be. Firebrand, on July 12th, and I love what he wrote. I like people who ask questions. Question: what does Freemasonry do for non-Masons? And I do not mean raising money for charity. I mean real, tangible benefits. Another: why is the ritual secret? And why is an oath taken to protect said secrets, lest terrible physical punishment be meted out? This has 30 likes, 2.2, so 2,200 views, 5 replies, and 2 reposts. This is from Firebrand. So I'm not going to respond to the middle question, why is the ritual secret? I've already talked about that, above. Once again, to maintain the bonds of brotherhood and maintain the bonds between past and future Masons. I will talk about the first question and the final question. So the first question, I do find, what does Freemasonry do for non-Masons? And I do not mean raising money for charity. I mean real tangible benefits. I do find the idea of, like, to me, raising money for charity is in and of itself a real tangible benefit. Certainly to the people that, to the charities that get the money, and then to the charities that distribute the money to the individuals. Those are real tangible benefits. I just talked about the work that Freemasons were doing in Texas to support relief efforts for those affected by the floods, buying them, items they needed to help them get back on their feet, food, water, medicine, helping Masons find a place to stay. They did the same thing in Los Angeles. They support mental health programs. They in California, they purchase mitts for kids to play baseball, like low-income areas. They, um, in Manitoba, they help people with cancer drive to and from their cancer appointments, so they don't need to organize a ride. They can just know that someone will be there to pick them up because, it's very dangerous, I think, to drive after you've got chemotherapy in some cases. So, I mean, those are pretty tangible benefits to me. When he says, "What does Freemasonry do for non-Masons?" I think the charitable side of it, I wouldn't be comfortable saying, like, those are not in and of themselves charitable, or sorry, tangible, real tangible benefits. But Freemasonry does do a lot more for non-Masons than just, uh, charity or exclusively charity. And I would say again, you also have to say all the things that Freemasonry does for non-Masons who are themselves part of a Masonic family. So, for example, I know many Masons who the reason that their wives, their kids have a roof over their heads is because Mason stepped in with benevolence. If the Mason, let's say, lost his job, had a medical emergency, whatever it might be, they stepped in and helped pay rent, help pay his mortgage. And that helps not just him, but that helps his whole family stay in their home. And then that helps the non-Masons, otherwise known as the whole community, because if that Mason gets kicked out of his apartment, kicked out of his house, now he needs to avail himself of community social services. He needs to look at going to a shelter. He needs to look at going to food banks. By being a Freemason, Freemasonry in the community helps keep him off the street in his home. It helps keep the non-Masons in his life, his wife and kids, off the streets in their home. And that in turn helps all the non-Masons of the community by relieving stress that would otherwise exist on social safety nets. And that's a big deal. I've talked about Freemasonry in the past as being a social safety net. I truly think that is the case. The other thing to keep in mind uh, when you're talking about real tangible benefits is economically, Freemasons will often go and support local businesses. One thing I'm very proud of is my emphasis as a master Mason and as a Freemason in supporting local businesses. When we have banquets, dinners, refreshments after lodge, I always try, if I can, to support a local business. I did an ice cream tasting. We purchased specialty ice cream from an ice cream shop. I did a um, uh, coffee tasting. We purchased coffee from a specialty coffee shop. I did a beer and cheese and wine tasting. We purchased the kits of beer and cheese and wine from a brewery. We did a whiskey tasting, same thing. It all came from local. Whenever I travel, I try to stop by a local business and purchase items as gifts for the lodge and to bring back to the lodge, right? It's one of those things where it's like there are people with money in their pocket, with food on their table, with a roof over their head because of what Freemasons do in the community. And that's a really big deal. That's a really tangible benefit, you know? Um, and to Firebrand's point and question, I do think we as Freemasons, one thing that we absolutely need to take some responsibility for and need to kind of look ourselves in the mirror is we spend so much time focusing on what we as Masons provide to our brothers. We forgot to talk about all the things we do for non-Masons, such as everything I just listed. I was just one thing I love to do is travel to Masonic events. A Masonic event comes to your town, especially if it's a smaller town, every hotel room might be filled. Restaurants are full. The local economy gets a benefit. That stuff is a real tangible benefit. And, it's not that Freemasonry needs to do that stuff exclusively. There are many groups that can do that, but Freemasonry is one of them. And then, so I would call this a tangible benefit as well. Other people may not, and that's perfectly fine. It's hard to describe. I'm going to try my best, though. You know, I don't know if anybody has seen the movie Lincoln. If you have, let me know. Lincoln, starring Daniel Day-Lewis. There's this scene at the end of the movie where he talks about he's meeting with people from the Confederacy, talking about basically the end of the war and being a democracy, a full democracy with everybody once again. And he says to them, he says, look, yes, it's going to be hard. Yes, it's going to suck. But if after this terrible civil war and brother against brother, we can all sit together in, the nation's capital and we can all preserve this thing called democracy after everything we've gone through, is that not worth setting an example for the country and for the world that democracy can persist despite these immeasurable challenges? I truly think Freemasonry is the same way. Whether you want to call it a tangible benefit or not, If we in Freemasonry can show to our communities and show to the world that men and women, because there's Order of Women Freemasons, that men of different faiths, different beliefs, different politics, different ages, different backgrounds, different languages, different nationalities, different races, can all sit together in a lodge and try to work on this project of self improvement, of personal growth, and of building a better temple within and without. Is that not a tangible benefit for everybody? So non Masons can see that and say, yes, there is room for all faiths, all beliefs to gather and to work together. And for those beliefs that I may find challenging or abhorrent, whatever it might be, that even I can find a way to work with them and set a standard, right? I would call that, honestly, I would call that a tangible benefit. And that is what I think Freemasonry and Freemasons do for non-Masons. And I would absolutely call that, for better or worse, a tangible benefit. Um, Were there others? So that's the answer to that first part. Now, this no worries, Ryan. Welcome back, and welcome back, Dad and Courtney. Thank you. I'm glad you can see it well. The second part of his statement or question on Twitter, right, to Randall, taken to protect said secrets, lest terrible physical punishment be meted out. So why take an oath? Why take an oath anywhere, right? You take an oath as a way to remind your heart of the importance of whatever it is, right? That's why you take an oath in a courthouse. You take an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Hopefully it comes back on, Ryan. Let me know if you can see it. It can take a second when I'm sharing the screen for it to come and go. I hope it sticks around for you. Whether in terms of less terrible physical punishment meted out, what I will say to that is it's important that the oaths reflect, um, you know, reflect or are the same as what was said in the past, but it was never practiced, right? They are meant as metaphors. They're metaphorical, right? So, for example, I could say, you know, and I've heard people say stuff like this, not in Masonic context, but if I'm lying, may I drop dead, may God strike me down, or if I'm lying, may lightning hit me, or if I'm lying, may my tongue be ripped out. Whatever it is they may say, right? They're not saying they want that to literally happen, but they're saying, or they think it will literally happen. They're not saying, if I lie, I expect to literally drop dead, but rather it's a metaphor for their kind of the seriousness by which they're taking the things that they say. I'll give you one of my favorite examples of that. Dane Cook, favorite, um, one of my favorite comedians. He's a great comedian, but Dane Cook had this really funny bit where he was talking about he had a roommate and he was on the couch. The roommate bought a bunch of ice cream and put it in the freezer and went to work. Roommate comes back, opens up the freezer, finds the ice cream, and he says, you ate the ice cream. And Dane Cook says, I never touched your ice cream. And they got into this big fight about whether he touched the ice cream or not. Anyways, at one point, Dane Cook said, I swear on the life of my firstborn son, I did not eat your ice cream. It's metaphorical. Dane Cook does not believe that if he was lying, his son would literally, drop dead. He's just saying, you know, as a way to emphasize the seriousness by which he's taken his statements and the truth of the matter. He went to that extreme, and then he had a joke afterwards about how that's probably too far. Your firstborn son's life is not worth ice cream. But you need to think about these things as metaphorical, not as actual. Uh, when it comes to some of these things, right? And I'm not saying, by the way, what is in the oaths, whether there is punishments that are or are not meted out. Rather, what I'm saying is, whenever you're talking about things like that, you need to keep in mind the metaphorical nature of it. Because again, I remember once talking to this woman. She was an older lady. Um, this was back when I was in the legal profession ish, and she would say, if I'm lying, may God strike me dead. If I'm lying, my tongue will rot from my, she was very dramatic about it. I think she said, if I'm lying, may my tongue fall out, is how she put it. If I'm lying, may I drop dead. She kept saying all these type of things. And it's like, she didn't literally mean it, obviously. It was more to emphasize the seriousness by which she was taking what she was saying and how serious she was taking it. So that is what I would say to that. Ryan did. So again, what is a real tangible benefit of what Freemasonry does for non-Masons? Supports the local businesses that encourage local economy, including ice cream shops. So anyone denying, so this is Nayagatha, I can't pronounce that, who on July 12th said anyone denying there is a cabal is an absolute, I'm not going to say the R word, or complicit. Again, this is one of those things that um, it's a no-win situation, right? There's just no way to win because what he's saying is absolutely, Ryan, brings people of money to the establishment. What this person is saying is, look, if you say something negative about Freemasonry, I believe you. If you say something incorrect about Freemasonry, then you are an absolute R word or complicit. So it's like you're not going to win with that, right? And as I said in my response, then I must also be complicit or an absolute R word, I guess you could say as well. It's one of those things where there's really not much you can do except try to meet them where they're at and try to say, um, you know, that try to present your best foot forward and hopefully get to reconsider their thoughts a little bit. I'm the only one who knows how to think. That's what you sound like, saying Randall Carlson. So for this one, again, I think it's really critical. And I think Tinfoil Cat, where this statement got, or this response got 1,200 views, 29 hearts, and one reply, which would have been my reply. He says, I paid money. I'm the only one who knows how to think. So, but Randall Carlson, I don't know if people saw the post above, never said that what makes him qualified to speak on this topic is the fact that he paid money. It's that he has been active. He's been sitting in lodge, sitting with the members, sitting with everybody, right? That is a really important thing to keep. Something that Masons need to understand too. It's not paying of dues that it's not the paying of dues that make you knowledgeable. Anybody can pay dues and attend one meeting. It's not the paying of money, it's not the paying of dues, it's the involvement, it's the attendance, it's showing up. That's what makes you a qualified Mason. If you want to argue paying your dues makes you a Mason or at least makes you a member, then I guess so be it, right? I would say, on a moral sense, I don't believe that to be the case at all. But um, that's kind of aside from the point. The point is, he never said it was the money that he's paid that makes him qualified to speak on these topics. What he's been saying is it's his activity and involvement in Freemasonry that makes him qualified to speak, right? And again, paying the money gets you through the door, but there are plenty of people, again, talking above, people who came to one meeting, never returned, and are online talking poop about Freemasonry, right? They paid, but they don't know anything about it if they've been to one single meeting. or they don't know as much as they think they do. Put it that way. So you need to keep all of those things in mind when you're talking about Freemasonry, right? It's not about the paying of dues. Again, it's about the activity and the involvement. I'm not sure, Ryan. I did send him a message, so we'll see. It'd be great if he did jump on for a couple. It'd be wonderful to have him join. If you want to send a message too, by all means, uh, go ahead. All right. Adam Hirschman. Uh, Once again, the stream may go out for a second, but let's see if it comes back on. Again, just stick with me. Sometimes sharing the screen can get a little bit hinky. Oh, thank you. Border City Wrestling supporting it. Uh, Adam Hirschman responded, I'm not a Mason or anything, but every single one I've ever known has been quite exceptional and honorable. That statement got 3,300 views, which is wonderful to see. 22 hearts and 2 replies. Um, I think I don't know if I'd say every Mason is exceptional and honorable. Many I know are. It's just we're people, right? Freemasons are people, with every positive and negative that entails. Hopefully, if Freemasonry is done properly and done correctly, it can encourage honorable and exceptional behavior. At least I would hope so, and I think it does. But you want to be very careful that even we as Masons do not place Masons on too high of a pedestal. We have to remember what we are at the end of the day as human beings. Because if we start talking about ourselves like we're the greatest, that gives us a long way to fall. We need to be honest that we're humans and we're subject to the same challenges as everybody else. But hopefully, Freemasonry can encourage um, exceptional and honorable behaviors. At least one would hope so. Pete Asplund. So, can we also assume you are wrong when official archaeology disagrees with your analysis? Having read Morals and Dogma, there's Morals and Dogma years ago, I easily recognize Masonry for what it is. A Luciferian occult brotherhood which was hijacked and used to infiltrate all sectors of society for full spectrum control of the world's peoples and resources. All right, Dad, thank you for being here. I hope you'll be back later, but thank you for joining. If you're going out, you can always leave this on in the background, by the way. So, first of all, can we assume you are wrong? To Randall Carlson and to me, I suppose, as I guess, Freemasonry defender, for lack of a better term. I mean, of course, everybody should always be willing to assume I'm incorrect and wrong, and any of us are incorrect and wrong. I think there's nothing at all wrong with that by any means. I'd say don't assume we're wrong, rather assume we could be wrong, and then research from there. But healthy skepticism is always a good thing, I think. Be skeptical of me. I make plenty of mistakes. Heavens knows I made millions of them, and I'll make millions more. But I do try my best for whatever it's worth. And I hope, even if people doubt my knowledge or doubt my conclusions, I hope they don't doubt my intentions. The second part, though, I do find confusing. He says, so can we also assume you're wrong when official archaeology disagrees with your analysis? I'm not sure what the official archaeology that disagrees with his analysis would be. Um, I mean, there are archaeological findings of square and compass symbols in, for example, Rosalind Chapel, which I think is the earliest example we have off the top of my head. But there's not a ton of archaeology. I mean, Freemasonry is 16th, 17th century invention. It's kind of stonemasonry is very different. I've talked about stonemasonry and archaeology in the past. Stonemasonry 100% has an amazing official archaeological record back millions of years. And to the extent that Freemasonry is a child of stonemasonry, then I certainly think the archaeological record is relevant. But the archaeological record as to Freemasonry and the character of the membership, I'm not sure what he's getting at there, what he means by that. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me because the archaeological record would not have anything to say as to the character of Freemasons or Freemasonry. It's a whole different thing. Having read Morals and Dogma, there it is, M and D. I've talked about this in the past. Other people have said this to me as well, right? Freemasons know Freemasonry from being Freemasons. Non-Freemasons know Freemasonry from morals and dogma, which again is kind of what Randall Carlson was talking about when he said, I've been to all the meetings. I'm a 32nd degree. I've sat in lodge with 33rd degrees. I'm active. I'm involved. I know Freemasonry because I'm a Freemason, whereas Pete Asplund seems to know Freemasonry from morals and dogma and probably other research as well. But again, it's not a substitute for being active and involved. Uh, and it should, hopefully, he would have the awareness to be very skeptical of everything he reads because he doesn't have the first-hand experience and take things with a bigger grain of salt. Going back to the idea of Luciferian, I've talked about this before as well, right? Albert Pike did not mean Luciferian in the sense of Satanism or Satan. He rather meant it in kind of the mystical way of Lucifer as a light bringer, almost as a Prometheus-like figure. I don't know who hijacked it or what he's referring to there. In terms of infiltrated all sectors of society, I mean, there was a time when Freemasonry was, in the 1950s, you had millions of Freemasons around the world. Some of them were politicians, some of them were car mechanics, some of them were janitors, some of them were plumbers. It was just a very popular social group. So you had people in different areas, but because there is no Masonic political ideology, they didn't, they couldn't, you couldn't hijack, you couldn't use Freemasonry to infiltrate politics because there are Freemasons who staunchly disagree on politics. There are liberal Freemasons, conservative Freemasons. So you never have them able to join, you never have them able to join in this type of conspiracy because they're not going to agree on even how they should act as Masons, let alone, or how they should act as politicians. And that's kind of the thing that people need to recognize, right? One of the reasons why Freemasonry could never and does not, hijack world governments or organizations is because there's not even agreement amongst Freemasons as to the best courses to take politically or otherwise. There are Masons. I ran for city council. Most of my Masonic brothers, I don't think voted for me because I have different views as them as to politics, which is perfectly fine, right? That's the way it should be. Uh, but I guess what I'd say to Pete Asplund is, I appreciate the first clause. It is always good to be skeptical of everybody, including me. The rest of it, though, it seems to me that you are pretty off the mark on a lot of it. And again, just keep in mind, there's a difference between reading morals and dogma and living a Masonic life and being involved in Freemasonry, meeting after meeting, day after day, month after month, year after year. Grok check. I don't know. Parody account. That's a problem that secretive societies have to deal with by their very nature, Randall. Why get so upset about it? You talk about people of the community, within lodges. Where are they? The West is not well, and you know it. If the Masons are good guys, say so and prove it. Till then, you'll be considered the enemy along with all other cabal elements of the families that run the world. Sorry. At least he said sorry. For me, okay, I think this Grok check character is right about the first thing he says. For better or worse, if you are a society that is private, that has secrets, whether it's Freemasonry or otherwise, then yeah, a certain percentage of people are going to talk poop about you and make up conspiracy theories about you. That is just the nature of people, right? Sometimes people sometimes people want to know secrets. Sometimes people don't want to know secrets. Rather, they want to be kept in the dark so they can talk shit and not be proven wrong. And that's just is kind of the nature of Freemasonry, for better or worse, right? No one can say that the idea of Masonic conspiracy theories are hidden in the world. So I guess I'd say, yeah, I try my best to not get upset about it myself, and I encourage others to not get upset about it as well. But when you say you talk about pillars of the community, you know, within the lodges, where are they? West is not well. So when he says the West with Rockcheck, when Rockcheck says the West is not well, I'm not sure if Grok check means the West as in like Western civilization, America, Canada, Europe, versus Eastern civilization. He's saying Western civilization is not well, or if he's saying the West as in the West Gate, which is something we sometimes as Masons use to refer to membership, new members. We'll talk about guarding the West Gate, which means being careful as to which members we allow to join, because we want to make sure we have people joining for the right reasons and not for negative reasons. So I don't know to which he refers, but yeah, Ryan, he could mean Western civilization. My response would be twofold. First, Randall can't tell you where or who the pillars of the community are because it's not his place to tell people who is and isn't a Mason, right? And that's just a matter of privacy and respect. I love talking about being a Freemason. Want everybody to know I'm a Freemason. Most of my friends are like that. There are some Freemasons I know who, though, are just private individuals, want to maintain their privacy. They don't like people knowing where they work. They don't like people knowing, what they do in their spare time. They don't like people knowing, anything about them, including that they're Mason. They're just private individuals. And I think sometimes that can hurt a lodge a lot when people who are pillars don't talk about the masonry, but ultimately, that's not Randall's choice to make. That's their choice to make. And so he can't point them out. What I would say though is, um, you know, uh, um, we can prove we're the good guys or good guys, not be good guys, but we are good guys based again on everything I talked about above. All of the money given to local businesses for catering and special events and programs and services, the ice cream shop, whatever it is, putting food on people's table, the benevolence we provide to families to keep them in their homes, the um, support for widows, support for orphans, charitable programs. I think all that stuff proves that we are not the good guys. We are a group of good guys. And also, the West is actually better than you think. I don't think it encourages us to be too cynical. And that does bring to mind one thing I forgot to mention above. Somebody asked above, what does Freemasonry provide to non-Masons? They asked for real tangible benefits. The other thing I'll mention is there are several places in the States. The Texas Masonic Retirement Community out of Arlington, Texas. Uh, Alma, Michigan has a Masonic care home. They have care homes for older individuals that are Masons, or it could be non-Masons. Sometimes it's widows of Masons who, and again, sometimes they have money but are just want to move in there to take advantage of the programs and services. Sometimes, um, it's it's widows of Masons. It's people who have nowhere to go and would be homeless were it not for retirement homes like the Texas Masonic Retirement Community. And they provide medical care, they provide recreational programs, a library. They provide so many things for these people who would be homeless without it. It's all part of the No Mason Left Behind program. That includes not just Masons, but non-Masons, wives, kids. In some cases, these homes are available for just the public. In some cases, you need to have a Masonic connection. But either way, non-Masons benefit from those things as well. Right? And I think that is something we as Freemasons should be very, very proud of. Next one. This is another one I like a lot. I'm going to share the screen once again. Again, if there's a pause for a moment, don't go anywhere. I should still come back on. Give it 1 second. Was from Logos. At Wandering Logos, July 12th. Over the last 25 years, I've been to the deepest conspiracies and back many times. The Masonic conspiracy is a tricky one because it's a huge organization and the vast majority of it is highly respectable, good natured men, despite the claims they have made. There appears to be a select group within the ranks of the 33rd degree Masons that have a lot of money, influence, and power. There's plenty of things worth questioning they've involved with. Even if they are up to no good, we shouldn't condemn the whole organization because many Masons die every year that have been nothing but lifelong servants to their communities. So I think this, again, is, and by the way, Courtney, joining Texas Freemasonry. Texas Freemasonry is incredible. And again, Arlington, Texas Masonic Retirement Community. Welcome back, Johnny. Thank you for being here. It's great to have you return. So I do really like what Logos says here. Even though I don't completely agree with it, I think he's on, or Logos, I'm assuming he is on the right track with this reply to Randall Carlson that has 3,500 views, 14 hearts, four, um, replies, and 1 repost. So he says, I like the part he says first. There are plenty of things worth questioning. I just think, just take that statement right there, that clause. I agree with that 100% in life. It's okay to ask questions. You just want to be careful about why you're asking them and how you're asking them. But asking questions, yes. And I like what he says here. The Masonic conspiracy, and I think he's using conspiracy in a very general term to mean any number of different conspiracies about Freemasonry. The Masonic conspiracy is a tricky one as it's a huge organization and the vast majority of it is highly respectable, good-natured men. So again, this kind of goes to what I was talking about earlier, and I agree with. Freemasonry is a huge organization, not as big as it used to be. And part of the problem when you have a huge organization, or really it's huge organizations because Freemasonry is jurisdictional, right? Texas is different than Ontario, but it's all. So I'm going to say huge. It's a huge umbrella. That's where I put it. Freemasonry is a huge umbrella. The vast majority are highly respectable, good natured men. However, it is absolutely the case that there are some, unfortunately, bad apples. I hate that term, but um, it kind of is. It is right. You are going to have some bad apples in Freemasonry. Some guys who are up to no good. That's just the nature of any group because Freemasons are people. Hopefully, Freemasons, don't allow people like that to join, or people join and we find out after that they're bad. We can deal with it by maybe bringing up Masonic charges to remove them from the craft. Certainly call the police if it's, however, whatever they're doing. But as you should, as Freemasons are told to. But the point is, that is an issue. Unfortunately, Freemasons acting negatively can stain the whole of a huge organization in which the vast majority are highly respectable. But it's this statement in the middle sentence. There appears to be a select group within the ranks of the 33rd degree Masons that have a lot of money, influence, and power. So that, I guess, I would have to disagree with because, well, first of all, it's a very vague statement: money, influence, and power. Influence over whom, power over whom. That's not really made clear. Is he saying the world, governments, Freemasonry, uh, even a lot of money? That's a very vague statement. Define a lot of money. Every 33rd degree in Canada has a lot of money as compared to, say, Freemasons in other parts of the world, in developing parts of the world. You need to keep that in mind, um, as well, right? And so, um, it's one of those situations where I think overall Logos has it correct, especially when he says we shouldn't condemn the whole organization because many Masons die every year that have been nothing but lifelong servants of their communities. I just think he's a little bit off when he talks about the idea of there being a 33rd select group. But you know what? I still think he's on the right track in this one. It's just the idea of a select group, money, influence, power. I don't know enough. It's too vague for me to kind of agree or disagree with. I need to know more what he means. Certainly, I would say 33rds don't really have any influence over Freemasonry at the lodge level. They may have some influence over Freemasonry in terms of Scottish Rite, but that's kind of another issue altogether. We're going to stop again. Johnny Rockwell. We'll take a break from this. I'll go back to it though because there's still more comments. I apologize from my statement earlier. I got the dates mixed up. The barbecue yesterday was a fundraiser for calamity-stricken areas. Awesome. I was just at the Philippines. I was in Manila. Awesome, awesome country. Beautiful place, beautiful people, so wonderful. Anybody who gets the chance, go to Manila. Go to the Philippines, especially if you're a Mason. Freemasonry is a huge deal over there. Travel, take your precautions, et cetera, to travel how you got to travel. And if any brothers uh, are in the New Jersey area on that date, on August 9th, you are more than welcome to come. I'd love to have a 33rd. I've actually had a few 33rd Masons on my stream, on my channel, but never a 33rd from New Jersey. So you know what? It would be a blast to have some 33rds from New Jersey on the channel. So by all means, have him get in touch. And Johnny, if you'd be so kind as to um, share with me the barbecue. Like if there's a poster, a flyer, a Facebook invite, something that I can share on my socials, I would be happy to do so. Uh, you say New Jersey area, like how big is New Jersey? If I were to fly into like the main New Jersey airport, which I don't know what it is, would it be challenging to get from there to the barbecue? Because I feel like New Jersey is a relatively small state, correct, as compared to maybe many other states. All of New England, I think, generally speaking, is much smaller of a state as compared to, again, when I think of New England. But yeah, it'd be wonderful to have him on the show. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to grab a call. And please, if you're just joining me for the first time, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So maybe for everybody watching this, there's no excuse. Find yourself the time. Make your way to Newark. Open to family and friends as well, I'm assuming. Open to Masons and non-Masons. I feel because I think you mentioned above it's a family barbecue that you guys have planned, right? Family district. Do you have people coming in from, let's say, New York, Pennsylvania, kind of Delaware, even? Is that whole thing is like the tri-state area, right? Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. When I was in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, I made it to I made it to a lodge in Delaware, which is really cool, and I made it to a lodge in New Jersey, which was also really, really cool. So I had a blast. Again, I'd like to go back. I really enjoyed Philadelphia. Philadelphia, by the way, one of the greatest Masonic lodges in the world, I would say. Masonic buildings in the world, but everyone has their beauty. Even Newark, I should say even, Westfield, New Jersey. i- every Masonic building has something that makes it special. I truly believe that. So don't ever appreciate your Masonic building, whether it's big, small, whatever it might be. You should always appreciate your Masonic buildings. Okay, going back to sharing the screen. Once again, if it goes dark for a second, just stick around. Okay, awesome. Maybe you'll get one from Canada. Who knows? All right. Sharing the screen once again. This is another comment from the Randall Carlson video uh, with 1,100 likes. Sorry, 1,100 views, 15 likes, 6 reposts. 30 years in the lodge, 32 degrees earned, and still know nothing. No truth, speculation only, all in caps for some reason. Again, this goes back to this idea of kind of what Randall was saying, which is how much more does Brother Randall Carlson need to do in order for people to believe him when he says what his experiences have been and what his views are? Do you know what I mean? When he says speculation only, even if he got to the 33rd degree, my suspicion is Paul would still be saying speculation only because he'd say, well, there's more degrees than you know about above you, type thing, and there's special secret degrees. Like, it's the constantly changing, constantly evolving goalposts that I think is the main problem that we as Freemasons deal with when we are trying to respond to some of these statements and some of these claims. Thank you for this, Randall. This is a more positive one, which got 803 views. As a child of Masonry, it's nice to read something based in reality and common sense for a change. My father-in-law is in the lodge and is. This is from Mike Creel. This statement got 1,500 views, 8 likes, 4 reposts. My father-in-law is in the lodge and is a fine man. I hear these stories and discount all of them because I think about him and know what kind of man he is. I think we look for a boggle man. I don't know what boggle means. To blame for things we don't understand. Some people are bad and do bad things, and people like to hang around. So for Mike Creel, I mean, I think boggle by boggle he means straw man, but I do agree. I think a lot of these Masonic conspiracy theories come from this desire of people to, the world is not going great for some people, or they feel like the world is not going great, and they're looking for someone to blame. And again, Freemasonry or something to blame, and Freemasonry can provide an opportunity for blame, unfortunately, for better or worse, and an easy boogeyman. I think that's what he might have meant, to kind of cast your conspiracies and your dispersions upon. Um, and then when you have experience with it directly, whether it be firsthand experience or having a father-in-law who's in lodge, you learn how that's not the case, which I think is a really important thing that we need to keep in mind. There is no substitute for experience. My grandfather, Oldsman 496. This statement got 1,400 views and 8 likes. My grandfather built the underground of, I don't know what WPAFB means, after World War II. He was a 32nd degree Mason, the most honest, hardworking, and respectful person I've ever known. I've spent time with Masonic halls, many. I personally never seen any of the world domination crap. It's a social club. Again, this just goes to show there is no substitute for experience, right? There is no substitute for being part of Freemasonry. Not even directly, just having family, friends, being in the buildings, all of that stuff will show you what Freemasonry truly is. By the way, welcome. If you're joining, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I am 2 hours and 19 minutes into my 24-hour live stream. and having an absolute blast. Right now, I'm responding to statements about Freemasonry on the Twitter machine on X. But please hit like, please hit subscribe, jump in the chat, say hello. I'll be here for 24 hours, so I'll be coming in and out of a lot of these streams. So I hope that you guys will join. Hit like, hit subscribe. It will be, I'm sure of it, a very fun event. Brandon Calise, 1,700 views, 8 hearts, 1 repost, 1 comment. That's me. Thank you for showing us your cards. I assume Brandon is not a fan of Freemasonry. Having said that, to Brandon, what I say is, Randall has always been pretty honest, to my knowledge, that he is a Freemason. I don't think it's like a new thing or him showing you his cards for the first time. I'm pretty sure he's often expressed these views on various podcasts. So I don't know kind of what that means, other than sometimes people who are anti-Freemasonry have this weird thing where if somebody's a Freemason but doesn't talk about it and comes out and says, I'm a Freemason and here's why I love it, it's like that person was lying all the time or not being honest. But there's no rule that says you have to tell people you're a Freemason if you don't want to, or you have to talk about it. I wish more Freemasons would talk about their engagement with Freemasonry, but it's not a requirement that they do so. So keep that in mind. 1,100 views. I don't know about Randall Carlson, but I made many videos talking about the truth of Freemasonry. And please like and subscribe to the podcast. Suliaman144. Most of the secret, and realize there are 13 levels above that. Well, Suliaman, this got 1,100 views as well and 5 comments, 6 hearts. That is not my experience by any means. In my experience, the secrets that matter are revealed in the first 3 degrees. Those are the degrees that matter. Entered apprentice, fellow craft, master mason. After that, it's all just specializations on the same theme. And certainly, I don't know where he is getting the idea of 13 degrees above, 13 levels above the 33rd degree. But yeah, what can you say, right? Other than you are incorrect. Plan F. Hey, look, man, it was a psyop with 1,900 views. I don't know what this means. Again, what was the psyop? And you see on here, bad take. Is it that Freemasonry is a psyop? Is it Randall Carlson was a psyop? I mean, that's the other danger of these kind of views or statements, right? Like you don't necessarily know to what you are responding. And because people will say things like, okay, Freemasonry is a psyop. And my response is usually, well, what makes it a psyop? What is a psyop? And they never have a really good answer to it, right? Uh, Same thing with saying like bad take. What is it about the take you find bad? And so there are a bunch of views on Freemasonry, unfortunately, for better or worse. But there have been a bunch of people joining our stream as well. And thank you to everybody who's joined so far. So far, it's been 58 views, and we are 2 hours and 23 minutes in. I'm going to be sharing the stream again on some social media sites in a second, taking a little bit of a break from reading these comments. So I'll be going back to it shortly. In the meantime, though, jump in the chat, say hello. If there's anything you want to talk about, please let me know. Johnny Rockwell, what do you think about some of these comments, and what do you think about some of the responses I've had to these comments thus far? And as always, if you guys could and would be so kind, if you are able, please share this stream on your socials. And I would really appreciate that as well. That helps more people find it. And anybody else watching this, what have you thought about these responses to Randall Carlson's video? Do you ever, as a Freemason, find yourself dealing with similar arguments, similar statements? How do you try to respond to them? Do you find that there's techniques you have that work really well? What would you say is, if you had any, like a go-to response to some of these arguments? And like I said, I'm just sharing this with some people, so we'll see who finds it. Um, as always, one of the things I love to do is every few hours when I'm live streaming, what I like to do is go on and just post a new link, just to remind people I'm still here. I'll be doing that a bunch during this stream because there's 24 hours of streaming and talking and chatting. The other thing is sometimes with Freemasonry, it's one of those things where sometimes people want it to be more exciting than it is. Like there's a lot of people streaming right now about um, Jeffrey Epstein and politics and Trump, which is certainly can be a more sensational uh, stream. However, right, it's not really related to Freemasonry, and so and some conspiracy theorists link the two, which is a whole other issue. And you end up kind of having to fight back against that, which can sometimes get you good views. But yeah, Courtney, I'm having a terrific time. Thank you, Courtney. I'm having a terrific time with you being here. What did you think of the some of the arguments I saw on X, and what do you think about some of my responses thus far? And to everybody else joining us, please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. "24-hour live stream." We are 2 hours and 2 hours and 28 minutes. I hope nothing else, one thing I've encouraged everybody to do thus far is check out Randall Carlson on X, on YouTube, wherever it might be. That stuff is he's a great Mason, and he's been very supportive of Freemasonry and his Masonic journey. So I hope that you guys will support him also. All right. I just took a moment to invite some more people to see if they want to join the chat. Probably in about another half an hour. I'm going to need to go and grab some food. But again, I'll only be gone for a couple minutes. If you ever come on the stream and I'm not here, I'll be back. I'm just taking a break to get some food and all that good stuff. Keep myself satiated for the whole 24 hours. Would hate to pass out during a stream. All right, let's go back with a few more of these comments on the Randall Carlson video. All right, let me just share the screen once more. Give it 1 second. So this was from APOC on July 12th, 88 years. He wrote, "The oaths you have taken are disgraceful, and you are not a man worth trusting. Those conspiracy theorists know more about your organization than you do. You realize we can read the oaths you take, right?" So, first of all, and one of the biggest things to keep in mind, I've talked about this a whole bunch, right? When he says you realize we can read the oaths you take. I'm going to share the screen one more time. I'm going to share it back on there. So you realize we can read the oaths you take. Now, my assumption is we that he's referring to there is conspiracy theorists, what he says here, right? Those conspiracy theorists. Well, the thing is, though, how does he know that the oaths that he or they or we are reading are accurate, are correct? If he's not himself a Freemason, how would he know if the information is accurate, if the oaths are accurate? Um, he doesn't have the personal experience, and then he's reliant on the author. How does he know the author was himself a Freemason? What is he basing that on, right? So again, there is plenty of correct information. There's also lots of incorrect information online. If you don't have firsthand personal experience, how are you then going to know for sure what is correct and what is incorrect? Right? That's always the response that I would give to that. To somebody who says, "Well, I've read the secrets online." How do you know those secrets you read are accurate? What is the metadata? What is the source? What is the author? Where does it come from? How do you know which jurisdiction it is to which you're referring? Because the oaths and the ritual in Texas is different than the oaths and the ritual in Ontario, is different than the oaths and the ritual in California, right? And so this just goes back to this idea of you can read whatever you want. If you don't have that firsthand experience, you need to be incredibly wary, take things with a grain of salt. And certainly, I would be very hesitant to call anybody who's a Mason disgraceful and not worth trusting. If you yourself don't have the basis on which to judge the accuracy of the information. That's not to say, you cannot you can be a Mason and so you can be a non-Mason and research and study Freemasonry, but you just have to be incredibly careful if you're not a Mason, that you're being extra careful as to the sources on which you are reliant. Um, one way to do so is is the source approved of by the local Grand Lodge of the jurisdiction, right? Otherwise, I could just post anything online, say this is Masonic. Who's to say if you're not a Mason whether I'm right or wrong? You know, or even sillier, this is Gnostic and Jews, or even sillier, the Freemasons are somehow the same as the Catholic Church and Jews. I agree with Gnostic informant. I kind of like that name. I find many of the what's the word? The conspiracy theories silly. The fact that it's constantly in the conspiracy theorists, we are both a Jewish cabal and a arm of the Catholic Church simultaneously. That has always struck me as very, very funny as well. So in this case, Freemasonry is Jewish and satanic, says Metaphysics EXE. With 154 views, you are the R word. My response: Freemasonry is neither. Right? Freemasonry is not a religion at all. It is not a Jewish religion, nor a satanic uh, religion, nor Christian, nor Muslim. Freemasonry welcomes men of all faiths and women of all faiths as well in the Order of Women Freemasons, but it is not itself um, a religion of any kind. And I think, honestly, I've said this before, that is, in my opinion, one of its greatest strengths. The fact that Freemasonry is not a religion, it's a civic organization, civil group, a social club, pick your term, that welcomes men of the community of all different faiths. And again, the Order of Women Freemasons as well. Musa 2002, and unfortunately, mud sticks, and it takes less effort to clean around than digging around the roots of the tree to see if the tree is rotten at the roots or just a few rotten rumored fruits. I do appreciate that a lot. I think that's a perfect analogy. I'm probably going to steal it, uh, to be honest. Right? Every club institute has its bad apples, and unfortunately, mud sticks to it and takes less effort to fling it around than digging around the roots of the tree. Yeah, it's one of those things where, if you want to consider like masonry as a tree, it's easier to just throw mud at the tree than actually do some decent research, become a Freemason, and study the roots. So I like that as an example. I think that works very, very well. And thank you again, everybody who's joined. If you are just finding the stream, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing, and let me know if there's anything that you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. As I keep going through these, Danny, 150 views, says, uh, "GD Randall, not you as well," with the sad emoji. Yes, me as well, Dan. Uh, I am a Freemason as well. Again, it's one of those things where I'm sharing the screen once more. It's one of those things where when he says not you as well, I think to me the implication is there's, a lot of us, which first of all, there isn't, certainly not in a historical context. There's about 850,000 Masons in the States, give or take, which is a very low number, historically speaking. So this idea of not you as well, I think it sounds as though there's this weird idea that Freemasons are everywhere, which we are definitely not. Or Freemasonry defenders are everywhere. Either way, I think Danny probably is laboring under some incorrect ideas as to the number of Freemasons that are out there, the number of Freemasons. I personally wish that there were more of us, as I've talked about in the past. Having said that, I am, grateful for every Freemason that there is, and grateful for everybody who defends Freemasonry online and talks about how valuable it is, including our friend and brother, Randall Carlson. We are everywhere. Hit the like button and subscribe button. I think you might be new to the stream. We are everywhere in every walk of life, every profession, every economic, social class. I mean, that is true. That is true. The problem is the phrase "we are everywhere" can sometimes come across a little bit, especially to conspiracy theorists, a little bit um, uh, ominous. What I would say is we as Freemasons represent everyone, if that makes better sense. We represent in our lodges, we represent every walk of life. We represent every profession. We represent every economic, social class. We represent every religious belief, every language, every race, represented in our Masonic lodges, which is something that is one of our greatest strengths. The fact that, unlike other groups, we are not exclusive, but rather we are inclusive. I think that's one of the most powerful one of the most powerful things about Freemasonry, and one of the things I love the most about it. Actually, there's a quote. Let me see if I can find this quote. It's something I wrote. By the way, Belton, are you new to the stream? Or have you been on before? I'm a Mason since 2007, a Freemason out of Windsor, Ontario, Canada. I'm actually a member of 5 lodges. Um, but my mother lodge is, and where I'm currently worshipful master, both of which is in Windsor, Ontario. Like I said, I've been a Mason since 2007. Um, and it's something that I'm very, very much love talking about. Sometimes overly so, which is exactly why we are seeing a bigger push to guard the West Gate. You're not wrong, although that is um, built in, when it comes to evergreen, I'm gonna use that term, purposefully. When it comes to evergreen Masonic debates, probably guarding the West Gate is near the top of the near the top of evergreen debates that seem pretty consistent. I'm not, and I don't know exactly how I feel about it. Like, I don't know. I guess I don't. When it comes down to the brass tacks of it, I'm not precisely sure what Masons mean by guarding the West Gate, right? So, do they mean, for example, like to me, when I think of guarding the West Gate, I tend to think of it more in terms of the practical questions that we too often do not ask. Like, our lodge meets Thursday evenings. Are you available Thursday evenings? Do you have work? Are we going to take your money, get you a first degree, and then never see you again, which is not what we want? Are you going to have a family? Like, are you young, about to have a family? And if so, will you have the time? Does it make more sense for you to maybe wait, focus on your family and work for now and join later when it's more conducive to you? As well as making sure, I believe we should, with new candidates, do a criminal record check. Make it clear, I don't believe that we as Freemasons should automatically decline any application based on a criminal record. But I think we should know if an applicant has a criminal record and then ask more questions to him so we know more about what happened, you know, what's the nature of the crime? Did he pay that to society? Is he trying to be better? Um, all of that stuff I think is really, really important as well. And there's something else. I also think we should do ask for health records for new candidate. So we can know, for example, do they have trouble sitting for long periods? The worship master knows that. He can maybe have them sit by the door and tell them they can leave without ceremony if sitting is becoming a problem for them for too long. Do they have trouble kneeling? Could that affect their ability to, during an obligation? And can we make the necessary modifications in order to make sure that that candidate can join? Um, and I also think we should do a record check. Sorry, a credit check to see what his financials are like, to see if he can afford. Not that Freemasonry is that expensive, but can he afford the dues? Can he afford um, the is he going to go into debt? And if so, is it better for us to tell him maybe get your financials in order first? I am new to the stream and I am Master Mason in the most worshipful Grand Lodge of Texas. I love Texas, Belton. Texas is incredible. I've been to Texas a few times. You guys have an amazing state and amazing Masons therein. Every Mason of guarding the West Gate. Some believe in fewer members of higher social class and more disposable income. Some believe we need to find better individuals who have better moral compasses. Courtney, this is Griff. Well, welcome, Griff. Welcome, worshipful sir. I just want to give that quote. Sorry, it's taking me a second to find it. Um, uh, Here it is. So I talked about why I love Freemasonry and what I think Freemasonry is strongest. When our Masonic building in Windsor was being built in 1921, the Grand Master came to Windsor, Grand Master Ontario, and he made a speech. And he said, Masonry teaches the lesson of universality. Some organizations are inclined to be narrow, but the Masonic order seeks to crush out prejudice and set up a high standard of morals for its members to keep before them. And I think that is a beautiful example of what Freemasonry is. I'm going to share that link or share that quote in there just so people can see it. I had to do it in two. Here's one. And here's this. Oh, here's the second one. So that's the idea of universality. So Belton, worshipful sir, one thing
I've thought a lot about. So I guess there's two things I would say about it. Aside from one thing I just mentioned, which is why I think we as Freemasons during the application process should require a criminal record check, a credit check, and a health check on an applicant. I know in Texas there's rules around certain felonies are inadmissible to be a Mason. I personally believe, and this is just my opinion, I speak for myself, that nothing on a criminal record check should automatically disqualify you from joining. But what you should do is ask questions about it in order to, learn what happened. And again, has he paid his debt? Did he learn? Has he taken counseling? All of these things. Because Freemasonry makes the world better, and it makes people, I believe, if they try, it can make people somewhat better, but it certainly makes the communities better. And I think it behooves us to give people a chance, and a second chance, and who knows, a third chance, a fourth chance. Thomas Kursipa. I hope I pronounced that correctly, Thomas. I think you might be new to this stream, Thomas. I hope you'll hit the like button and subscribe button if you are. Is it prejudice to do a background check and credit checks? I mean, I don't think so. So long as you do it for everybody. Obviously, if well, welcome back, Thomas. Then I'm sorry I forgot you're from before. It's wonderful to have you back. If, for example, you have a lodge where, I mean, they're a bunch of monsters and they're requesting credit checks and background checks exclusively on people of a certain race or age, like maybe for young or whatever it is, or certain something or other, then it would be prejudiced, and I would say that's not okay. But if they're doing it to everybody as a matter of course, then I don't believe it'd be prejudiced. Prejudice means to prejudge, right? So if you're saying, an applicant who is African American or Black gets a background check and credit check, but an applicant who is white does not, then that is prejudice because you're prejudging the Black candidate, and that's not okay. But to do it to everybody, regardless of who they are, I don't think it's prejudiced. Again, and also, I don't think it's prejudiced, again, because you're not automatically, again, this is my opinion. Many jurisdictions do it differently, right? Texas has different rules. New Jersey has different rules. Ontario has different rules. Ontario doesn't require criminal record checks. Illinois doesn't require criminal record checks at all. I don't think it's prejudiced because I'm not saying, in my opinion, even a bad credit score, or criminal record should not preclude you from being a member. It's just something to talk about because I have known brothers who, you know, who joined Freemasonry at a time when the cost of joining was about $500 to $600, but they just did not have that $500 to $600. Didn't want to admit it. Went into debt to do so. Right. Again, that's his choice. That's his right. But would it be terrible for Masonic Lodge to know that and tell him in advance, like, just so you know, it's not a ton of money. It's 500 to 600. For me, it was 500 to join. Some lodges it can be as high as 1,500 for an initial fee, and then after that, it's anywhere between $100 to $200 American per year. So it's not a lot, but just letting him know, like, hey, there is some cost to this, and you're not going to get money back from it. Um, so you need to keep that in mind and not put yourself in a situation where you're in trouble. I think that's a very valuable thing to do. And again, the health check, again, it's nothing precludes anybody. But hey, if your doctor says like this brother can sit for 20 minutes at a time, but then needs to stand up, the lodge needs to know that so they can organize meetings accordingly. Maybe have him close to a door, have him sit somewhere where him standing up is not going to be distracting, kneeling down, whatever it is, right? The more information you have, I think the better it is. Our lifetime endowment is 500, so 500 US, so 700 Canadian, something like that. That's pretty decent. That's a lot less than a lot of other places. So that's very decent.
those who have the will. Well, I mean, part of being a Freemason um, is having a willingness to conform to the Masonic system, right? I mean, there are many things in Freemasonry I wish were different. And I talk about them here, and I'm happy to talk about them here. Um, but at the end of the day, I am responsible for working within the system that exists. Um, so I don't get to say I think Freemasonry should be this way, so this is how I'm going to do it. I have to conform. Certainly, like if a vote doesn't go my way in lodge, I don't get to then ignore the vote. I have to follow what the lodge decided on. Belgian hunter, that can be communicated. So I agree that that can be communicated by the brother. Um, and I also understand with medical requests, there is some issues with privacy and record keeping, and it's up to lodges to follow rules around that. What I would say though is there may be, and I have experienced this, and you could say it's the brother's fault, and that's fair, but I have been in meetings and been in lodges where a brother passed out because um, he had a medical condition. He was diabetic, I think it was, and had a low blood sugar thing. He passed out, and nobody knew that you know he had this. So when you call the hospital, call the ambulance, we don't know what happened. We don't know his medical history. You're trying to give people, you're trying to give the ambulance whatever information you can give them to help this person, and you just don't know if you don't have that information. Um, and I know it would saddle them. What one thing I thought as a potential um, workaround is, you know, you um, you have the brother, uh, and I've been working this a bit. You have the brother write down his or get his doctor to write down his medications, his medical information, and his conditions on a piece of paper. That piece of paper does not go to the lodge, but goes in his wallet or on his phone or something where it's easily accessible. And then to the Masonic Lodge, what he gives to them is a piece of paper that says, my medical information is in my wallet behind my credit card, right? And the secretary has it. And that way, if that situation happens again, he passes out, we call the ambulance. We can also say to the paramedics that arrive, his medical information is in his wallet behind his credit card. And now the paramedics know, and the doctors at the hospital know what meds he's on, what his conditions are. Because again, it was a scary thing because you don't know what's happened. You don't know, what conditions he has. And again, all's well that ends well. But if we had known more, we could have told the doctors more. Maybe it would have made things a little bit better. We would have felt a little bit more in control. Um, so, I think that way you don't have HIPAA requirements because the medical info itself is not in lodge control, but rather the knowledge as to where to find the information is in lodge control. And even having, I think lodges should have for members an emergency contact. I brought this up before. Let's imagine I'm in lodge, me, Cameron Adamson, and I have a stroke and I'm not able to talk. I'm not able to communicate. I go to the hospital. Would anybody in the lodge know who to call to advise that I'm been taken to the hospital? They may know, for example, we should let Harry, my dad, know he's been in the hospital, but does anybody have a phone number by which to call? I asked that in lodge. I said, I have a stroke. I can't talk. I go to the hospital. Who do you call? And somebody said, we call your dad. And I said, do you have his phone number? They said no, right? So it's one of those things where, it's nice. I think lodges, there's a balance. And Belton, or sorry, Worshipful Sir, you're absolutely right. Um, you're 100% correct that the more you do, the more these different things come into place, HIPAA requirements and privacy concerns, and it's a really tough balance to find. And as you say, you don't need excessive information stored. I absolutely agree with you on that. But by the same token, also don't you also need I think I would bend or lean to the side of more information is better than less information, honestly, even with the risks. And again, there's ways to work around it. So, as always, like I said, it is personal responsibility to make sure the brother is storing his medical info in a place that's easily accessible. But it's also lodge responsibility to know where is that information, and if something happens, can we tell the doctors and nurses where to um, where to find it? Uh, they can, but again, it seems to me that emergency contact would not be an issue that is about privacy, right? Emergency contact seems to be a pretty common thing amongst most groups. Um, I also think, we as Freemasons need to spend a little bit more time with our own recording of our own qualifications. For example, I think every senior officer in a lodge, which I would define senior officer, Belton, I'm not sure if you might define it differently, as a worshipful master, senior warden, junior warden, treasurer, or secretary. I think from those five office positions, um, what you should have represented somebody with first aid training, somebody, which I have, by the way, somebody with what we call in Ontario smart serve training. Now, this probably doesn't apply to Texas, Belton, but in Ontario, if you want to serve alcohol in any capacity for any event, whoever's doing it needs to have a smart serve certification that's good for 5 years. Now, I know it's a bit different in Texas, but in Ontario and in many jurisdictions, you can have alcohol in lodges, but I think you need to make sure at least somebody in that group has the smart serve certification, not just for liability, but so they know if somebody's had too much, how to cut them off, what the responsibilities are in those cases. I also think we should have training as it relates to what we in Ontario call working with people with disabilities, how to make sure your group or building is as accommodating as possible to people with physical disabilities, whether it's being in a wheelchair, old age, mobility impaired, um, bad eyesight. And I also think, and this is something new, I think we as junior wardens certainly should have training as to food handler certification because we're serving guys food. I've done it many times. I just got my training now to have it. How do we make sure the food is prepared safely? How do we make sure we're not contaminating anybody? How do we deal with allergy issues? What what are some? I took it and I learned some things brand new I never knew before. That next time I'm junior warden, 'cause time is a flat circle. Uh, I'm going to feel more confident in preparing food and maybe trying some different things because I have that training now. I know what the dangers are, what the non-dangers are, and even women's training because many Masonic buildings, you're working with, different types of heating systems, cleaning supplies, chemicals, for cleaning supplies. Having women's doesn't hurt. And I think that we as Freemasons masters should record, okay, who in the lodge has first aid? Who has food handler certification? Who has smart serve? Every lodge needs proper defensive protocols in place. When you say defensive, you mean like for invasion? Invasion. Do you mean for like break-ins, people active shooter drills? Because I think that's wonderful, Belt, if that is, and that's something I've even suggested here. Is we as Freemasons in Ontario need to take our security seriously. We need to make sure our buildings are adequately secured, whether that's key fobs to record who's coming in and going out, whether that's video cameras to record, who's around our building, proper lighting. I think, cell phones for 911. I think we need all of that. That's what Tylers are for. That's true, but I don't want to put the entire thing on the Tyler to defend us against evildoers out there. Tylers can only do so much, especially when most Tylers are 95 years old. Texas changed. I had no idea, Belton, because I know that was. I don't want to be talking, sharing stories out of school, but I know that that was a very contentious issue in Texas in the past. Is the serving of alcohol, as it has been contentious in many jurisdictions in and around Freemasonry, in and around the world. But then, so I don't know what Texas has uh, in terms of requirements for serving alcohol. Again, in Ontario, you need to have what's called a smart serve license, and that allows the individual with a license to serve alcohol. It can be for a charitable event, whether you're getting paid, not getting paid, whether the alcohol is free or not, you still need that smart serve license. It's good for 5 years. It's not that expensive. It's easy to get. It mostly tells you how to recognize signs of over intoxication, how to cut people off, things of that nature, which I'm not opposed to by any means. With the sword, I mean, in Ontario, I'm sure it happens, but I mean, as a general rule, almost never would the Tyler be armed with like a gun or anything like that, if that's what you mean. Um, Texas might be different. I'm assuming Texas is different than Ontario, but yeah. I mean, but I've been saying for a while. One other thing I think we in Ontario need is some type of training on how to deal with, potential arson, shooters, just violent people, whatever it might be, right? Part of that is just securing your building. Again, are your doors locked? Are they secure? Do you have cameras that are recording? Do you have proper insurance to deal with these things? Uh, and then, for fire, for arson, whatever it is, and then what should the individuals do if they find themselves in that situation? So I don't know, Griff, if you are interested in teaching online and you ever want to be on my live stream to talk about ways to be safe and defensive in a lodge, I'd love to do an episode, because I think we as Freemasons, unfortunately, need that. They are. It's interesting, I have sat in lodge in Texas on a few different occasions. Loved it every single time. I think Texas, as I said, is an amazing, amazing state. But I don't recall. I never looked to see if the Tyler had a gun or not. I never bothered to even. I never even thought to check. I'd be really curious now to next time I go to Texas, might be soon, to see, because yeah, one of those little differences, one of those differences that you see. When you said Griff is a great teacher, Griff slash Belton slash worshipful sir, do you teach defensive courses for lodges? And if so, out of curiosity, what would you say is the biggest mistake you think lodges make when it comes to not being safe, or not being adequately defensively prepared? Might be the better way to describe it, better term to put. Welcome, Red Squid X Files. You have joined my 24-hour live stream. It is going to be a very long few hours. It is going to be a an endless now on the YouTube. If for whatever reason, I'm going to go through this stuff one more time. Sorry. If for whatever reason this stream stops working on my laptop, I will switch and stream from my phone instead. So if for whatever reason this cuts out or anything happens, just give it a few minutes, stay on the channel, and eventually I'll be streaming from my phone. if you ever come here and I'm not on camera, I'm not gone far. I've just gone. I'm going to move this out of the way. I've just gone to probably, so they shake the camera, just gone to grab a drink, grab something to eat, whatever else it might be. So don't go far. Out to the washroom. I'll be back. And every few hours, I'm going to change topics. But at any given point, if somebody jumps on and says hello, I will happy to talk to them. So the other thing, Griff, we were talking about earlier is guarding the West Gate. And another idea I had, and Griff, let me know what you might think of this. I'm assuming you might be opposed, so I don't know for sure. One of the issues we are facing in Freemasonry, and I think this is truly the biggest issue we face in Freemasonry, is not um, a lack of new members. Rather, it's a lack of engagement amongst members that we already have. And hold on just one sec. Start this poll. And there have been a million, talking about evergreen debates, there has been in Freemasonry, and I'm sure, Griff, you've been a part of some of these. There have been a million debates, discussions, questions around how do we get, Masons who are not engaged to be engaged, to show up to lodges again. Sometimes they are known as or called, um, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Rusty Masons, right? Is sometimes what you hear them called. And, do we do more education? Do we do more outreach? Do we do more social activities? Do we focus more on good ritual? The answers are all over the place. Uh, and I've started to come to this conclusion more and more. I don't know if it's anything that we as Freemasons can do. I just think there might be certain personalities and certain personality traits that are more likely to be and remain engaged within Freemasonry, and more personality traits that are more likely to not find it interesting, right? And I think if we were to test new applicants, give them a personality test, a Brooks Meyer, for example, see, if we could test them, maybe we'll start to see, your personality may not necessarily enjoy Freemasonry or may not want to come out to many. Whereas other people, their personality may be such that they'll say, people with your type of personality tend to enjoy Freemasonry, right? The way you do that is you go to a Masonic lodge. You actually, Masonic lodges, you'd have to do more than one to get a good sample size. You personality test all the Masons um, who want to take it, and you divide up the testing or the final tests into two groups. One or two groups. You have one group of people who are active in Freemasonry and who spend, are regularly showing up, and one group who, uh, the group who are not active, who are not engaged. I would say any group that is any Mason who attends at least 2 meetings per year would count as engaged, as a definition. And then you see if there are certain personality traits that are consistently being tested for. And if those traits are consistent amongst the active Masons, then maybe when you're guarding the West Gate, you try to focus on members that share those same personality traits under the hope, the assumption, the belief that they will show up more often. I mean, I don't know for sure, but honestly, I've heard a lot of different people with a lot of different ideas as to what will get Freemasons showing up. And I don't know if we've got a great answer thus far. The personality trait that I've noticed that seems to be most correlated with Masonic activity and Masonic engagement is the N, which is the N personality trait stands for intuitive, and it's correlated to imagination, open-mindedness, and curiosity, which begs the question, are imaginative, open-minded, and curious people more likely to engage in positive Masonic performance or positive Masonic engagement, at least 2 meetings per year, and have an overall more positive Masonic experience? Could Masonic lodges test for these personality traits during the application process? Are there other personality traits that may even more so correlate to a positive Masonic performance? Sorry, Belton. I think I missed something you said above. Because I see you say here, sorry, forgive me. I'm going to keep calling you Belton. I hope that's okay. I know your name is Griff. I just find it easier when I'm reading. I hope you'll forgive me. And from firsthand experience, any pushing, prodding. So you're not wrong about Ryan. I'll eat bangers and mash with you. I mean, I'm not a huge fan. Bangers and mash is sausages in Yorkshire pudding, right? I love Yorkshire pudding, and sausages are great. Um, I forgive me if I missed something above Belton. You're not wrong. So what I would say is, the older demographic would not themselves be kind of subject to a lot of this stuff. It would be the newer guys coming through and guarding the West Gate. Although what I would say, I don't know the stats of Freemasonry in Texas per se. I know in Texas, not in Texas, excuse me, in America, it's year by year, both the membership altogether and what seems to be the number of Masons attending meetings. In Ontario, it's dropped. So, um, it's one of those questions where I don't know what all the answers are, but I think in some ways, this is just my opinion. Again, as a Mason since 2007, take it for what it's worth. Treating Freemasonry as more professional endeavor where there exists, requirements might create an environment that people are more likely to want to attend and go to. Again, the reason I get my first aid, the reason I get my food handler certification, the reason I pay attention to things like our insurance, building safety, I have my WIMIS is because not for me, it's because I care about the brethren and I want them to be in an environment that's as safe as possible. So I know if somebody has an issue, a heart attack, I'm confident I have my first aid. I know what to do. If my advice gets taken, I know that they have their medical information on them, and I can tell the first aid responders where that is, and I will know who to call. I know I'm not encouraging somebody to join something or allowing somebody to join something if it may affect them negatively financially, at least without giving them that heads up. So, it's one of those things where I don't know if it's the right approach to take, but the other approach, which seems to be a little bit more loose, a little bit more fun, more an emphasis on fun, less an emphasis on, for lack of a better term, the more professional side of it. I don't know if that's working, but that's just my opinion, right? As Belton says, the average age of Mason, Texas is 67 years old. It's going to drop soon. Um, uh, Yeah, support, encourage. I understand what you're saying with that, Belton. Obviously, I would never, I would never encourage anybody to join. I would support them joining, but again, I don't know if I'd want to support somebody joining if they are joining and putting themselves in a position where there's a financial strain from it, because that then affects the family. At the end of the day, they make the choice, um, right? They 100% make the choice. Um, but I think being honest with guys sometimes a little bit about, as somebody who's been around it for a while, about some of the pitfalls. You don't want to support somebody joining and then you find out afterwards they didn't enjoy it. You want it, as a sponsor, not even a sponsor per se, just somebody in the lodge who might be meeting with the guy, who might be part of the mentoring committee. Support needs to be honest, and that goes back to this idea of guarding the West Gate and what the West Gate means, and how do you guard it. And I certainly don't have all the answers, but I love talking about it. Um, you know, Although even the idea of encouraging, not encouraging, I mean, in Ontario, there's a lot of talk about solicitation versus improper solicitation. Um, you know, Sometimes these words get kind of squirrely. What I always say is Freemasonry is something that I believe makes the world. So Freemasonry is something which I believe gives people the opportunity to fight for a better world. And if that is something that other people are interested in, then I encourage them to join. And I support them joining. But at the end of the day, they have to decide for themselves. Many great brothers join in times of destitution, struggles, and low points in their life. And personally, I don't disagree. I mean, I think oftentimes Freemasonry can help brothers. Well, I mean, they wouldn't be brother at that point. Freemasonry can help applicants who then become brothers who are joining during periods of destitution, struggles, and low points. I 100% agree that Freemasonry can help them and provide them with opportunities to grow from. It could be from their vices. It doesn't even have to be from their vices per se. It could be. I got a lot of Coke bottles, Ryan, because I'm going to be here for 24 hours. It could be even from like it might not be their vices per se. It might just be just shitty luck, shitty times. They got laid off from work. Who knows? Like I certainly, um, I'm a big believer in like I said, I don't believe there's any piece of information, Belton, that should automatically exclude anybody from being a Freemason. So that includes like criminal record check. I don't think anything on the criminal record check should automatically exclude you from being a Freemason. Um, Medical stuff, credit checks, like I don't think anything should be an automatic exclusion. But I think the more information we have as Freemasons, the better we'll be able to work with newer Masons. So, for example, if they're joining in a lower point in their life, and we as Freemasons, especially as a sponsor, understand that and know that, and maybe even it's just a matter of not everybody in lodge needs to know that, but a sponsor needs to know that. We can, spend more time working with them, helping him out. What does he need to get through this low point? But you need to have that information. And there's some brothers who may just be not comfortable sharing that, or newer Masons who may not be comfortable sharing that. But the counter of that is it does limit our ability as Freemasons to help them necessarily. Um, Freemasonry can help men who reach out. You said men in capitals there. I do want to say, and I think Belton, you and I may disagree on this. I think Freemasonry helps everybody, including women. There is the Order of Eastern Star, which is a great Masonic organization. There is, which is, for women. There is the Order of Rainbow, which is for young girls, Masonic youth group. And there is, even for me, I give them big support, and I think they're a great organization. The Order of Women Freemasonry. There are lodges in Ontario. There are probably lodges in Texas too, to be honest. Now, they're not recognized. There was a time when they were actually in the I forget when now, 1905, I think, is when they stopped being recognized. But I give support to them as well. I can't sit in their lodge. They can't sit in my lodge, but certainly I 100% support them. They've been around since 1870. No worries, Belton. I've lost many a people over the years. And again, just to make it clear, I speak exclusively for myself, nobody else. But you have Eastern Star in Texas, right? Unless I'm mistaken. I believe you have Eastern Star. And I think you have Rainbow as well, or certainly Job's Daughters, but Rainbow also. We as Masons 100% need to spend time amongst the brethren. That is absolutely the case. Um, Freemasonry, part of what Freemasonry needs is it needs in-person lodge meetings. Now, if for whatever reason you can't attend an in-person lodge meeting, there's other ways to get fellowship. I'm still a believer that we as Freemasons need to take advantage of online um, online what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, I can't think of it now. Like Zoom meeting, stuff like that, like during the pandemic, because there are brothers who may be sick, they may be in hospital, they may have traveled out of town, they may live far away, and if you don't, reach out to them, and maybe you can do an informal Zoom get together where you just hang out and talk. It's not a formal meeting, it's not official, it's not tiled. You still need dispensation, but you can chat with your Masonic brothers who have moved away and you have to communicate with them. I think an online presence is incredibly valuable and sometimes overlooked. I think during the pandemic, it was absolutely terrible. Don't get me wrong. But one silver lining was during that time, due to Masonic online presence, I got to reconnect with brothers who had moved away, who no longer sat in lodge with me because their province is over. I got to bring in guest speakers online for virtual meetings from Scotland, Tennessee, St. Louis. I didn't have to pay for their flights, didn't have to worry about paying them anything. They could just join from their own home and provide a presentation. There's a lot of benefits to it, but I do think spending time with our brothers in person is vital. Yes, we have Rainbow and Order of Eastern Star. Well, they're not Masons, but they are part of, I mean, I count them as part of the Masonic family, right? And you can pick your term for it. I view Freemasonry as an umbrella term. Um, and Freemasonry refers to groups and organizations which at some point or another have some type of connection to stonemason guilds. So Order of Eastern, Rainbow, for example, it is a Masonic youth group. Freemasons were uh, evolved from or founded through stonemason guilds, so they're part of the family, they're part of the umbrella, right? I do 100% believe them view Rainbow, Order of Eastern Star, even Order of Women Freemasons as part of the Masonic family and part of my family. Um, and I'm proud to have them. Same with D. Molay. Now, the rules, and same with Prince Hall, same with, oh my gosh, I mean, the rites, same with Shrine. It's all part of a Masonic family. It's a very one that drives me absolutely crazy. Don't get me wrong, um, because brothers and family, and that means we fight, but also one that I'm very proud to be part of, even when it drives me crazy. One thing I do want to mention above, and so, yeah, I consider the Order of Women Freemasons part of my family as well. Um, so there's Masons, and then there's the Masonic family, and the Masonic family is much broader. Heck, even the I don't know, Belton, how big your Masonic building is where you meet, but I can speak for uh, maybe Detroit. I can speak for mine, like the volunteers and the people who are part of our Masonic building who are not themselves Masons, but who either keep it clean, make it hospitable for Masons to meet there, organize events there, bring in revenue for us. Our janitors do the lawn. I 100% view them as part of my Masonic family, right? I got to respect them. Without them, we wouldn't have a safe, clean place to meet. So I think part of what we should understand as Freemasons is yes, we have our brothers in lodge, but Freemasonry is as much about looking outward as it is about looking inward. It's as much about looking towards community and creating families outside the lodge who are nonetheless part of it as within the lodge. Um, I think sometimes, and this is just my opinion, once again, I speak for myself. we as Freemasons are sometimes get a little bit narrow in how we define it. Well, so I don't know. Again, I don't know a lot about Texas obligations. Um, Freemason has a specific term. Masonic family, it's not really defined in, at least in my obligations. The term Masonic family was not defined, um, which kind of leaves it to me to define based on what I see in terms of how our Grand Lodge acts, how UGLE acts. I do tend to take a lot of my directions. Well, my obviously first and foremost, it's my Grand Lodge, the Grand Lodge of Canada, Province of Ontario, as to how I view family. But then, I do tend to take a fair bit of direction, and at least my thinking, from UGLE and how they act, United Grand Lodge of England. Having said that, Belton, I am actually an affiliate member of Tranquility Lodge out of Texas. So I am a Texas Freemason and proud of it. I'm also a member of a lodge in Israel and then 3 lodges here in Ontario. So, but I don't know if Masonic family, like I said, I don't know if Masonic family is defined in any obligations, at least none I've heard of. But you look at, for example, even in Texas, in my opinion, maybe one of the crown jewels of Freemasonry uh, is the Texas Masonic Retirement Community. I think every Texas Freemason should be insanely proud of the Texas Masonic Retirement Community for everything it does for Masons and widows and family. You know, I would consider everybody who works there and everybody who is there as part of my Masonic family. So yeah, it is a loose term. Some may argue I'm a little bit too loose with it, but I'd rather be too loose and welcoming with it than maybe the other way. So, for whatever it's worth. But again, I speak exclusively for myself, and I kind of let people. Everybody gets to every. The beautiful thing about Freemasonry, and one of the things I always point out to people who say it's a cult for some reason, is if it was a cult, we'd all have to think the same way, and we all do not have to think the same way. So welcome. So Freemasonry, the Mason. Let me put it this way: the Masonic family is for everybody. Maybe that's what I'll say. I hope everybody is doing well, though. Once again, if you're new to the stream, I hope you'll take a moment. I hope you'll hit the like button, and I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. I wish I was joining the Mafia, Ryan. Like Ryan, you're part of my Masonic family, so there you go. I It'd be a lot more fun if I was part of the Mafia, I suppose. But I couldn't be part of the Mafia because we in Freemasonry, at least our obligations here in Ontario, one of the big elements is we need to be respectful and obedient to the laws of the country in which we live, or the laws of the country to which we, um, will call home. So if I'm traveling to Texas, I need to be respectful of the laws in Texas, for example. So, um, I would not be able to. I would not be able to join the mafia and be a Freemason. I'd have to pick one or the other. And I would pick Freemasonry because the mafia seems like a very scary life. Oh, Ryan McKee is #1 on the leaderboard, by the way. Congratulations to that. Welcome, everybody. If you're just joining, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing, and let me know if there is anything that you want to chat about. Um, we were reviewing and going over. Well, you got the thing next to your name. It says, #1. That's got to count for something. We were going over Randall Carlson and some of the comments that he got on um, his Twitter or his X. Um, what's it called? X post, and that was really great and a lot of fun to check those out. I do want to mention above, Belton mentioned, lodge politics. Lodge politics will always exist. Unfortunately, it's human nature is that politics of different sorts will always exist. But Courtney, for whatever it's worth, just don't get too, my opinion, don't get too sucked up into it, especially when you're just joining. Just hang out and have fun, right? Life's too short to worry about anything else. Have fun, enjoy it. You'll have a blast. Um, kind of follow your mentor's advice, follow your sponsor's advice, and just go from there. But you're going to crush it, I've no doubt. Interesting. The number of it all takes time, absolutely, which is very, very true. Should Freemasons engage in personality testing of new applicants? Yes, 57%, no, 43%. I'm surprised the yeses are in the lead. I thought no would be higher. Quit studying. Yeah, Belton is not wrong. If Belton you're talking to Courtney, honestly, you can. It's more fun to just I mean, I guess I do appreciate you being here. Don't leave my stream. Thank you very much. But just go in with it. Just go in and have fun. You'll have a blast. You'll have an absolute blast. And yeah, the politics, it just is what it is. It's everywhere. It's part of, everywhere I've ever worked, everywhere I've ever joined, everywhere my friends have ever worked, there's some type of politics. It's sports teams, there's locker room politics, there's office politics. It's human nature. So don't worry about it too much. Just enjoy yourself and have fun. I know, Belton, if that advice sounds good to you. And thank you again. Empty mind and open heart. Definitely agree with Belton on the second one. Keep an open heart. Maybe open mind. I don't know about empty per se. So I suppose, when you're joining Freemasonry, um, having a bit of an empty mind isn't so bad because it helps you absorb everything, right? A big part of kind of when you're first joining is how much of Freemasonry can you absorb, but a lot of that just comes through time, just comes through time and effort, which is what I love about it as well. It's progressive in that way. Yeah, I would. Well, yeah, let's not have the mind fall out, but yeah, go into your EA degree definitely with an open heart. And I've never heard the phrase empty mind and open heart. I don't know if that's a Texas phrase, but it's not a bad one. It's not a bad one at all. And I'd also take Ryan's advice. It takes time, so don't rush it. You know, I've been a Mason since 2007, and I still am learning new stuff every day. Um, I will defer it to Belton on that one. I had a little bit of a different experience. I mean, my dad's a Mason. He's on the stream here somewhere. Um, or he was on the stream. I don't know if he's still there. This is a 24-hour stream, so it's going to be a long one. And I didn't study Freemasonry precisely before I joined, but I knew, I knew the basics. I knew just because I went to Christmas parties and events and I saw lodge rooms and I had a pretty decent idea as to what it was about. Um, and I didn't find that. I mean, I still remember very fondly my personal experience, but I do agree you can have people sometimes get too in like it's very fun to go in without any preconceived notions. Um, right? It's without any preconceived notions and just enjoy the experience. Because what can happen is if you do too much studying of specifics, you end up in a situation where it's not what you expected, or it's different than what you expected, or you're trying to think as to this is what I thought it would be versus being present. you want to be present. That's the key. And if you've done a bunch of studying and research, then it can be hard to be present. Um, Interesting. So 1 year for EA, 1 year for Fellowcraft, and 90 days. So when you say, so yeah, take your time. Belton, I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean by like, does that mean so in Ontario, it's a little bit different. It's it was at least when I was going through, and it's still it's there's no maximum time, there's a minimum time. So you need to be an entered apprentice for a minimum of 30 days before you can apply for your master mason. But you can be an entered apprentice forever, if you so choose. And you need to be a fellow craft for at least 30 days before you can go on to your master mason degree. But you can be a fellow craft forever. When you write that, so let's say I'm an entered apprentice and I wait longer than 1 year. What happens? Do I just have to restart? Am I stuck at EA? Or because I can go from EA to Fellowcraft, 35 days into my Masonic journey or 10 years into my Masonic journey in Ontario. Uh, for Catechism turn in the difference between so it's hard to talk about the difference between countries. Okay, so yeah, we don't have that extension rule in Canada, at least in Ontario, I should say. We don't have the extension requirement. We have the minimum, but there's no maximum. And I know some Masons who've been entered apprentices for. One was famous for being entered apprentice for like 20 years or something. So it's tough, Ryan, to answer your question because it's not. Freemasonry is jurisdictional, but it's not jurisdictional between countries. It's jurisdictional between states and provinces. Okay, that makes sense because here they do. EAs and fellow crafts do pay their dues. So that would make a lot of sense as jet extension. Yeah, you're paying dues as part of your application. So when you join, you pay an application fee, which could be in Ontario, it could be anywhere between $500 and $1,500, somewhere around there. And then you pay your first year dues prorated. So let's say your dues are $100 per year and you're joining in June, you would pay your $500 initiation fee and then $50 to cover half the year for half your dues, basically. And then the next year, you pay the full $100. But you pay your dues, as soon as you join. Um, so like the way, for example, Texas does its applications and its applicants in terms of the requirements is different than the way Illinois does. It's different than the way California does. It's different than the way Ontario does. So, like for example, um, and I could be mistaken, Belton, but I think I'm correct in this. In Texas, a criminal record check is a required part of the the lodge application process. You need to do a criminal record check. Whereas in Illinois, it's not required. Lodges can do it, but it's not a requirement. Even ages are different. So in Ontario, you have to be 21 years of age or older to join a lodge. In Texas, I believe it's 18, if I'm not mistaken. In Michigan, it's 18. Oh, it is not. Okay, so there are some jurisdictions where it's required. I'm just not sure which ones off the top of my head. Um, I have to double check that. I thought Texas for some reason. I don't know why. But there is a rule about, for example, if somebody has a felony, they're not able to become a Freemason in Texas, right? I could be wrong about that as well. Um, but so there are different requirements. I know in Illinois, for a while at Grand Lodge, they put forward a motion um, at the Grand Lodge to make criminal record checks a requirement before joining, but it turned out it got voted down. Lodges can still do it of their own accord, and I think they're kind of encouraged to, but it's not a requirement that lodges do so. But so again, every jurisdiction is kind of different ages, different forms to fill out, different obligations, right? The obligation in Ontario is different than, let's say, the obligations and the degrees themselves in Texas, in Illinois. But that is one of the really fun things about Freemasonry. I talked about this earlier, right? Which is, um, Freemasonry is a family. I love traveling to Texas, Missouri, Illinois, seeing their degrees, seeing their initiation, their degree, and seeing the differences. And yet, um, it's all, what's the word I'm looking for? It's all part of the family, and you still feel, even if it's different ritual, you feel like you know it. If that makes any sense, even if you hear it in a different language. Okay, Belton. And then, so is it up to the person applying to advise the lodge in advance if he has such a type of offense? Or um, so yeah, I think there's other differences too. Even right in Texas, you have your as Belton was saying, right? You have degree fees set for lodge, so you don't, when you join as an entered apprentice, you don't pay dues right away in Texas. You pay just a flat fee set by the lodge to be a worshipful, to be an entered apprentice, and to be a fellow craft. And you have the 30-day minimum, 1 year maximum, or needing an extension, uh, which I don't know if that's everywhere, right? Like in Ontario, again, and Manitoba, I know as well. As soon as you join, you're paying your fees, you're paying your dues, and as well as an initiation fee, right? So the lodge is allowed to check and encouraged to check. Okay, but it's not a requirement. Masonic lodges can attract and retain members only for community rooted in values, dedicated personal growth and service. That is very true, Courtney. I mean, that's the question, right? How do we? This goes to something I wrote about, which is called gamification, which is something I think we in Freemasonry could potentially benefit from. Let me see if I can track this down. Basically, what gamification is a study of people's motivation, why it is that they would be interested in joining something, and then speaking to those motivations, right? And then after you go from the motivation part, why they would be interested in maintaining membership therein. Um, because the motivation that someone has to join Freemasonry and the motivation someone has to remain active in Freemasonry at the 10, 20, 30-year mark might be very different. If they joined initially out of curiosity, and what was motivating them was they were curious about Freemasonry, can you keep that curiosity, you know, um, can you continue to keep them curious after 10 years as a Mason, right? Probably not. So they need to think about what is the changing motivations depending on your level of involvement and time in the chair and personality, right? And so let me see if I can find it now. I called it "It's More Than a Game." By the way, I published all these on Medium, so if you ever get the chance to check out my Medium page, I write a lot about Freemasonry on there as well. Something I really enjoy doing. Just waiting for it to come through. So games have the amazing ability to keep people engaged for a long time, build relationships and trust between people, and develop their creative potential. Um, Again, keeping people engaged for a long time is critical. Keeping Masons engaged for a long time is critical. Um, right? Most systems are function focused and designed to get the job done quickly, right? This is like a Masonic lodge and assumes that Masons will do their job. However, human focused design remembers that people in the systems or Masonic lodges have feelings, insecurities, and reasons why they want or do not want to do things. Optimizing feelings, motivations, and engagement. Right, a common challenge amongst Masonic lodges and bodies is the ability to maintain engagement amongst its membership. This challenge is reflected amongst all membership levels, from its newest entered apprentices to its oldest past masters. Some will point out Masonic retention rates, how many members retain their membership, and for how long, as being very high. However, retention is not and should not be the primary Masonic concern. It's not about how long somebody keeps their membership. The primary concern should be member engagement, defined as how often a member communicates with his Masonic lodge or otherwise attends Masonic events, including but not limited to regular meetings or degrees. I would define an engaged member as a member who attends a minimum of 2 Masonic meetings per year. In this author's in my personal anecdotal experiences, pursuant to the above definition, over 50% of North American members are not engaged, meaning they're attending less than 2 meetings per year. How can we increase engagement? One possible answer is gamification. Gamification is the application of typical elements of gameplay, point scoring competition with others, rules of play, to other areas of activity, typically as online marketing techniques to encourage user engagement with a product or service. So, switch other areas of activity with Freemasonry, user with members, and product or service with Masonic meetings or activities. And what do you get? Gamification is the application. Sorry, gamification is the application of typical elements of game playing to Freemasonry, typically as a technique to encourage members' engagement with Masonic meetings or activities. So, is it possible to gamify member engagement? Is it possible to apply typical elements of game playing to Freemasonry, thereby encouraging engagement with Masonic meetings or activities? The answer is yes, based on Yu Kai Chow's Octalysis framework, right? Um, every Freemason concerned with or considering how to increase member engagement needs to check out the framework, which describes the 8 core motivations or drives by which or through which people engage in activities. By exploring these 8 drives and the categories in which each drive resides, Freemasons will get a better understanding of the motivations which both encourage and discourage member engagement and potentially renew engagement amongst discouraged membership. What is the desired behavior? Increase membership engagement. Which core drives will motivate the desired behavior? So I'm going to see if I can actually get a picture of this so you guys can see it. See the actual um, motivations. The Octalysis framework is called. I want to get one that's not too hard to read. Let me see if I can share this screen. Just give me 1 second. Strong leadership engagement, that matters a lot. You are absolutely correct. By the way, to everybody joining, please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. I would truly, truly appreciate it. And let me know how it's going. Oh, get rid of that. I was going to take a second for it to show up on screen. Welcome, Spirit. Thank you for being here. I think, yeah, I've asked this before, right? So um, we're in the same. So I think you said no previously, but welcome back. By the way, how's it going, Spirit? Let me know how you're doing. I'm going to give a second for the screen to share. And actually, this may be a good moment. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go 10 more minutes. Then I'm going to take a break, grab some food because we are 4 hours into my 24-hour live stream. And thank you, everybody who's joined so far. Once again, keep letting me know how I look, how I sound. If I ever have any technical difficulties or issues, please let me know. And welcome, everybody. We are here chatting about Freemasonry for 24 whole hours. I am 3 hours and 50 minutes in. Um, Actually, let me try to change this poll question while I'm here. And don't forget to share this with other people on your screen, or sorry, in your social media feeds. We're doing another poll question. Give me one sec. Of these 4 motivations, which one best describes what motivates you? We're going to do 4 and 4. Let me know how you're doing. We're here chatting about Freemasonry, epic meaning, empowerment. What else do we got? Social influence. Or I'm going to talk about what each of these means in a second, by the way, so don't worry. Unpredictability. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, we're going to start this poll. And actually, you know what? I think now would be the best time to go and take a 5-minute break. I'm going to be grabbing some food. I'll be back in 5. Actually, less than that, probably. Grab some food, run to the washroom, and then we'll be starting the second 4-hour block. There we go. I think we're back. So, 24-hour stream, 4 hours done, just about. I guess that works to what? I can't do math. 1/6. We are 1/6 of the way there. All right, I will be back in 5 minutes. I'm going to give you guys my co-host. This is my co-host, Mason the Moose. Be nice to him. He's watching you. Say hello to him on the chat. Let me see if I can get him better set up there. All right, I'll be back. Just going to run to the washroom quickly, and then we're going to talk about the Octalysis framework, motivations for Freemasons, particularly motivations to keep Freemasons interested in and engaged with Freemasonry. All right, I'll be back in just 2 more minutes. I promise you, we're almost there. I am back. What am I having? Still number one, Ryan, by the way. Still number one. So congratulations. What am I having for actually put this back a little bit though? I'm not having dinner yet. I'm having like a snack. I don't think I'm gonna have like a full-on dinner. See how this looks? I think I'm gonna just have a bunch of snacks throughout the whole night. So I got right now I got these. I love these things. I'm gonna get this as charcuterie. It's like cheese, meat, crackers, and then I got granola bars, and I got my pop. I got a bunch of these chips, pop, I got granola bars, and rocket it out. When possible, try to buy Canadian, support local. Everybody here is doing well. Oh, it's great. Everybody should get these. I'm not paid by Schneider's, I promise, but get yourself some Schneider's Lunchable things. They are so good, and they're so easy. And they're good anytime. You can have breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It's great every time. Okay. I hope nobody has that thing where they hate the sound of chewing. Mute this for a second. All right. So before I left, as I was saying, when it comes to Freemasonry, right, one of our I do, but people are weird about that like sound. I know some people hate the sound of chewing. I don't know why. They're super like weird about it. The sound of chewing never bothered me much, but I forget what it's called. Where like when you hear the sound of chewing, it drives you crazy. But it's a real word. All right. So Gonna get rid of this guy again. If I could eat my cheese. Oh my gosh. I need chopsticks over here. So, how do we determine in Freemasonry the motivations that not only will encourage people to join? I have no idea. Gouda. Gouda cheese and toasted rounds. Honestly, sometimes what I like to do, I discovered this great recipe. I'm going to talk about now for a second. Is those hash browns that are like McDonald's style hash browns, where it's like one block of potato kind of thing? You fry those, you cook them in the air fryer, but then on top of them, you put two slices of the cheese, two slices of this meat, and then when it's done cooking, you put them together and you create like a cheesy hash brown sandwich. It's the bomb. Believe me. I promise you, you all want to try that. My like breakfast sandwich of choice. Actually, I'm almost finished this. So let me just go one more second and finish this before I keep talking. If I can get this out of the thing, that is. What about you, Ryan? What are you having for dinner? All right, last cracker. I got my Coke to wash it down. Hope nobody minds a little bit of chewing sound on the microphone. I've also got Chips Ahoy cookies to keep me, you know, working during this 24-hour live stream, of which we are 4 hours in thus far. And thank you, everybody who has joined in the last little bit. I truly, truly appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. All right, 90 views so far, too, by the way. In case anybody's curious as to the number of people we've had join, 90. Hopefully, if you guys keep sharing this stream, liking, giving some hearts, etc., we'll get a few more. By the way, I think I lost Red Squid. He was here a minute ago. Red Squid X Files comes back. Great to see him again. So, Freemasonry and motivation. How do we motivate our brothers to remain engaged and to remain active in lodge, right? And the first part of that is figuring out what is motivating them, what will speak to them. And the way you do that, I think there's different ways to do that, but I think the Octalysis framework for motivation is a really good framework, which could potentially provide a lot of opportunities. Uh, so I'm going to go back to this picture. Let me know that you guys can on the screen. It may take a second to load up. All right, it should be there. And you can see the 8 motivations on the screen under the Octalysis. And by the way, if anybody in the chat has or in the stream has better ideas as to how to proceed with motivation or motivating people to join, please let me know. But there's 8 altogether, right? There is epic meaning, empowerment, social influence, unpredictability. You can see it's counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So another way to actually do it is epic meaning, accomplishment, empowerment, ownership, social influence, scarcity, unpredictability, and avoidance. Those are the motivating eight motivations under this framework, which determines people's behaviors. And again, this is not exclusive to Freemasonry. These motivations exist for anybody. For example, I just ate. What motivated me to eat? So I got food, right? So anything that anybody does, whether it's with people or without people, in a group or all alone, all of that stuff is motivated by something in as factors, right? Um, an eviction notice. Part of it's also social influence. Having an apartment means I can have friends. So there is that as well. You need to keep in mind. It's that combination of factors. But everything that people um, do is motivated by one of those eight factors. And so let's start with each factor. We call them core drive. That's what they get called, right? So core drive number one is epic meaning or calling. That was at the very top of the octagon of the octalysis uh, model, right? So this is a drive or motivation based on a user's belief that he or she is part of something bigger than themselves. Tie into ideas such as faith, hope, and charity, right? It's about, I want to be part of something that's epic, that's bigger than me, right? Freemasonry can and does provide an epic meaning, which is just my opinion, right? I believe that the epic meaning and calling, the Masonic calling, if you will, is the call to fight for a better world. The epic meaning of Freemasonry is the epic struggle to build the world into a better place through the practice of brotherly love, relief, and truth. In fact, I've said it before that if there is a belief in Freemasonry, which is questionable because every Freemason has their own set of beliefs, but if you want to find an overarching belief as to what Freemasonry could be, I truly believe that it is the belief that the world can be made better through the application and the practice of brotherly love, relief, and truth, or that it is worth fighting for a world made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth, right? If a user feels that engagement is in an activity is contributing to something larger than himself, the user is more likely to remain engaged. So then, from the Masonic question, how many members feel that engagement in Freemasonry contributes to something larger than themselves? How many members feel that Freemasonry has a meaning, epic or otherwise, or calling? If they do feel that Freemasonry has a meaning or calling, could they express that meaning and calling to others or even themselves? If they cannot express the meaning or calling behind Freemasonry, is that the fault of their Masonic lodge and sponsors in failing to either explain through words or express through actions the meaning of or calling behind Freemasonry? How many members join Freemasonry out of a belief that they will find an epic meaning and calling therein, to then become disappointed, disillusioned, and subsequently disengaged in the craft? It is the responsibility of Masonic Lodge to remind its membership of both the administrative and membership duties required to maintain a Masonic Lodge and why the meaning or calling. Maintaining a Masonic Lodge is something bigger than oneself, is an epic calling, and is deserving of being maintained. This reminding could include in lodge discussions of Masonic charitable efforts, the health benefits of being a Freemason. Believe it or not, they exist. Being a Freemason not only improves your health, but improves the health of your brothers. Reaching out to isolated members and returning them to the Masonic Lodge. The information from these discussions could or should also be included with lodge summons or trestle board to ensure every member is reminded that being a member can be an epic calling if that member is engaged, right? So we're talking about here this first motivation, epic meaning. If we are trying to convince brothers If let's say a brother, for example, is motivated because he wants to be part of something bigger than himself, he wants to be part of something that makes the world a better place. Are we as Freemasons and as lodges and as sponsors doing a good enough job explaining to that member why Freemasonry makes the world a better place? How Freemasonry makes the world a better place, right? Take the health benefits, for example. Excuse me while I grab a pop. If I've talked about this before, but there have been studies that have shown, let's give an example. If somebody um, has a heart attack, a stroke, is in the hospital recovering, if during their recovery they have no visitors, they are 2.5 times more likely to pass away or suffer a second heart attack than those who receive visitors. Health and well being has been shown to be as tied to social connections or more tied to social connections than almost anything else, right? It's possible you shouldn't do this, but you can drink, you can smoke, you can do all these things, and it's bad for you. But what is worse for you, according to studies, is being lonely and being alone. So joining a lodge, it's the epic meaning of helping your brothers in a very real sense stay alive. It's the epic meaning of presenting to the community something that makes the community better, presenting to the community something that demonstrates the ability of men of different faiths and beliefs and religions to sit together in lodge and politics. You know, it's an epic meaning. You're even on a journey. Forget about the idea of self improvement. Think of world improvement, fighting for a better world. So if that is a brother's motivation and he is not being shown and talked to and explained how and why what he's doing contributes to something bigger than himself or more important than himself, that is going to result in a lack of engagement, a lack of motivation. So that right there is the first motivation under Octalysis, epic meaning. The second, core drive two, development and accomplishment, right? And in some ways, this core drive, development and accomplishment, is already kind of part of the Masonic structure, if that's the best term. Freemasonry has in its structure an already established systems of development and accomplishment, which begins with 3 degrees, then moves on to officer progression, then can move on to joining appendant bodies or even Grand Lodge positions. So if someone is motivated by getting titles, by developing, by accomplishing things that they can like, I accomplished this step, I accomplished this step, then in some ways Freemasonry at the start is going to be great for them. Because right off the bat, right, you have a system of development where you start off at your entered apprentice, then you go to fellowcraft, then you go to master mason, then you can start as a steward and move through the officer chairs, then potentially you can look at appendant bodies or grand lodge positions. In a video game, this structure, and I know Ryan, you like video games, right? This structure is like a progress bar that allows a member to feel like he is getting somewhere. So you have a progress bar, right? Of like, I was an entered apprentice, now I'm master mason. Or I was an entered apprentice, now I'm a fellow craft, now I'm a master mason. Now I'm the master of a lodge. Now I'm the immediate past master of a lodge. So you can think about it in terms of like a progress bar, um, which I think is a really good way to look at it. Let me just give me 1 second here. I promise I'm not going too far. Don't want anybody to go away. But um, right? It symbolizes a sense of accomplishment. The key thing there, though, is it must symbolize a sense of accomplishment, right? I think the real danger in Freemasonry, which is being caused by a reduction in engaged members, as our Texas brother mentioned above, the average age for Freemasonry in Texas is 67 years, apparently. which is a sign of reduction in membership and a lot of older members, is you allow members to advance through degrees or offices without being qualified, right? Because you need them to advance through the degrees so they can become a master mason, so they can then become either so they can then start to pay dues, or so they can become an officer because you need officers. You then need them to advance because you need a new officer every year, right? If the advancement and achievement they're accomplishing is without qualification, the accomplishment will feel cheap and will not create any drive to advance or otherwise engage in the Masonic experience, right? If a brother is motivated by progress and development, but he feels as though it has been, too easy for him to advance, and they're just pushing him through, not because he deserves it, but because they just need a master mason. Sooner or later, he will get burned out, and he will not be motivated to continue. Right? You need to be able to both advance masons and give them that motivation, but make them feel like it's worth it and they've accomplished something. Right. The other danger of this motivation is if somebody is motivated um, by development and accomplishment, right? There's only so much you can accomplish in Freemasonry, right? There comes a point where you've been the master, you've been the IPM, you've been like if it becomes kind of a treadmill, right? You have to be really careful, I think, when you're talking to people, and if they say they're motivated by advancement and by titles, you can feed into that for a little while, but sooner or later, you need to find another way to motivate them, or else there's just not going to be anything more they can do, or they're going to get every title they can and get so burnt out, like degree chasers, get so burned out of Freemasonry that you'll never see them again. So you need to find that balance when it comes to this core motivation. Core drive 3, empowerment and creativity of feedback. Right? This drive relates to the ability of a member to make meaningful choices and otherwise feel empowered to make creative choices within the activity. Right? If somebody is motivated by the ability to be meaningfully involved and make choices, then if they are not engaged or attending lodge, maybe that is because they do not feel like they have the ability to impact anything or make choices. They feel like the lodge so and so's, the lodge past masters, are deciding everything for them. And they don't get a say, which is a real problem in Freemasonry, to be honest, across North America. Do members feel empowered to make creative decisions and try new things? Do members feel in control of their Masonic experience? Or do members, especially new members, feel they are not empowered to make new decisions or approach Freemasonry in a creative way? If members do not feel empowered, how likely are they to engage? In my experience, the feeling of powerlessness is a major factor that results in disengagement, especially amongst first time worshipful masters, right? It's a well known joke, I'm going to put that in quotation marks, that the common refrain of past masters is, "That's not how we did it in my day." That is not such a joke, and many past masters will use some version of the above refrain as a way to stymie or otherwise quell a new worshipful master's ideas or plans, thereby creating a sense of animosity and frustration between the new worshipful master and the past masters, which very often results in the new worshipful master disengaging from his lodge upon completion of his term of office. It's one of those situations where he'll become the worshipful master. He's brand new. He has all these ideas of things he wants to do. Uh, he's not given the power to do those things. He's not given opportunities to try those things. And, if he's good enough, he sticks around till his term is done, and then he just leaves because he feels like he was never truly empowered to make decisions as the worshipful master or to lead his lodge, which will absolutely, it happens all the time. Um, that same animosity can occur amongst new members who join a Masonic lodge full of ideas, only to then be shot down by older members. Right? This results in new members disengaging from their lodge in the same way. Right? Core drive 4, ownership and possession. If a user, if a Mason invests a lot of time or energy into a product or service, then that user will feel more attached to and ownership of that product or service and remain more engaged. To what extent do members of Masonic lodges feel a sense of ownership of their Masonic experience? Right? Members may feel as though they're investing a lot of time and energy into their Masonic experience. But if they feel that this investment is not resulting in ownership of the experiments due to issues discussed in Core Drive 3, how likely? So if you're showing up to lodge every day, you're working really hard, but you don't feel like you're in control of your Masonic experience, that other people are getting the final say, that may motivate you or demotivate you. And then it's up to your sponsor to talk to you about how you're feeling and find ways to get more of an ownership feeling towards you in Freemasonry. Core Drive 5, social influence and relatedness. Another word for the above is relevance. Based on the things people say and do, how relevant is that particular user's experience to his larger life? If a member hears about Freemasonry and his lodge once or twice a month, but for the remainder of that month, the member hears nothing about Freemasonry and his lodge, how likely is he to remain engaged? So if once a month he is, going to lodge and hears about Freemasonry, and the other 29, 30 days that member hears nothing about Freemasonry, is he going to remain engaged? Is it going to stay on his mind, or is he going to slowly drift away as other things become more and more relevant into his life? Right? Part of this relevance is having Masonic bodies with a more visible community and virtual presence, thereby ensuring the Masonic experience is visible and relevant to membership all the time, that this experience remains top of mind. So maybe he is a member of a lodge and he goes to his meeting once a month, but when he's not at his meeting, the lodge is taking part in community fairs or parades or has a float or has a information booth or has some type of advertisements of some sort. So it's still in his mind. It's still relevant to his day-to-day life because he's still seeing it. He's still thinking about it, right? Increased community events, the use of social media networks, promotional events are all ways to increase visibility. The increased visibility may also help to attract new members or new applicants who are considering becoming a member, right? There is a danger with this drive relating to the tendency of newer members to rely on social influence uh, or to invite or otherwise bring their friends and contacts into the lodge, right? Tendency is the best of intentions. Masonic lodges are more than happy to support this tendency as a result in an influx of application members and dues. But this tendency is dangerous as the newer members doing the inviting may still be at the earliest stage of their Masonic career. They may not even fully understand what Freemasonry is or what it offers. As such, they may paint an incorrect picture of Freemasonry to the invitees, resulting in an influx of members that grow disillusioned with Freemasonry and end up disengaging and demitting from the lodge or Freemasonry altogether. So what this means is, somebody joins because he's motivated. Thank you, Courtney, and thank you for being here as always. Throw a few hearts in for Courtney, right? Somebody joins because they like the idea of being part of something that's relevant to the community, or they like the idea of having relevance to their friends or their family. Uh, they start inviting all their friends. If they're an entered apprentice, they don't know a lot about Freemasonry yet, and they're inviting people to join who, they may not be painting the best picture of Freemasonry. You have to make sure that even if you have, and I've been in this situation before, um, I think other people have as well, where you have somebody join, they have a big social group, they get, 5, 6, 7, 8 of their friends to join, but suddenly, none of those friends are showing up anymore. It's possibly because the person doing the inviting still had an incorrect idea of Freemasonry because he was so new, didn't know how to explain it well or properly, right? You don't want to just be focused on social influence. You want to be focused on understanding what it is that Freemasonry is and what will motivate people not just to join, but to join and stay. Which is an equally important factor, right? That's one thing I think about now, not just is this person wanting to join, will this person join kind of thing, but what will motivate this person to stay over time? I think that is as important a question as anything else that we're dealing with here, maybe even the most important question. And making sure that we, as Freemasons, because one of our responsibilities, right, is to make sure that to the best of our ability, we are ourselves um, creating that environment that motivates them appropriately. You know, going back to core drives, motivation factors, scarcity or patience. This core drive and the motivation therein connect to Freemasonry in numerous ways. First, and obviously, is the idea of guarding the West Gate. If admission into Freemasonry is too easy or open to anyone, Freemasonry itself will seem like an unlimited resource and less likely to be valued or engaged by members. However, Freemasonry is considered a limited or scarce resource, then engagement is far more likely, right? If something is for everyone, it kind of is for nobody, no one in some ways. Core Drive 7, unpredictability and curiosity. Freemasonry, by its nature, encourages predictability and routine. It encourages, indeed requires stability. You open a lodge the same way, you close a lodge the same way. Ritual, almost by definition, is about stability and routine, right? A ritual that's not routine is not a ritual, right? However, Freemasonry can embrace the idea of unpredictability and curiosity to drive engagement. I'm not talking about curiosity for a new member, by the way. A lot of people may see this and say, yeah, a new person, an applicant may be motivated to join because they are curious. But how does that impact, a 20-year Mason who's no longer engaged? What will make him curious? He's been a Mason for 20 years, you know? Well, how many Masonic meetings are same old, same old? What if every Masonic meeting involved some type of education or program that varies meeting to meeting? So every meeting, there's going to be a different type of educational presentation or different type of program or something different. One of my favorite Masonic education experiences of all time was learning how to make balloon animals. This curiosity can be combined with the core drive of scarcity, in that the education program, which takes place at one meeting, will not be repeated at the next meeting. As such, you are both engaging member curiosity by providing unique and interesting education or programming, while also engaging the scarcity drive by limiting the opportunity for member engagement. Right? What you're saying is you pique a member's curiosity by having different type of educational presentation or program at each meeting, but you also make it scarce by making sure that it's a different presentation each meeting. That means, the member knows he can't miss this meeting because that presentation, he'll never get another chance to see it, right? I think that drive helps explain why Masonic special events continue. So those are banquets, dinners, special events outside of a normal meeting, continue to have positive member engagement, while regular business meetings are declining in engagement, right? A special event implies a reason to be curious, what makes the event special, and a set aside a scarce time, right? If it's special, it can't just, it's a scarce thing. How many opportunities could you possibly have, right? By virtue of the name, a regular business meeting implies both familiarity. If it's regular, how curious should you be? And ubiquity. If it's regular, you can miss the first meeting and feel comfortable that there will be a second. You can miss that one, there'll be a third. You miss that one, there'll be a fourth, etc., etc. Keep in mind, attempting to drive engagement through scarcity and curiosity requires a Masonic lodge or body to communicate what is happening and why members want to engage. Could be social media, trestle board, upcoming events board, right? So you have a special presentation that will pique members' curiosity, and it's a scarce event. It's a one-time only thing. If nobody knows it's happening or the date and when, then it's like it never happened, right? You need to communicate. This is happening on this date. This is why you should be curious. This is why you'll find it interesting. And if you miss it, you're not going to get another chance, right? And again, it's not just about piquing the curiosity of a brand new entered apprentice. It's about piquing the curiosity of a 20-year Masonic veteran who maybe feels like the meetings are boring and same old, same old. Find something interesting and unique and different and do it there, and communicate it. Core drive 8, loss and avoidance. This core drive also connects with the previous two core drives. It's the fear of missing out. The fear of missing out on a really special meeting, an interesting piece of education, or the chance to visit with Masonic brethren. Right? One Masonic lodge in Arizona, this was published a year ago, but I think it still is going on, actually publishes its refreshment menu in its summons as a way to encourage engagement, lest the members miss out on a delicious meal. So again, you want to motivate Masons to show up by showing them what they will lose if they don't show up. So in this case, it's not about curiosity precisely. It's more that you're telling them this is what we're having for dinner. If you don't show up to lodge, you don't get this dinner, right? And obviously, if the food they're publishing is going to be really good, you're driving up motivation to attend via fear of losing out on that meal, right? This core drive, on the more negative side, the core drive is also how Masonic jurisdiction will motivate or drive engagement amongst members, especially as it relates to administrative work or procedures. The threat of the loss of a Masonic charter, which means the loss of a Masonic lodge, late fees, the loss of Masonic membership, all drive engagement related to administrative work through the fear of loss or punishment. You know, I am motivated to send in all the necessary forms to Grand Lodge because I want to avoid a late fee or losing of the charter or some combination therein. It's effective. Do this or you will lose your charter, but it can often result in burnout, stress, and resentment, right? Especially if I don't know or a member doesn't understand why it's so important to do these things. It can just feel like you're being threatened for no reason. It can cause lots of problems, right? The above are 8 core drives which motivate behavior. These 8 drives are placed into 4 categories, which provide their own reasons for engagement. But before that, I want to go back and read them all one more time. If anyone wants to jump in with any questions, thoughts, comments, please do so. I appreciate everybody being here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're new, and let me know what you think. I'm going to move this down a little bit, actually. And hit like, hit subscribe, etc., etc. So, I'm going to just finish my granola bar here quickly. Let's give it a minute, see if any jumps in the chat, says hello. We got 6 people watching right now. Thank you so much. Like I said, I'm curious if at the 12-hour mark of this 24-hour live stream, I may switch and do a live stream on my vertical live stream on my phone just to see if there's any audience there. Welcome, High Altitude Investing. How's it going? I can see epic meaning for you. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, out of curiosity, before we wait for a couple minutes, do you think that you see these same kind of motivations in cryptocurrency investing? Like, I would certainly think the fear of loss would be a big motivation in cryptocurrency. People being afraid of missing out on the next big coin or the chance to make money, and so are therefore motivated to invest in cryptocurrency. I could also see for a lot of people um, scarcity, the idea that crypto might not be around forever, or which crypto coins are going to be around, which aren't trying to get on the bandwagon type of thing, especially depending on what type of market cap some of these have, and even maybe um, uh, the very first one, epic meaning. I know there are some people who kind of tie cryptocurrencies into a larger and more epic meaning around things like anti, kind of a rebellious streak, freedom streak, the idea of separating yourself from governments and central banks, things like that. Let me know because I'd be curious to know if you think there's the epic, if you think what type of things motivate people to engage in cryptocurrency investing. Once again, the eight the eight core drives, motivations, epic meaning, being part of something bigger than yourself, accomplishment, accomplishing things, setting goals and making those goals, empowerment, the ability to make decisions that have meaningful impact on your station and your lodge and your situation. Ownership, the ability that you feel that you have an ownership stake in what you're doing, in its success. Social influence, other people being influenced by you based on where you're at, or the extent to which you are being influenced by whatever it is you're doing outside of when you're doing it. So, how much does Freemasonry influence you, or do you think about Freemasonry when you're not in a lodge? Scarcity or curiosity, or sorry, scarcity. Um, Motivated to do something because you do not know how much longer it's going to be there for, and you want to take advantage of it. Unpredictability or curiosity, motivated by wanting to learn something new, by being curious, by being interested. And avoidance, the fear of missing out, or the fear of losing something, or the fear of being punished, or wanting to avoid something. So, for example, I'm motivated to eat food, so I avoid the feeling of hunger. I would say crypto epic meaning for myself in crypto is that it gives the power of money back into the hands of the people instead of being centrally controlled by instead of being controlled by central authorities, and that it will make systems more secure. So there you go. Yeah, and certainly if you look at it from an advertising perspective, not that we as Freemasons should think about such things, but nonetheless, if you look at it from the advertising view, um, there's definitely a. I remember there was this one crypto thing where the advertisements were like "Fortune favors the bold" or something, and it was just swelling music. There's definitely a desire to tie cryptocurrency into a larger and more epic meaning and epic narrative around things uh, what's the word? Around things like what you say, right? It's about power to the people, not the central banks, not the governments. There's definitely, I think, a push for that. My suspicion is probably 50-50. It's probably 50% epic meaning, and for in terms of people investing, I think probably half of them are investing for epic meaning, and half of them are investing for fear of missing out on an opportunity to make some money. Um, I'd probably be in the latter category. Not that I have much invested. I have a $200 invested in cryptocurrency. I think right now it's worth 210 or something. So I'd mostly, honestly, for me, it's curiosity that I'm motivated by. I'm just generally curious as to what's going to happen with it. And when I'm checking it, I'm not really checking it because I expect to be a millionaire or anything like that. I check it because I'm generally curious as to whether it's up, whether it's down, where it might be. I find it fascinating. And I think that might be one of crypto's benefits. But then again, and that goes to, I suspect for this, it goes to what I was talking about with Freemasonry, right? For a lot of people, when they talk about Freemasonry, like, yes, curiosity will be a major motivating factor for new members who want to join. It will also be a major motivating factor for a Mason who's been around 20 years if you create new and exciting things around your lodge. If you do those things, however it is you do them, that 20-year-old is going to be 20-year Mason, 20 year in Mason will be curious as to what's coming next meeting and want to show up. By the way, how's investing? How is it going in general? Are you guys closed for the summer or like your lodges? You have barbecues and stuff though going on, right? I'm just going to keep talking. But yeah, so I look forward to seeing what you got to say. As always, hit the like button, etc., etc. Do the heart thing. The more of those, the more people will find us. I'm stuck here for 24 hours, so I'll need all the hearts I can get. So category 1, left brain or extrinsic motivation. So those are motivations which are based on reaching a reward, goal, or milestone without necessarily enjoying the activity itself. So, if you are motivated by what would be called a left brain or extrinsic motivation, that would be development and accomplishment, ownership and possession, or scarcity and impatience, right? So those are drives that are good for attracting people into a system or attracting members into Freemasonry, but have a difficult time maintaining consistent engagement. So, for example, why should, somebody asks, why should I join Freemasonry? And let's say I know that this person is motivated or driven by a desire for development and accomplishment, right? So I may tell him, well, if you join, you can accomplish a lot of things. You can become an entered apprentice, you can become a fellow craft master mason, you can become the master of a lodge, you can do all of these things, right? Um, and I agree with you 100% how to investing. Meaning is a motivator for Masons as well. But that's an intrinsic motivator. That's not an extrinsic one, right? Which we'll talk about that in a second. Um, the problem is, if I'm motivating a person based on what I can accomplish, there's only so much, there's only so many titles I can give a person. There's only so many, like there's just so many degrees. There's just so many offices. There's just so many awards, right? So it's like there exists just so many rewards or milestones a system can provide to its membership before the rewards or milestones begin to feel meaningless, unless the system then provides bigger rewards or milestones and then bigger rewards or milestones. That's called the over justification effect and can result in burnout amongst users because you're always just chasing the next accomplishment, right? The next thing, whatever that might be. You're always chasing more of an ownership. You're always chasing more of something to get that next accomplishment, right? And you see that all the time with companies. They will say something like, if you join, uh, within the next 30 days, you get gold, platinum status, whatever it is. And that's great to get them in to join. And now they, have their special title, but that's got them in the door. Now, what do you do to keep them? Give them diamond status? Okay, they've got diamond status. What do you do after that? You need to understand that anything that's based on reaching a reward, goal, or milestone without enjoying the activity itself, sooner or later you're going to run out of rewards, goals, and milestones. So again, you know, motivating people based on development and accomplishments, ownership, or scarcity will get them to join something. Again, scarcity is another one. Uh, I want to motivate you to subscribe to my newspaper. So I'm going to create a limited time offer where if you subscribe in the next 30 days, you get 30% off Okay, so it's scarcity in that you have 30 days to decide. So you do, and and it's exclusive of the first 100 people. So now you made it scarce in time. You made it scarce in terms of number. That will motivate the person to do the thing, but will that motivate him to stay subscribed if he ends up not liking the newspaper? You know, I think in sometimes Freemasonry relies too heavily on providing rewards and milestones to drive member engagement as opposed to focusing on the creation of an enjoyable experience, right? Somebody's not happy, make a Mason of the Year. Um, or create a Mason of the Year award, and every year you offer it. That stuff is great, but that's not going to, in my opinion, substitute for creating an enjoyable overall experience, right? Great to get people in, not so great to keep people. Yes, Ryan McKee, is anyone coming over? You mean coming over, like, joining the stream? Right now, it's just me, I think, for the whole 24 hours. I mean, I got you guys on the chat, which I really appreciate. By the way, everybody joining, please hit the like and subscribe button. And thank you, everybody who's been here so far. Obviously, as we go, I'll take breaks every 4 hours or so for a bit. I mean, I should have a guest. You're not wrong. But, it's just me hanging out, chatting with people. I will have a guest, actually. I'm having another interview with some brothers from Johnstown, Pennsylvania, which I cannot wait for because they're having another supernatural expo, and that's going to be an absolute blast. I can't wait to hang out with them, talk to them, see how it's going. All right. So, category two is right brain or intrinsic motivation, right? Those are drives that are based on internal enjoyment of the activity without needing any rewards or milestone. Empowerment and creativity, social influence and relatedness, unpredictability and curiosity. This category works well to maintain engagement or keep people within the system. So it's easy to design for category one drives. So extrinsic validation by offering rewards, but that results in short term gains. It's harder to design for category two motivations, creating an enjoyable experience month over month, but um, it results in longer term gains. If you can do that, you're going to see a lot more success. So that leaves us with category three, white hat um, motivations or drives. These are motivations that rely on the user being in control of the situation, right? Such as someone who exercises because he or she wants to be in shape. No one is forcing them to exercise. The decision is being motivated internally with no threat of loss or force. So the interview, Ryan, is going to be tomorrow. Or sorry, the interview is Wednesday, and the episode will be released on Sunday. I agree high altitude investing, but the man also. So this goes to white hat motivations, right? Um, which is again, it's not something that's being motivated by anything other than the individual's desire. So exercise, right? Exercising because you want to be in shape and no one's forcing you to exercise. That's the same way as this, right? A man choosing to uh, improve from the inside and live a happier life um, by applications of those principles, right? So, in Freemasonry, member engagement driven by this category looks like a member visiting his lodge because he feels doing so represents an opportunity to advance some type of epic meaning, fighting for a better world or improving himself from the inside, will result in Masonic development or will provide him with an opportunity for empowerment or leadership. However, note that in this category, there exists no scarcity or risk of loss, which results in procrastination. Since the drives are entirely based on a member's internal motivation, that member can always decide to advance the epic meaning develop within Masonry or take advantage of opportunities at the next meeting. And that's the really hard part, right? It's good for creating long-term member engagement if the motivations are sufficiently explained and understood. If members genuinely understand how and why Masonic engagement makes them better and makes the world better, they will be more likely to engage. I mean, a great example of this, Ryan, I'm going to answer your question in 1 second because I like it a lot. A great example of this, my gym, I was just there yesterday. Ryan was there online as well. My gym is in my building. Actually, I'm going to use the pool. That's an even better example. My pool, I see the pool in my building every day when I leave the building and when I come into the building. Right? Every day I see it. You would think that because I see it every day, I would be more motivated to go swimming because I love swimming. It's a really healthy thing to do. It's the opposite. I am actually less motivated to go swimming because I see the pool every day and I know it's going to be there for me. So I always feel like I can go tomorrow and go swimming. When am I motivated to go swimming? When it's 2 weeks before the pool closes for the winter. And suddenly I find that motivation that I was missing all summer long. All summer long. Freemasonry can be the same way, right? Where it's like, okay, I know the lodge is there, and I know that I can always go whenever I want. So I'm not motivated to go this month. I'll just go next month, and I'll just go next month. There's nothing externally forcing me to go. I'm just reliant on myself. And in that case, I really, you really need somebody explaining to you well why you can't or shouldn't put it off, why it's important that you still attend. If somebody were to tell me every time I pass the pool, I'm going to go, by the way, swimming's really good for you. By the way, winter's coming sooner than you think. By the way, you're not as young anymore. You need to exercise. Maybe I'd be more likely to want to go swimming. So it's the motivation of, you know, a desire to improve internally. But the problem is because it's completely internal, there's no external force, it's so easy to procrastinate. Again, the pool example, when I get motivated to go, suddenly when there's a scarcity, when there's 2 weeks before the pool closes, suddenly I'm interested in going. The best example of that in a Masonic context is it was this really great cartoon I saw. I don't know if anybody else ever saw it, where it's these 2 older gentlemen, older looking Masons who are standing outside of a Masonic lodge building, and there's a sign on the door that says Masonic Lodge closed. And the one turns to the other and says, I guess we waited too long to show up. Like, yeah, they waited too long, maybe because they always assumed the lodge would be there and they did not have any external motivations. But most people, it's not enough to just know something's good for you or know you should do it. For most people, you need some type of, for better or worse, you need some type of external motivation, which goes to part 4 or black hat or bottom motivations. Right? These are drives which rely on a user being forced into engagement via a fear of loss or through some external factor. Go to work or you're fired. That's a black hat or bottom motivating factor. The motivations are scarcity or impatience, unpredictability or curiosity, loss or avoidance. This category results in short term gains, but depending how it's applied, result in burnout and resentment by constantly forcing a sense of urgency or stress onto the user. Challenge. Our brains don't like to track long term benefits. Our brains are better with short term rewards. I'm going to copy and paste that. It's a really good thing that people need to keep in mind. That is a challenge. I haven't forgot about you, Ryan. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm almost done talking about this, and then I'll get to your question. It's a great one. right? The above drives or categories create a framework by which we can understand what motivates Masonic engagement, but it is a framework that fits into a larger framework of a Masonic journey, right? So the point is, it's really easy for somebody for a boss to motivate an employee by saying, come to work or you're fired. And that will work for a short-term time. But if, the work situation is bad, if people don't enjoy it, sooner or later, the person will either burn out and start doing a bad job or just leave, right? Or he'll stay because he needs the paycheck, but he'll just do as minimal a job as is necessary just to get the job done without putting in the extra effort to make things more successful, right? And Freemasonry is the same way, right? It's you need a combination of both. If you're, in my opinion, if you're just relying on motivations that are intrinsic to the person, this person comes to lodge because he wants to come to lodge. It is so easy for the person to procrastinate and have the view that the lodge will always be there, and he can just come next month, and then the month after, and then the month after never comes because he feels as though there's always time, right? But if you are relying exclusively on basically sticks and threatening and saying you need to show up, you need to do this, you need to do that, or else who knows, or else what. First, you might not have anything to back it up with because there not be anything you can do. But second, eventually that member is going to burn out and walk away or do the minimal amount necessary. I hope that that made sense so far. Let me know if it did. If it did, right, let me know by doing some hearts. And that goes back to this idea of the challenge. Our brains don't track long-term benefits. Our brains are better with short-term rewards. That's the hard part. Because again, how many short-term, you know, you're the long-term benefits of Freemasonry are many, are ubiquitous, are legion, but our brains don't track those well. Our brains are better at tracking short-term rewards. The problem with that is how many short-term rewards can we possibly give to a brother before it starts to feel like he's on a treadmill and he's just getting, whatever, like the rewards become meaningless. That's the tension. That's the fight. That's the hard part. Ryan, would there ever be a time when masonry has held a person back from more than what they become? That is a really good question. I mean, it's sure. I think the question would have to be, what does the person want? And what does the person want to become? And if they are focusing on Freemasonry at the cost of what they want to become, then sure. And then that's a question of, what is the brother doing? So for example, let's say you have a Mason who wants to be a musician, or yeah, wants to be a musician, and that's his passion, that's his love, it's music. But the nights that he has music practice, he also has Masonic Lodge. Now, uh, you know, if he is deciding to forego music practice to go to Masonic Lodge, the question has to be, okay, is he doing that because he actually wants to be a Freemason more and cares more about Freemasonry? In which case, great. I think all the power to him. But if he's doing that maybe because he has a family member in lodge or something else, he's not going because he wants to, he's going because he feels he has to, then it may hold him back, right? You should do what you love. Now, I would argue there should always be a way, if you care about things and work try, there should always be a way to contribute and to make everything work. You can be a good Mason and a good family man and a good employee and a good neighbor and a good musician. But it's about time management skills and commitment. If you don't have those skills and those commitments, then yeah, Freemasonry will become a choice you make that takes time away from other things, right? You have to find a way to make everything work. sometimes I think people use that as an excuse, right? They'll say, "I can't come to lodge because it's family. I can't come to lodge because of work." You know, if you care enough about everything, you can find a way to be a good family man, to be a good brother, and to be a good employee, and to be a good musician. So here's what I guess I'll say, Ryan. I kind of took a long way around that one. Forgive me. Um, no, Freemasonry has never held anybody back, in my opinion, from being more than what they could be. Um, but people will use Freemasonry as an excuse to say it held them back, or they'll use their family, or they'll use their circumstances. But you should be able to use Freemasonry to help you become better. It's just a matter of having the skills, whether they be the time management skills, the time management ability, in order to find those to find that self, to be more. You know, but that also means making sure that you are not falling into the trap of Charles Bukowski, who famously said on his tombstone, "Don't try." What he meant by that is don't try to love something you don't love, right? I'm a Freemason because I love Freemasonry. I didn't try to love Freemasonry. I didn't make a conscious effort to say I'm going to love this. It's just part of what I am is to love Freemasonry for whatever reason. I don't try to love my favorite song. I don't try to love scary movies. I don't try to love professional wrestling. It's my nature is to love those things, right? If you are a Freemason, and you don't love it, don't try to love it. Find something you do love, right? If that made any sense. Been on a big Charles Bukowski kick lately. I don't know if anybody else is a big fan of his. Anybody in the chat a fan of Bukowski? Let me know. Let me know what your favorite poem is. Maybe what I'll do is I'll read some of those poems later. I've still got plenty of time, so I think there's some interesting Masonic connections you can draw between Charles Bukowski and Freemasonry, which I think is really cool. He was not a Mason himself. I don't think he would like Freemasonry, to be honest, based on what I know of him. He seemed like a bit of an iconoclast, but I personally think, he's pretty great. I talked about I'll read it now. When you talk about motivation, one of the best examples of certain types of motivation or of the epic meaning and drive motivation is Charles Bukowski's Roll the Dice, um, which is a great, 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 great poem. All right. If you want to talk about types of motivation, if you're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. There is no other feeling like that. You will be alone with the gods, and the nights will flame with fire. Do it, do it, do it, do it. All the way, all the way. You will ride life straight to perfect laughter. It is the only good fight there is. So, what are you waiting for? Roll the dice, and I agree with that 100%. I love Ryan. Do you know any Charles Bukowski poems? Are you a fan of his? Are you a fan of poetry in general? Is there any type of poems you really enjoy? I used to be a really big fan of T.S. Eliot, The Wastelands, because I like the Gunslinger a lot, and that was a poem I really enjoyed. You got to risk or you'll never see. Yes, I absolutely agree with that. You have to be willing to take the risk. It's a great poem. Charles Bukowski is a very colorful, interesting, exciting character. Um, so yeah, I think there's probably a few different Masonic connections that we can make between Charles Bukowski and Freemasonry, which I'll probably talk about as we go. Maybe I can get a poet on here at some point um, to talk about Charles Bukowski. I'd like to get some more academics on this stream at some point. I feel like I've been missing out on the academic Freemasons. Yes, Courtney, indeed. And thank you, Courtney, for sticking around. It was great to have one of your Texas brothers join. That was awesome. I thought it was really, really cool. Hopefully, we'll get a few more. I've had Bukowski, Buk. So the name is Bukowski, Buk. Here, actually, let me. Oops. Bukowski, if I believe I spelled that correctly. And it's Roll the Dice is the name of the poem. If you go and you type Freemasonry Charles Bukowski into Google, I might pop up. The thing I wrote might pop up there, which would be really, really cool to see if you could find that. I think that'd be awesome. All right. Going back to what I was talking about before, though, going back to this idea of motivations, right? The last thing to keep in mind is the Masonic journey. A game, by its nature, is dynamic. No one plays a game in which nothing happens. The player goes on a journey, the user goes on a journey. What is the Masonic journey? Right? Discovery, onboarding, scaffolding, endgame. Right? Intuitively, most members see Freemasonry as one experience, their Masonic experience, right? But that is not the case. From a motivation standpoint, a member's engagement is continuously evolving. The way a member engages on day one and the way a member engages on day 100 will be different. And we know this is true for everything else in life, right? Like we understand this is true for employment. Your career, the way that you engage with your job on the first day on the job versus the way you engage with your job on, the day before you retire are going to be very, very different, right? Intuitively, I think we understand this in some way and on some level. But meanwhile, I think far too often in Freemasonry, we have this idea that whatever it is that caused you to join Freemasonry is going to be the thing that causes you to like stick with Freemasonry, which is not the case. It's not the same experience, right? From a motivation standpoint, a member's engagement is continuously evolving. The way a member engages with Freemasonry on his first day and the way a member engages with Freemasonry on his 100th day will be different. If Freemasonry engages members on day one, but by day 100, those members find Freemasonry boring and uninspiring, something went wrong. The first phase of a user's journey starts when he discovers Freemasonry, right? The discovery could take place through friends, family, maybe seeing the square and compasses symbol in public. Freemasons need to think about and optimize the motivation users have when they discover Freemasonry. In this phase, the user is not yet a member, but rather an applicant who has discovered Freemasonry and approached a Mason. In the classic Be One, Ask One, looking for more information. In this phase, the core drives of the applicant must be determined. Is he motivated by curiosity? Is he motivated by fear of missing out on something valuable? Is he motivated by a desire for meaning and purpose? Determining the core drive of the applicant is vital to ensuring engagement. So we in Freemasonry very often, I think far too often, and you are welcome, Ryan, far too often are interested in like we need to spend more time like what is motivating you to want to join? Are you curious about Freemasonry? Are you afraid that by not joining you're missing out on something valuable? And what do you think that value is? Are you afraid that if you join, you're going to miss out on making $1 million? In which case, you need to talk to them about why that is an incorrect motivation. Are you motivated for desire for meaning and purpose? Do you feel lost in your life and want to have some help? Determining this core drive is vital to ensuring engagement. So you know why he's joining, and maybe you can try to model some experiences to satisfy those motivations. Phase two is onboarding. The second phase of a user's journey is the phase in which the applicant becomes a member and becomes familiar with Masonic rules, Masonic structures, and the mechanics of the Masonic lodge or body. It is in this phase the user moves from applicant to member, and is also necessary during this phase for the Masonic lodge or body of which he is a member to familiarize the member both with the rules and structure of Freemasonry and why those rules and structures exist. Sometimes it's with words, and sometimes you express the why through actions. So again, this is one of those things where, it is, you've discovered Freemasonry, you've put in your application, you've now become a member. Okay, are you being explained and taught and told why things are the way they are, what is happening, what is going on? Are you watching and paying attention to what is happening and what is going on, right? So you know why the rules exist. Because if you don't know, you may lose out on motivation. And a lot of that is oftentimes expressed in actions, just paying attention. Paying attention to what is happening with the brothers and what they're up to can be a huge benefit and a huge way to, find motivation um, in the lodge experience. Scaffolding. The third phase of the journey is when the now member uses all the rules and structures he learned about in the onboarding phase to try and reach as many win states as possible. So, from a game perspective, you discover the game. Let's use you go to a coffee shop and you and your friends see a board game. You discover the board game. You um, read the rules of the board game, and now you're at the stage where you're playing the board game, and each member is trying to quote unquote win, right? Which winning just means an achievement of some sort. So in Freemasonry, a win state is advancing through the degrees. Getting your fellow craft is a win state, getting your master mason is a win state, taking an office is a win state, taking a worshipful master position is a win state, joining Grand Lodge could be a win state. So you've joined Freemasonry, you know how it works, you know how the lodge works and how the lodge operates, and now you're trying to reach as many achievements and win states as you can. So this is supposedly the most fun should happen. And I would agree, the most fun I had in Freemasonry was relatively early in my Masonic career when the goal was just advancing through the different degrees, learning how things worked, becoming an officer, right? It's usually where you're most active because you want to get as many win states as you can. Um, the issue is, right, are you giving a sufficient number of motivations for the brother to come back, but also sufficient motivation so that when there are no more win states, when the brother has no more, achievements per se, he still wants to show up. Maybe not because he wants to get a degree, but because he wants to hang out with his brothers. He wants to engage in self-improvement. He wants to support the lodge. All of these type of things are really, really important. Then the end game. This is the last phase of a Masonic career, which absolutely. What is aura rings? I'm not sure what those are, Ryan. Let me know. Phase four, the end game, right? This is really key. This is a major problem in the Freemasons' journey, and one where I think a lot of times we fall down, right? The end game is the phase in which users feel they've done everything there is to do. What's next? So, from a game perspective, The end game is where the game is over and the players won the game. What is going to make him want to play that game again? Well, if there's a new challenger that might make him want to play, if there's a new accomplishment, but what if he wants to play the game not because he cares about winning, but rather because he just enjoys the game and has fun with it, right? This would be equivalent to a past master who no longer engages with Freemasonry because he feels he has done everything he can do, right? He's become the master. He's become the IPM. Maybe he's been the DDGM. He now feels like he has done everything he can possibly do, right? There's nothing left. He may feel like that he can accomplish. Um, you know, I, maybe he's been a master a few times. Whatever it is, he's reached a point where he feels like he has nothing left to accomplish. He's done all he can do. What then keeps that past master returning to lodge? I think not spending enough time thinking about this last phase is a giant mistake. If Freemasonry does not find a way to keep its past masters, its end game people engaged, while at the same time allowing them to, make room for others to be engaged at the same time, like new members, so you don't have that typical clash, old to new, which happens, then a wealth of knowledge will be lost as these past masters disengage, right? And so it's like we spend so much time thinking about, can we get this guy through the chairs, through the degrees? Can we get this guy through the offices? Can we get this guy to the master's chair? What happens when he's no longer a worshipful master? He's in the end game, right? In your job, you retire. Freemasonry can't afford to have people retire in that way. We still need people to be active. I mean, games are designed like that, right? No game is designed in such a way that you play it once, and once you win a single time, you never want to play it back. At least no good games. The whole point of games is you want to keep on playing because there's something about them that keeps you bringing back, even after you've quote unquote won. Right? People have been playing chess for millions of years. They're going to keep playing it, or millions, thousands of years, hundreds of years at the very least. They're going to keep playing it because it's not about the winning, it's about the enjoyment of it. Right? If you spend all your time as a Mason focused on the next thing, the next thing, the next thing, what happens when there are no more next things? What do you do then? Right? If that makes any sense at all. It's for health. It keeps track of your health, like sleep. Sure. I mean, how much do they cost, Ryan? If you know, maybe lodges could cover the cost of some of them, depending on how valuable they are. Right. The point is of all of this, the motivations or drives that can cause a member to be engaged will vary both between members and throughout a Masonic career. Understanding motivations and drives will help Freemasonry increase engagement amongst its membership. Increased engagement amongst its membership is vital to and for the future of Freemasonry. And that was a study or an examination of motivations. Oof, 600 to 1,000. I'm not sure, Ryan, if that'd be a lot, but it's still a good idea. I mean, do you use one yourself? Do you find it helps with your health, keeping track of your health, things like that? Like, what would you say are the benefits of it in your experience, or do you know people who use it? And by the way, if you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I mean, yeah, it sounds awesome. Like I said, I just wish I'll look them up after. I mean, I've said it a bunch of times and I still stand by it. We as Freemasons, we should care about each other's health and our own health, I should say. I will look one up for sure. Absolutely. So, motivation and motivating is, I think, something that we as Freemasons need to think about. And I do think we have not spent near enough time thinking about the motivations for other people. Or no, sorry, I'm not thinking about motivations for different stages. We tend to think everybody will be motivated by the same thing, by this curiosity, by a desire to join. We don't think about what it's not just about what motivates somebody to join, it's what motivates somebody to keep joining, right? That's kind of the point, right? Freemason community said, if Freemasonry made you a better man even once, it was worth it. Hopefully, it can make you a better man more than once. I'm just checking something quickly, but I'm still here. That'd be a good idea. Yeah, each lodge could get their own emblem or design, get something engraved on the ring or carved on the ring. I think that would be awesome. You could 100% look at doing that. That would be really, really cool to check out. By the way, uh, my favorite baseball team is the Toronto Blue Jays, but my second favorite baseball team is the White Sox, and I guess they're playing tonight at 7:35. So starting soon. Well, maybe 7:35 their time, so 8:35 our time, maybe. I was just curious. I'm trying to find it. I earlier saw tariffs were well, jail Trump right now is trending. I saw tariffs were trending. I'm curious because, um, I've said it before. You cannot separate what's happening in the world from what is happening in Masonic lodges, or the other way around. Uh, Masons are going to be affected by tariffs as much as everything else, including their employment, their jobs, cost of living. I'm curious what people might think about Freemasonry and tariffs. Or, sorry, if people think tariffs and the continuing issues between the US and Canada will affect Masonic relationships between the US and Canada, my suspicion is we will find a way to make it work. Depends on what model you get of an aura ring. Yeah, well, hopefully when you ordered it, right, you would find a way, you would check and you would see, does it have enough space for some type of, you know, um, in, lodge logo, maybe a lodge motto of some sort. The lodge could even decide what they wanted to put on, right? That'd be really, really fun. Also, track stress to the point of time diluting the day. So, like, when you're more stressed, when you're less stressed, and kind of why that is? Is that what is that what it examines? Because that would be, like I said, really, really cool. Again, I think this goes to this idea of, like, trying different things, trying creative things. I've talked about this before. When it comes to Freemasonry, sometimes we get into this habit of, okay, we're always going to try the same things, you know? And I think that can also, like, I never heard of an aura ring, but how cool would that be to something new, something brothers aren't expecting, right? I think far too often, let's not get stuck in our ways. Let's be willing to try some new things. In my oh so humble opinion, I wish more Masons were willing to try new things. By the way, the poll question, of these four motivations, which one best describes what motivates you? Epic meaning. So we got 8 votes. 7 votes. 8 votes. There we go. 4 for empowerment. 3 for epic meaning, and 1 for unpredictability. So there you go. By the way, let me know if everybody how I sound. If you can still see me well, if everything is going well on your end, you're not losing me. This has been one of the longer streams. I want to make sure my laptop is keeping up. And like I said, if at any point this stream becomes not so great or starts to get glitchy, I'm going to switch it over to my cell phone. And then again, just make sure you keep subscribing to the channel, and we will finish the 24-hour stream on my cell phone. Perfect. The Mariners. Courtney, do you mean that's a type of watch as well, right? If I recall correctly. And look at Ryan, still number 1. Empowerment's a great motivator as well. Ryan still has the number 1. Ryan deserves a watch for being number 1. Chris, welcome. Who are some people who are usually described as Freemasons? Oh, sorry, who aren't usually described as Freemasons, but are? Welcome, Chris. I didn't know you had joined us. Thank you for being here. I hope that you will hit that like button and hit that like button, share your screen, etc., etc. Well, I suppose maybe you could say like people who are Freemasons, but many people don't know that they're Freemasons, or it's not like a part of their life. So, um, like I would say, uh, Winston Churchill was a Freemason, but very few people knew he was a Freemason. Actually, one of the best, I think, maybe examples of that. Uh, I just was reading about this. I don't know if you ever seen the movie The King's Speech, starring Jeffrey Rush and King George. Well, not starring. It was starring what I can't remember the names of the actors now, but it was about King George VI and his speech therapist Lionel Logue. Um, they were both Freemasons. King George VI was obviously the King of England during World War II, and Lionel Logue, who was a speech therapist who helped the king overcome his stutter so he could make his remarks. They were both Freemasons, which I learned. I thought that was really, really cool. George VI was initiated into Freemasonry in 1919, became a dedicated member holding various positions within the organization. He was Master of Navy Lodge and Senior Grand Warden of the United Grand Lodge of England. Logue, initiated in 1908, was also a Freemason and served as Master of St. George's Lodge in Western Australia. Interestingly enough, even though King George VI suffered from a speech impediment, famously in the movie, he reportedly did not stutter or have a speech impediment while reciting Masonic ritual. So I wonder if maybe Freemasonry also significantly impacted the king's ability to speak and overcome his speech impediment, which maybe also is an example of Freemasonry helping to defeat the Nazis, which, hey, I will take, and I will take happily, right? So King George VI was initiated in Freemasonry in 1919, became a very active member. Lionel Logue, He was also a speech therapist for the Royal Masonic School. The film does not mention that both men were Freemasons, despite it being a significant detail in their lives. It is also suggested that Freemasonry may have played a role in helping the king overcome his stammer and his impediment rarely surfaced during Masonic rituals. Trying to think who else is like a lesser known Freemason. I mean, Brad Paisley, uh, Benedict Arnold, though I think Masons would rather people not know he was a Freemason, but there you go. Um, Nat King Cole, lesser known Freemason. I think most people know Louis Armstrong is a Freemason. Harry Houdini, I mean, I know he's a Freemason. Toronto Blue Jays, 58 wins, 41 losses. I am sure that my mom is smiling down from heaven on that with that record. She was a huge fan of the Toronto Blue Jays, and I do miss her quite a bit. So nice to see Toronto doing well. Let's see. So, Chris, by the way, how's it going in your neck of the woods? I hope that life is treating you well. Go Blue Jays. So, Ryan, is that your team, the Blue Jays, or do you have a baseball team? And I hope everybody who gets a chance will share this on their socials. Yes, and Detroit Tigers. Okay, who's your? If you had to pick, would you go Blue Jays or Detroit? Which one would you pick? If you were stuck and had no choice. Well, I'm Canadian. I have to pick Toronto. There you go. I like the code. My granny was a treasurer in a lodge. I've been in a few Masonic halls. I might have been one. What you reckon? Hi, I'm from Glasgow, UK. Seattle Mariners, my favorite team, baseball. Okay, go Seattle. For me, it's like I said, it's Toronto Blue Jays or White Sox. Uh, Gaz, I hope you are doing well. Gaz, I think you go to the stream, hit the like and subscribe button. I mean, there is in England and the United Kingdom the Order of Women Freemasons. I've done a podcast about them, so it's very possible your granny was a treasurer in one of the lodges. Um, you having a family member does not make you a Mason yourself. You have to join. Uh, but you can have a family connection to Freemasonry. Certainly, we have many different family connections to Freemasonry. My dad was a Freemason, as was my grandfather's, and goes on from there. But Gaz, how's it going? I think this is your first time on the stream. I hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button. Answer the poll question and let me know how you're doing. My pops is an Englishman. He is from Northern England, uh, little town just south of Scotland. So obviously, Freemasonry in the UK, where it started, depending who you ask, it goes back and forth. But I would say it's where it started. So I think they have it big in the States. I mean, who Ryan related to Gaz? You got some people there from Glasgow? And thank you everybody who's joined so far. It's been an absolute blast. I'm loving it. 109 people joined so far. Me? I mean, how could we be related? I mean, but maybe you have some family from Northern England too, right? So it's very possible, in fact. And it'd be really, really cool if we were. But like I said, we're already related because we're both part of the Masonic family. So that's good enough for me. Oh, Mariners. Bryce Miller faces hitters for the first time since hitting IL. I don't know what IL means. Like I said, I'm not a huge baseball fan. I don't know anything about the actual like rules or anything to that extent. I do really enjoy going to games though. Oh, excuse me. It's one of my favorite things in the world is to actually go to baseball games and watch them. You get a hot dog, you hang out. I love England. Got fam from Brighton. I like the traditional side of things. People share cool times and stuff. Interleague. Okay. So Gaz, let me know. How'd you find my stream? Were you just streaming through different channels? Did it pop up? Or do you search for Freemasonry? How did you find my stream? And also, I hope you will share it with some other people. Let's see if I can find the White Sox and when they're playing. Let's see what we got. Okay, live Chicago White Sox, Tampa Bay. Top of the first, one out. I'm gonna just keep this here. Let's see what happens. How much are tickets? It depends. Like when I went to Chicago the last time, ooh, my eyelids kind of red there. I got tickets for uh $9 American. But again, I think it depends on when. I think earlier games are cheaper than later games. A lot of Freemasonry. Nope, don't explode. Has some really cool connections to baseball. There's a lot of really great Masonic charities that do work, especially in California. Masons for Myths. Nice. Guys, do you have any questions for me? I can try to answer. I've been a Freemason since 2007. I certainly don't know everything about Freemasonry, but I try my best to at least share what I do know, um, and my experiences. I think next what I'll talk about is I should have. That would be wonderful. I think the next thing I'll talk about is going to be Masons for Myths out of California, which should be fun. But obviously, Freemasonry started, depending who you ask, either in London, England, or in Scotland. Certainly, it started in the United Kingdom, anyways. So it's great you're here. I got my granola bars though. I got more cheese coming up soon. What does the thing above the door? So, Lodge of Edinburgh, Mary's Chapel, number one, the world's oldest Anti-Masonic lodge. Has a six-pointed star located at 19 Hill Street in Edinburgh. Well, let's see. I'm trying to pull up a picture of it because I've never seen it before. I know Mary's Chapel, but I don't know the symbol off the top of my head. I've never had the pleasure of visiting the lodge. I'd love to. Bucket list lodge to visit for sure. Oops, what's happening? No, no, no. I don't want to. Just want to see the picture. It's making things very difficult here. All right, let's try this way. All right. Well, I see. So it's a six-sided star. I see some symbols I recognize, some I don't. But keep in mind, I'm a Freemason out of Windsor, Ontario. All right. So it's got the square. Thank you for giving me something really cool to check out. I truly appreciate it. Let's see. All right, I got a pretty decent picture of it here. Actually, I'm going to share this with everybody so they can all see it. Honestly, I am not sure what a lot of these symbols mean. You stumped me. I'll have to go and look this up. This might be a really fun Masonic. What's the word I'm looking for? This might be a really fun Masonic topic to delve into. All right, I'm going to. Can I reverse on your screen? I think you're coming through correctly, right? Let me just see. All right, guys, let me just see if I can share this screen so we can all see the symbol. This is from Secret History of the Freemasons on BBC. Masonic Lodge. I mean, it's number one, right? So it's the oldest Masonic lodge, I think, in the world. Yeah, well, I mean, certainly Freemasonry and geometry go hand in hand, right? Freemasonry and the sciences go hand in hand, the liberal arts and sciences. I see what looks like a G in the middle. I'm assuming that's a G, which again, I've got the square and compass with the G in the middle. Nine, three, eight. Even those, like I'm used to thinking of Freemasonry in my neck of the woods, Canada. I think of 3, 5, and 7, which are very important Masonic numbers. But I don't see those now. I see a 3, which usually refers to, amongst other things, Master and Wardens, or it could refer to the Three Ruffians, which is a Masonic legend, which I'm not going to get into here because you got to join. But 6 triangles and 1 cube. What's the 1 cube? In the middle? That's a 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a 6-sided. I forget what it's called. Chris may know more about this than I do. Yeah, I've never seen this symbol before. I didn't know much about St. Mary's Lodge, other than oldest Masonic lodge in the world, I believe. Certainly in Scotland, but I believe in the whole world. And learn more about it. Well, I'm very sorry that I could not answer that question. However, I'm taking a screenshot of this, and I am 100% going to see if I can't do some research. And maybe I'd ask that subscribe to my channel and keep checking it out, and I will um, try to find some answers for you. So, guys, I appreciate that very much. Yeah, and I'm not that smart. I mean, I've got physics on my, I've got my physics tattoos. I don't know if you guys can see those over here. This microphone. So there's that. I guess counts for something. I hope everybody, though, is doing well. By the way, welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, answer the poll question. Of these four motivations, which one best describes what motivates you? Epic meaning, empowerment, um, social influence, or unpredictability? And thank you, Gaz. The reason I was talking about that is talking about the ways that Freemasons can be motivated to join a lodge. Like in your case, Gaz, I would guess that your motivation to join my stream was curiosity. Like you said, you find things related to Freemasonry of interest. So I could not be of more help. But yeah, I hope that you continue to find this of interest. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you, everybody, for joining so far. As always, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Do you have, by the way, Gaz, we were talking earlier about our favorite poets. In terms of Freemasonry, the obvious kind of patron saint, if you will, of Masonic poets, I think is Robbie Burns. Robbie Burns Nights, very famous, very common amongst Freemasons. However, we were talking about Charles Bukowski, which is my favorite poem or poet, I should say. Do you have any favorite poets that you enjoy? By the way, Chicago White Sox, Tampa Bay still 0-0. I think we should be honoring our Canadian authors. You know what? I agree with you. And in honor of that statement, I am going to read some poems from two poems uh, from a Canadian poet. Goes by the name of Maria Matusik. She's a good friend of mine, and she is a incredible poet. She, like I said, wrote two poems. They're both really, really good. I'm going to share those. I just got to find them. I've got them online somewhere. Let's see what I can track down here. Give me 1 second. But that's a really good point and a really good idea. When it comes to Freemasonry, we think about poetry. I think oftentimes what we kind of do is or it could be anything, but let's take like we'll try to find we'll read something by Robbie Burns. We'll promote Robbie Burns. Why not go to a local artist, a local poet, and ask them to uh, commission a poem, to compose a poem on our behalf about Freemasonry? They might create some pretty great stuff. I'm just trying to get this thing to find the poem. There's two. There's one she did last year on January 24th. Sorry, there's one she did last year and she recited it January 20th. And one that she did for the cornerstone ceremony. Um, oh my gosh, in 2017, which is crazy, crazy to think. So this is from November 2nd. I have actually a signed copy of this, which is really cool. I'm just pulling it up. Maybe what I'll do is even share the screen. So as I'm reading it, but maybe I don't need to share the screen. Maybe my recitation will be sufficient. And everyone wants this. I can send you a copy. I don't mind. Um, it's so beautiful. Let me see. How do I do this? So I just want to see the poem itself, not the. Dun, dun, dun. I promise I'm not going anywhere. I'm just finding Maria Matusik poem Conversations with Master of a Lodge, with the Master of Lodge. All right. I'm John. John Knox was part of the Mary Cathedral around the corner. He changed a lot of things in the churches, the Book of Prayer and Common Order. John Knox was part of the Mary Cathedral. I mean, honestly, to just visit Scotland and see some of these amazing places and the history of these amazing places. I mean, I think I vaguely recall going to Scotland once, and I can't remember why I went there or what. It was during, I think, when I was there for an archaeological dig at Hadrian's, at some Roman fort or something. It's really cool, anyways. I'd love to go back. Poem for another time, although I do have 18 more hours. Almost. It's 5 hours and 52. I have 18 hours and 7 minutes. So that's okay. But here we go. I think I found it. Let me see if I can't share this screen. All right, let's give it a second. Might take a second for it to pop up. All right, I think it's popped up now. Let me know how well you guys can see it. Conversations with the Master of Lodge. Heart thing in the chat. Give me some hearts. Oh, all right. I think we're back. All right. This thing is being kind of funky. I may switch over and start doing things through my phone if this keeps up. Because I think the yeah. All right. If for whatever reason it keeps on, like I said, going in and out, we'll go from there. Conversations with the Master of Lodge. Once I walked, and then I fell, and four people passed by as I sat crumpled. Stop sharing. I'm wondering if that'll. Right. Can you guys hear me now? See me now? Let me know. I think we're good once again. I think it was something to do with the screen sharing. So, for the time being, I'm not going to share the screen. Rather, I'm just going to read this poem. You'll have to trust me. It's a great poem. All right. So this is once again Conversations with the Master of Lodge. Uh, Maria Matusik wrote this in for the 2024 public unveiling of the Windsor Masonic Temple. Once I walked, and then I fell, and four people passed by as I sat crumpled on rain-damp asphalt before an elderly gentleman stopped and extended his hand, and I doubted his strength to raise me. And yet, when he braced his feet to pull my weight, I rose like steam, and it was effortless. His strength, and he saw plain the shock on my face, and the laugh he made was song. The strength of 50 men I've always got behind me, he winked, and behind those 50, well. So I followed when he walked away. Why do you come here? I asked him as we sat in the temple to meet upon this level. As we were walking out shoulder to shoulder in somber quiet, his hand slipped into his pocket and then tucked a stone into my palm. I pursed my lips, stared at it a moment. A token, I guessed. He chuckled again, a bell bright against the evening chill. Each of us takes in his hands a stone to work, he explained to me, and we go to our homes and tend to our own, and then each brother returns his work here with him to this altar. And he sets it down, and one stone at a time we make a mountain. and it's ours to move. I disbelieve, I said to him the following week. The man shrugged, casual. Then you must save the world yourself. I can't, I said, the flatness of my voice rising to meet a question at the end. You needn't lift these heavy tools your first day, he replied. If there is disbelief, then it's up to us to work the world into goodness. He paused, smirked. You might say that you don't believe, but your actions betray those words. Did I pick this stone up off the ground myself, or did you hand it to me? I countered after a bitter pause. That's the difference. No, and he put his hand over mine before I could speak again, and the tenderness rocked in my chest. No, it matters only that you work. The stone cares not whether it was seized or delivered, only that it was shaped. A steady trickle of water will shape it profoundly as a chisel given time, and all rough edges will be made soft beneath careful fingers. I came back again. The man gestured to the square and compass perched above the doorframe like a sentry. You can go any direction the compass points, and you will never be lost. There is no door bearing this symbol where you will be turned away over the entirety of the earth. Everywhere you go, you will find home. Many years later, we met again. His skin folded around his eyes that glittered in recognition when he saw me. Aren't you that man I pulled up from the sidewalk? He asked. No, I replied, smiled to myself. I am better. That is Conversations with the Master of the Lodge, written by Maria Matusik. I may read that one more time in a second because I don't know when people came on and got the chance to watch it or hear me talking. Um, Let me know if you heard the whole poem, part of it. I think it's worth reading a second time. And I may have to give a copy to Ryan because Ryan and Courtney as well, because they've both been here for so long, which is much, much, much appreciated, by the way. There was also, let me see if I can track it down. By the way, there was also another poem that Maria Matusik wrote in, let's see, in 2017. I'm going to see if I can track that one down and read that one out as well, which personally I think coffee stained mug. I love coffee stained mugs. So welcome. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Emil Nelligan, The Golden Ship. Is that a poem you want me to read? Coffee stained mug? Because I'd be happy to in exchange for a like and a subscribe. And welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you joining. I'll tell you what, Coffee Stained, I will read that after I read this poem. I am 6 hours in. I agree. That's a very cool handle. It kind of made me mad. I wish I had that handle. I am 6 hours in. My plan is to go for 24 hours straight. So please share this stream with everybody. So the more people I get joining and watching, the more people the easier this will be. Me too. I did indeed. She's Canadian, liked and subbed. All right, Coffee Stained. I'm going to read you this poem by Maria Matusik, and then I'm going to look up Emil Nelligan, The Golden Ship. I'm just doing it to see how many more people I can get. I figured there's been some streamers that have had success by having really long streams, so I figured why not try it? Plus, I don't want to get bored with my life, so why not try not sleeping? Which is not the first time I've gone without sleep. All right. Although, if you want to support the cause of Square and Compass Promotions, patreon.com/square and compass. Patreon.com/square and compass. All right. An ode to the Freemasons gathered here today. Walk onward, brothers, arm in arm, towards the giants rising in your midst. Together you form a chain, which will ensure the monsters of poverty and intolerance, your lying taught and yielding to the false gods that feed the starving masses in your streets. For you care not who is the creator, God or man. The goal is simply to strive. For you hold tight, and dear you are stone. And one of you cannot sink if his brothers hold him tight. Whom but God could wrench the wounded man from your embrace, and you march forward toward an ever receiving horizon. But the point is, you march, and you do not stop. And those who cannot march on their own accord, you carry. And the cornerstone, too, weighs upon your shoulders, the ones you brought with you here today, the one you set down as a reminder, the one that bears the weight of the whole, that there may or may not be a final stair. But still you keep climbing, because the rain falls with equal benediction on you all. That was an ode to the Freemasons gathered here today, written by Maria Matusik. Um, you know what, Coffee Stain Mug? I genuinely do. You're my favorite username so far. I think that's badass. By the way, Coffee Stain, did you hear the first poem that I read before that one? Because I'll read that one again. You might enjoy it. Let me see, though. Emil Nelligan. So are you a poet, Coffee Stain Mug, or do you just enjoy poetry? Emil Nelligan, Golden Ship. Oh, it looks like it was originally written in Francais. I hope I can pronounce it correctly. It says here translated, but I think I've got it. If I've got the wrong poem, let me know. I did. I loved it. It was a powerful statement to the changing of our own. Awesome. I'm glad that you enjoyed it very much. I am not bilingual, but it's on my goal is to become uh, bilingual at some point. That's my next goal in life. I'd say my life is lived poet. I like the way you say that. My life is lived poetically. My life is a poem. It's a Charles Bukowski poem. Um, all right, so here we go. Emil Nelligan, 1879 to 1941. She was a massive ship, hewn in heavy gold, with masts that fingered heaven on seas unknown. Under redundant sun with scattered hair was proud, outspread Venus fair. But then one night she hit the huge reef in waters where the sirens sing, and this ghastly shipwreck tilted its keel to the depths of the chasm, that immutable tomb. She was a ship of gold, but her diaphanous flanks showed treasures over which the blasphemous sailor's psychosis, spite, and nausea clashed. So, what has survived this flash of storm? What about my heart, abandoned ship? Oh, still it sinks deep in dream's abyss. Hey, Bukowski's become kind of my current favorite poet. Um, I actually, somebody once asked me what advice I would give, because in this channel, we talk about Freemasonry. And somebody once asked me, right, what my advice would be for a new Masonic applicant, and the advice that I gave was um, from Roll the Dice, which I'm guessing you know that one as well. If you're a big fan of Charles Bukowski, that was on my Medium. By the way, Coffee Stained, if you enjoy written works, I hope you'll follow me on Medium. If you Google Square and Compass Promotions on Medium, you should be able to find me there just as well. And yeah, I write about Freemasonry there. But Charles Bukowski was become a guy I really like. I recently watched clips of A Beautiful Boy about where Timothy Chalamet plays the drug addict, and he recites the Bukowski poem at the end as well, right? But it's the old one. If you're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. There is no other feeling like that. You will be alone with the gods, and the nights will flame with fire. Do it, do it, do it, do it. All the way, all the way. You will ride life straight into perfect laughter. It's the only good fight there is. I like that line. You will be alone with the gods, and the nights will flame with fire. I think that's a really pretty kind of statement as well. Maybe my favorite. See if I can find. It's funny because Charles Bukowski wrote that. If you're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. And then he put on his tombstone, um, "Don't try," which is very. It feels like there's a little bit of conflicting device there. Conflicting advice, I should say. But what he had Bluebird along with everybody, a smile to remember. Are you drinking? Roll the dice. Welcome. If you are just joining us, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, jump in the chat. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. I'm doing this for 24 hours because I'm crazy, and I'm 6 hours in. All great artists are a bit conflicted, don't you think? Yeah, I mean, all great artists, you could argue, are a little bit crazy. So conflicted would be a part of that for sure. Sometimes I think great artists use this idea of, the artist being conflicted as a way to like justify kind of flighty behavior, but that's a whole other kind of story. Or a whole other kind of tuna sometimes. Stephen King talked about that. He kind of got away with drinking too much and doing drugs for so long because he justified it by saying like he's a writer and an artist and he's more sensitive. I think sometimes it can be used as a crutch. Charles Bukowski poems, A Smile to Remember. We had a goldfish. I had a goldfish. We had a goldfish and they circled around and around in the bowl of on the table near heavy drapes, covering the picture window, and my mother always smiling, wanting us all to be happy, told me, "Be happy, Henry." And she was right. It's better to be happy if you can. But my father continued to beat her and me several times a week while raging inside his 6 foot 2 frame because he couldn't understand what was attacking him from within. Welcome, Smokey. Yes, we're reading Charles Bukowski poems. I think there's a few different ways you can connect Charles Bukowski to Freemasonry. We have Coffee Stained Mug. Welcome, Coffee Stained Mug. New to the channel, by the way. I don't know if you're a Freemason or not, but temperance is definitely a Masonic virtue and something that when people ask me what I take mostly from Freemasonry, without a doubt, it is the idea of temperance, and that temperance is very valuable because I struggle with it as well. My mother, poor fish, wanting to be happy, beaten 2 or 3 times a week, telling me to be happy. Henry, smile. Why don't you ever smile? And then she would smile to show me how, and it was the saddest smile I ever saw. One day the goldfish died, all 5 of them. They floated on the water on their side, their eyes still open. When my father got home, he threw them to the cat, there on the kitchen floor, and we watched as my mother smiled. I will not put Mentos in my Coke, although that would probably get me some views. I really like the part in this poem where Charles Bukowski is talking about his father, and he says, where is it? My father continued to beat her and me several times a week while raging inside his 6 foot 2 frame because he couldn't understand what was attacking him from within. Right. And the reason I like that line a lot is because when you talk about Freemasonry and what Freemasonry is and why it's so valuable, it's it's ultimately, I've said this before, Freemasonry is about fighting to make the world a better place. Um, and I think that is ultimately what it is. However, within that context, I 100% think that Freemasonry can help us try to temper some of the demons that exist within us, however it is that they exist within us. Freemasonry can help us try to become better people, by giving us something beyond ourselves to focus on, and something for which we want to prescribe or strive, I should say. I watched my father at war with himself too. I can only imagine how hard that was. I mean, I think everybody to a certain extent is at war with themselves to some degree or another. Thank heavens that, I grew up with a dad who, look, everybody has their problems, their challenges, but I never had to deal with a father who was abusive or violent or cruel or anything to that extent. I know a lot of people did have to, and I feel very lucky. I'm making the world a better place by making myself a better person. Yeah, and that's a good way to look at it, signal. Or sorry, signal. That's a good way to look at it, spirit. I think sometimes we kind of neglect we kind of neglect the second half of that equation. We can focus so much on trying to make the world a better place and not enough on working on ourselves, that eventually, however much we put into the world, we end up taking back out when we, need help. It's about finding a way to improve yourself. And in doing so, it makes sense. You're part of the world. By definition, if you improve yourself, you have to, by definition, improve the world, right? Watching such things build character and compassion if you let it. Absolutely. The key word there is, or the key idea there is, if you let it, right? You have to let those things. And that's a choice I think that people make. So welcome, by the way. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how it's going and let me know what you want to talk about. We do these streams to talk about Freemasonry. I talk about things I love about Freemasonry, ideas I have about Freemasonry. However, we can also talk about, anything else we want to chat about. That's the fun thing about streams like this. The Laughing Heart. That's the Your Life is Your Life poem, right? Yeah. Your life is your life. Don't let it be clubbed into dank submission. Be on the watch. There are ways out. There is light somewhere. It may not be much light, but it beats the darkness. Be on the watch. The gods will offer you chances. Know them. Take them. You can't beat death, but you can beat death in life sometimes. And the more often you learn to do it, the more light there will be. Your life is your life. Know it while you have it. You are marvelous. The gods wait to delight in you. There is I have not seen the new Superman. I kinda wanna watch it, though. It's on my list, but I'm not a huge Marvel, or, like, not even Marvel, I'm not a huge comic book movie guy. The one exception would be, Batman. Even from a character perspective, I love Batman. He's my favorite, uh, character. My favorite comic book character by a mile, so beyond that, I've never been big into Superman, never really got into Avengers. I did see I Know What You Did Last Summer, the remake, and it was very, very good. I liked it a lot. My ranking, though, for the record, is it goes, I Still Know You Did Last Summer, I'll Always Know You Did Last Summer, the original, and then the remake, and that is gonna get me in trouble in the fan base, I can assure you of that, but that's, it's fine. It's fine. By the way, I'm 1 like away from 20 likes. Let's see if we can get that up there. So, The Laughing Heart, there's definitely I think, a super interesting Masonic connection here as well. I'm not saying Bukowski was a Mason. To my knowledge, he wasn't. But rather, as somebody who is a Mason, I can see Masonic themes and how they're universal and how they find their way into other areas, other what's the word I'm looking for? They can find their way into other areas, other um, uh, poetry, whatever it might be, right? Because these are universal. Your life is your life. Don't let it be clubbed into dank submission. Be on the watch. There are ways out. There is light somewhere. It may not be much light, but it beats the darkness. Be on the watch. The gods will offer you chances. Know them, take them. You can't beat death, but you can beat death in life sometimes. That is a very Masonic idea. I've heard it, one thing Freemasonry talks about, especially in the third degree, is this idea of our mortality. We explore our mortality, what it is, how we should feel about our mortality, and how, we should not necessarily be afraid of death. Part of it being because we can't beat it anyways. It's coming for us all, whether we like it or not. And partly because, death does not extinguish kind of this idea of you, this immortal idea or this immortal light that exists within you, which is a very valuable lesson. And it's something you see explored in this poem by Charles Bukowski as well. So, yeah, uh, coffee stained mug. Do you have any other poems or poets? By the way, coffee stained mug, if you want to help out, or if you want a copy of the poem that I was reading from my friend, if you go to send me an email, info at square and compass.ca. You can shoot me off an email, info at squareandcompass.ca, and I will send you copies of those poems if you'd like. Just make sure that if you publish them anywhere, you give proper attribution to the author, Maria Matusik, and I'll have her name spelled on the poem so people know it's hers. She's a pretty awesome person, and she's a pretty awesome poet. Am I allowed to ask if surrendering to your own death was part of your person? I mean, you're allowed to ask anything you want, Coffee Stained. Whether I answer or not is a whole separate can of tuna. Um, uh, I wouldn't. I mean, I'll answer your question. I wouldn't say. I'm trying to think of how to put it. I wouldn't say surrendering to your own death. I wouldn't use that term, um, because it's not quite that. I would say it's kind of like the way Charles Bukowski says it. It's more about like when he says you cannot beat death, but you can beat death in life. It's kind of this idea of so long as you're alive, being grateful that you're alive, acknowledging that you're alive, and using that time to try to do something, with it, if that makes sense. While acknowledging, not surrendering to it per se, but I'd say acknowledging. I'd say acknowledging our mortality is part of the Masonic process and part of the degree process. Um, right? The specifics of how that works, you kind of learn as you go, right? I can't go into details, but certainly acknowledging mortality is a part of it, which is, I think, a very good lesson. I think that lesson is explored in many philosophical treatises, philosophical ideas, poems, literature, art, on all different ways. You could argue Camus explores it in a very different way than others, but yeah. But no, Coffee Stain, you are allowed to ask whatever you want. And again, I can't promise you I'll answer everything, but I will always do my best to try. I might not even know all the answers necessarily. I've been a Freemason since 2007, so I don't know. It's been 20 years, but again, there's a lot of Freemasonry that exists within the world, and I know I know what I know, and I'm always trying to learn more. Yes, it does. I appreciate your feedback. The different ways people look at this. I agree. It's life is kind of like Rashomon, the movie. It is fascinating the way so many people look at different things, and that's true for Freemasonry. What I think, um, going back to what I was talking about with Charles Bukowski, and this was actually early in the stream, I think, before coffee you arrived. When people talk about um, when Bukowski says "don't try," what I've always taken it to mean, and you can, let me know what you think of this, coffee stained, is I've always taken what he means as he's not saying actually don't try. What he's saying is um, don't try to love something, don't try to care, right? Like Bukowski didn't try to be a writer, he was just a writer. It was a thing he loved to do, right? For me, I don't try to be a Freemason. It's just something that I am because it's just a part of what I am. I don't when I heard my favorite song, which was "Simple Man" by Leonard Skinner. My second favorite song of all time, by the way, is "Prodigal" by Blacktop Mojo. I feel like that band should get more love. I didn't try to love that song. I didn't hear "Simple Man" and say, "I'm going to try to love this song." You don't try to fall in love. You don't try to fall in love with the song or with art. It finds you. Freemasonry is the same way, right? Freemasonry, I didn't try to love Freemasonry. I just did. I don't think, Bukowski didn't try to be a writer. He just was a writer. So I think, it's like, don't try to be a Mason, just be a Mason. But part of that is don't try to look at things different ways, just look at things. Or don't try to look at things in your way, just look at things. And how you interpret it is how you interpret it. It's when you start to try is when the problem comes. I don't think Bukowski ever tried to be a writer. I think it was harder for him to not write than it was for him to write. He had to try to not write, if that makes any sense. Um, it's the nature of trying. Don't try to fall in love. Don't try to love things. To be. Don't try to be. Just be. If that makes any sense. I agree. His story tells the story of a man whose soul simply would not let him do anything less than write, regardless if anyone read it. Absolutely. And the other person who talked about that same idea is Stephen King in his book on writing. No, was it a book on writing? No, it wasn't. It was a book of short stories that he wrote. And I can't think of what it was now. But it's a book of short stories. And he was talking to a friend, and the friend was saying, "You shouldn't write short stories. It's economically unfeasible." Um, and he said, because short stories, you don't make any money on them compared to your novels. And Stephen King said, I like making money from my writing, and I'm grateful I can make money from my writing. However, and I love the way he said it, he said, "Look, at the end of the day, you don't write to make money. You don't write for people to read it. You don't write for any reason other than you love to write. And to not do it would feel like a type of death, right?" Stephen King didn't try to be a writer, he was a writer. So don't try to fall in love, just love. Don't try to be, just be. Don't try to perceive, just perceive. I think is what Charles Bukowski meant when he said don't try. And I think it's probably really good advice. Don't try to be a Mason, just be a Mason, if you are a Freemason. And if you are just joining, don't try to hit the like and subscribe button, hit the like and subscribe button. See what I did there? Pretty proud of that little segue. Hit like, hit subscribe. I'm one like away from 20 likes, and I'm one subscription away from, I think, 2,340. So help me out here. I have two accordions in my loft, folk dancing side of lodge, Gay Gordon's folk dancing. I mean, I am not a huge folk music fan, but I'm sure I'd love your folk music if you played it for me. Playing the accordion is not easy, so nothing but credit. Being a musician of any type is not easy, you know? Chill and chat, the very best thing. I agree. I love chilling with people. I love chatting. I also, though, to give myself a little bit of a plug, love my interviews I do with people. And I do have another interview scheduled. The interview will be this week, and then the podcast episode will be out on Wednesday. Out on sometime or other. We'll be out. I can't think of it now. We'll be out on Sunday. Let me just get the calendar out. July 27th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Whenever I give times, it's always Eastern Standard. Chill and chat. Traditional type stuff's good for you. I mean, Freemasonry and music has some really cool connections, including with folk music, I'm sure. I've never seen an accordion played in lodge. It's usually an organ or bagpipe, once a guitar, but it could be kind of fun to see an accordion in a Masonic lodge at some point. Who knows? Maybe we'll get there. But welcome everybody. If you are just joining and you're new to the stream, I hope you'll take a moment to hit like and subscribe and let me know how it's going. And if you have any questions about Freemasonry, if you have any thoughts on the poems we've been reading. Do I play any instruments? I do not. When I was young, my mom had me in music lessons, and I played it. I remember doing it for 2 years, and then I kind of got sick of music lessons, and I stopped. Looking back, I might have stuck around. I could tell my younger self, but I just didn't want to do it. So I love music in terms of I love music. I love to listen to it. You know, Ben Franklin, who by the way was himself a Freemason, said he said beer is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. I don't drink. I stick to Coca-Cola. So I change it around a little bit. I will say music is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy because I love music. Prince Hall, they do get funky. I've been to some Prince Hall meetings. It's awesome. Prince Hall is one of the, I think, when you talk about things that have made Freemasonry so special over the years, without question, Prince Hall is a big part of that, including the music. You know, it's one of those things where I think I've talked about this before. Um, you know, it's I have really weird like you have mixed feelings about Prince Hall, right? Because on the one hand, Prince Hall started because a lodge in Boston refused admittance to Prince Hall because he was black, and that's not cool. But on the other hand, the consequences of that meant the creation of Prince Hall Freemasonry, which was a pretty incredible force in both masonry and civil rights. I mean, Martin Luther King's father and grandfather were both Prince Hall Masons. For many, black men in the States and Canada, by the way, Prince Hall Freemasonry was a way to be engaged in the civic community, to develop skills. They talk about this a lot in the documentary Join or Die about civic institutions. And, it created an incredible Masonic body. So it's one of those things where it's like out of something crummy comes something awesome. And so, yeah, and something where I've had the chance to visit Prince Hall on a few occasions, and I've always really enjoyed it. Just finished watching Coronation Street. My dad has to watch Coronation Street. It's a rule, it's a law. He is a British man living in Canada. So if he doesn't watch Coronation Street, they will send him to jail. By the way, White Sox. Oh, it is 5-0. The White Sox are beating Tampa Bay 5-0. I am a White Sox fan, or choosing to be a White Sox fan. So, Coffee Stained, are you a fan of any type of sports? Again, I genuinely dig your username. I apologize to everybody else watching this. I love you all, but I think Coffee Stained Mug has the best username by far. So, and by the way, Coffee Stained, if you'd be so kind as to share this stream with some of your socials, I'd appreciate that also. And welcome everybody for joining. Please take a moment. If you're new, hit that like and subscribe button. We're here on my 24-hour live stream chatting about Freemasonry, 6 hours, 33 minutes in. Earlier, we were talking about Masonic statements on Twitter or X. Then we're talking about motivating factors for Freemasons to join and remain engaged. Then we talked about Masonic poems and Masonic poetry. Charles Bukowski. There you go. Actually, I can, Spirit. I've been thinking of doing so. Um, it's on my list of goals. I was thinking, since my dad's British, I could probably get British citizenship. So I'm definitely thinking about it. Because why not, Rio Bravo, starring John Wayne, Dean Martin, Ricky Nelson, Walter Brennan, and Claude Atkins. Never seen it, but John Wayne was himself a Freemason. So there is that. And welcome to everybody who's joining. It's wonderful to have 10 people watching me, 6 hours and 34 minutes into the stream. Now 9. We could always one of my favorite poems, actually. And again, I can tie anything to Mason. Actually, I don't even know if this would count as a poem, honestly, as I burp there, is The Mask of the Red Death. You've never seen any movie, Chris? That can't be the case. If so, good for you. You're better use of time than me. My cousin was on the White Sox for 2. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. That is very cool. My sports speed is more hard work and immersive creation. And thanks for name props. I'm so deep into coffee. I love coffee. Coffee is my favorite thing in the world. I like coffee more than people, far more than people. To be the best version of oneself, to get the best out of your own meaning, purpose, what switches people on? Well, that is, excuse me, that is the idea of motivation, right? And that's what I was talking about earlier. When it comes to Freemasonry, and this could apply to anything in life, to be honest, not just Freemasonry, right? Motivation. What is a motivation, and how do we apply that to different fields? There's this thing called gamification, which, if you think about it, how do we as people create games or game designers? What are they trying to do? They are trying to keep people engaged. Nobody builds a game that people within 30 seconds get bored of. They want people to keep playing the game over and over and over again, um, as often as possible, right? And so to do that, they figure out what's going to motivate people to keep playing the game and to keep engaged, and then they apply those things. So, for example, on a video game, one of the ways that they motivate people to remain engaged is through. So I'm just going to answer Courtney's question. Dunkin' Donuts, any coffee in Mexico. Um, Top 3 coffees. So the progress bar that some video games have on the bottom of the screen, where it's like every time you complete a level, the bar moves a little bit forward. That's an example of motivation based on accomplishment. People want to see the bar keep on, going in this direction, keep on filling up. So they keep on playing, right? Um, and so when it comes to Freemasonry, can we take these ideas of, how game designers design games to motivate people to keep playing and apply them to Freemasonry to motivate people not so much to join, but rather once they join to remain active and to remain engaged over and over and over again, right? Because that's what we want. We want people to keep coming back. I don't have any interest in somebody joining Freemasonry for a year and then I never see them again, or a month. It's how do we motivate people in such a way that they want to keep coming back? Being a Brit, nothing is wrong with tea. Tea is okay, but coffee is where it's at. There's a reason why coffee stained mug didn't say tea stained mug, um, right? Coffee stained mug said coffee stained mug for a reason. Coffee stained mug, by all means, if you want to send me some good coffee, I will not say no to that. I will even give you my address. Having said that, I will die on the hill that Dunkin' Donuts is legitimately the best coffee. And because I'm from Canada, I can never. Oops, that didn't work. Okay, well, Square and Compass Promotions, care of Windsor Masonic Temple, 986 Ouellette Avenue, Windsor, Ontario, US6. But I have my coffee black for the record. I have my coffee black. All right. It's Square and Compass Promotions, care of Windsor Masonic Temple, 986 Ouellette Avenue, Windsor, Ontario, N9A, sorry, N981C6. I got that wrong. N9A1C6. I will always take free coffee, but no, I love Dunkin'. I love Dunkin' Donuts, and I feel bad because I'm in Canada and I can never find Dunkin's unless I go to the States, which drives me crazy. My favorite Dunkin' coffee is the Dunkin' Christmas blend, but care of Windsor Masonic Temple, 986 Ouellette Avenue, Windsor, Ontario, N981C6. Good coffee is black. I agree with that. Actually, tea with a shot of whiskey. Well, I don't drink, so I couldn't have the whiskey, and I don't mind tea, but I'll go coffee every time. Um, yes, Courtney is correct. Columbia coffee is the best. Uh, uh, put people into the game more. Sorry, Gaz, I think I missed what you said up here. I got to go back up for a second. If I could. Let me try to find. Um, well, I mean, it could be VR. It could be any number of different things, different ways that you keep people engaged in a game, right? The goal is whether it's a game or whatever it is. I mean, it applies to work too. Like, how do employers find ways in their job and wanting to come back and not just giving the bare minimum, but actually engage in a really positive way, right? All that stuff is kind of examples of quote unquote gamification, for lack of a better term. Um, but let me just see what you said there because I can't quite get to it. Sure, but I'd lose. You'd kick my ass, but I'd be happy to do so. Put people into the game more VR or augmented reality in real time. Well, I mean, that's one way. I mean, that would be motivation through curiosity, right? If I understand what you're saying correctly, right? Because you're saying like one way that people may be motivated to keep playing a game is if the technology is really cool or really interesting, then they're curious because it's VR, it's something new, it's something different, and that could be a really motivating factor to get people to try new things as well. um, but it's just whatever the motivations are, and in Freemasonry, I think the biggest thing that we need to do is keep in mind people's motivations change. What motivates somebody to join Freemasonry and what motivates somebody to remain in Freemasonry 50 years, 20 years, 30 years in are very, very different and very, very important. And you need to keep both of those in mind. And motivations change, right? But going back to, let's see. Right. So going back to what Gaz was saying, to be the best version of oneself, to get the best out of your own meaning, purpose, what switches you on. So that motivation would be an example of epic meaning, right? Where the motivation of to be the best version of yourself is a higher calling. It's because you care about something. It's some type of meaning in being the best version of yourself, which is definitely a motivating factor that can encourage people to come to Freemasonry. In the same way, it can be a motivating factor to encourage people to exercise more. Like there's a lot of different ways to motivate people. Have you tried adding fruity punch to your coffee? Okay, coffee stained mug. Listen, I think you and I have to band together. We're going to put aside our differences um, over Dunkin' Donuts because we clearly have a new enemy in Courtney Duffy and his fruity punch to the coffee, right? I think this is kind of like how I don't know coffee stain mug if you've seen the meme on Facebook where it's like those who love pineapple on pizza and those who hate pineapple on pizza have to unite because there's a new enemy and somebody's putting like kiwi on a pizza or something, horrible like that. Kiwis on a pizza. This is like that coffee, okay? You and me need to stand together, apparently against all of Texas, not just Courtney, but the entire state that is Texas, because they are putting, I did not know this, they are putting fruity punch in the coffee. I did not know that when this stream started, I would find myself battling all of Texas, but here we are. Here we are. No, Courtney, I love you, but I have not ever put fruity punch in my coffee, nor will I. And in fact, I know that y'all be armed in Texas. I will risk my life. I will, if I see somebody do that, I swear to heaven, I will knock the cup out of their hand and let the chips fall where they may, you know, because something something horrible has happened. And we got Ryan McKee now apparently on the side of what, Texas? Ryan, what sounds heavenly. Like, are you on this side here? Is this what's happening? Are you going to go to Coffee Club and tell Michelle to put fruity punch in the coffee? Is that where we're at? Is that what's happening now? What have I birthed into the world? I come here trying to help people. Uh, Ryan McKee loves food. I don't. I love food too, Ryan McKee. Don't get me wrong. I think food is awesome. I just not like fruity punch and coffee. All right, I need to go talk to somebody because there's a knock on my door. I'll be back in 1 second. Everybody, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'll be right back. I promise I'm not going too far. Okay, people, I'm back. I would like it to be known that I clearly have better neighbors than all of you because my neighbor just came to my place and dropped off some chicken soup, some like chicken taco soup. I'm going to take a picture of it and share it on my socials later with bread. So he could feel that I was so disappointed by let me see if I can show you a picture of it. There's a picture of it on my phone I just took. It's not the best, I know, but I'm gonna share it on my Instagram. Squareandcompasspromotions.com on Instagram. And you guys can find it there. I am winning. I think what it was, I gotta get a spoon. I'll be right back. I'm not going far. I'm just looking for a spoon. Apparently, I can't. I don't have a spoon anywhere. Oh, I promise you, I normally live better than this. Me existing in my life without a spoon. Oh, there we go. Took me a second, but I found it. And I'm just gonna rinse it as well. Been in there for a minute. Thank you, Courtney, for that. I appreciate that. Um, I will contact him for sure. And I look forward to it. I look forward to need a napkin as well. I look forward to talking to him. Thank you for that. I hope you can join us as well. It would be awesome. It would be absolutely awesome to learn more about him and his lodge, and maybe even have him on the podcast if you'd be interested. So I'm back. Um, yeah, I'm with Coffee Stain Mug on this. I think we clearly have developed a civil war in my stream. It is me and Coffee Stained Mug protecting the integrity of coffee everywhere versus apparently Ryan McKee and Courtney, who are just putting heaven only knows fruit punch of some sort in the coffee. So I think it's me and it's Coffee Stain. We're together on this. That is good soup, by the way. We have our very own Superman Robin situation. You're Superman, I'm Robin. I'm happy with that. Your name is Coffee Stain Mug. You should be taking the lead on this. I'm just the secondary person. By the way, there is Masonic coffee. So, Coffee Stained Mug, what is your favorite coffee? I need to move this over. This is an awkward way to eat this, but I don't want to spill it. And knowing me, I would find a way to spill it. Okay, this seems to work. Bon appetit, says Gaz. Yes, I agree. It's nice to have good neighbors, and I got some of the best. He gets high doing Freemasonry stuff. Black Rifle isn't that a um some soldiers who like former military guys who created Black Rifle as a way to make money for Masonic, geez, as a way to make money for veterans issues or veterans. Yeah, I think I've heard of it. They have a similar thing here in Canada, actually. I bought some of their coffee. It was really good. You're not wrong. I know any chance I think we have to support veterans, we should. Not only because I'm a big wuss, I don't have near the bravery that they do to take on the things that they do, but also because they're out there risking their lives. So nothing but respect. FJ, FJ, put your hand on the computer by accident. I do that all the time. This is really good. Don't worry. Happens to me every day. Once I'm done with this, I'm going to start talking a little bit more again about Freemasonry and poems and poetry, but also I'm going to find the Masonic coffee that I know is out there, and also the oh, my cat's here. Also the we'll look up a little bit about Black Rifle coffee as well, and maybe I'll even include a link so people know to check it out if they're interested. They want good coffee and to support a good cause. But yeah, I travel to Chicago all the time, and one of the things I love most about traveling to Chicago is the fact that I know that I will get to have some delicious and awesome uh, Dunkin' Donuts coffee, and that's something I'm always excited for. All right, I'm back. Still can't talk or still can't do much typing as I'm sitting here eating my delicious soup. So talk amongst yourselves. Coffee stained mug. Do you search for like Freemasonry online on social media? Is that how you found us or found me? And Dad, how's your night going? And does anybody know what the White Sox score is right now? Here's my other major question. Last I checked, it was 5-0 White Sox. Well, I hope I gave you some good conversation. And it seems like one thing we both have in common is um, we both love poetry. One poet I one thing I recently found that I find really interesting was liminal poetry or poetry about liminal spaces. 6-0, sweet. Suck it, Tampa Bay. And like they've got into liminal spaces on Facebook and stuff. People taking pictures of hallways and liminal spaces. Somebody wrote this poem. I really liked it. It was how'd they put it? They said it was about liminal spaces, particularly it was about hotels. And they said all the people here. I said I love hotels. All the people here, or I love hotels. In hotels, there exists neither past nor future, rather an endless present, an endless now, filled with people waiting for a tomorrow that will never come. And I always felt that that's a pretty good explanation of not just hotels, but liminal spaces in general. But yeah, if everybody gets the chance, one thing you guys can check out and encourage you to is Black Rifle Coffee. It is good coffee, and it supports veterans affairs issues, veterans charities. I'm not sure if there's specific ones or if they support a bunch of different ones. Obviously, there's issues with veterans and PTSD. So take the time. And I've had their coffee before. It's really good. I've never heard of Blue Mountain Jamaican before, but I'd assume Jamaican coffee would be really good. I mean, Caribbean coffee is really, really good. Yeah. You read my mind, Coffee Stain, because I actually put that on my Twitter, my personal Twitter account. I said life is a liminal space because it is, right? If you think about it, on a tombstone, you've got the date you're born, and then a dash, and then the date you die, and your entire life is that dash. But really, what that shows you is that life is just a liminal space or liminal time. It's the in between time between the beginning and the end. So I agree. Life is liminal. And welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm just eating some soup from my neighbor. We're talking about Freemasonry, but now I'm taking a break. For dinner, I'm doing a 24-hour live stream because I figured it would be kind of fun. And we are 7 hours in, or in 1 minute and 20 seconds, we will be 7 hours in. Potatoes, carrots, onions, chicken, peas. It's like a Southwest soup almost. Vegetables. I've said this before, and this is 100% true. If not for Freemasonry and my neighbors, I would never eat anything other than junk food. Basically, every vegetable I've ever had is courtesy of my neighbors or Masonic junior wardens. So my mom says thank you for keeping me alive because, you know, it's been pretty, I can't take care of myself. I'm not a responsible adult. The fact that I'm still alive at all is pretty amazing at the moment, to be honest. If it wasn't for my neighbors and Freemasons, and before my neighbors, my roommates, my old roommate Yanni used to cook me vegetables and make sure I ate vegetables. Yeah, it's not going to let you put in links as a general rule, but I will 100% check it out. Yeah, I think it was a British band. Was it the Monkeys or something? I mean, I plan to live forever. I mean, so far, so good. I'm still here. So, which kind of goes against what I was saying earlier about Freemasonry and acknowledging our mortality. But there are no rules when you're eating soup. It's a whole crazy situation when you're eating soup, Like, you're not encumbered by the laws of logic. Turn by Turn by the Birds. Great song. The Birds, they were a British band, right? Like I said, for me, favorite song is Simple Man by Leonard Skinner, followed in a close second by Prodigal by Blacktop Mojo. I mean, would you want to live forever? Really? I think sooner or later you get bored. I mean, give me a few years. That's perfectly fine. Give me 75. I don't need to live forever. And also, okay, for some reason I thought British. I don't know why. The Foo Fighters. Okay. Yeah, great band. I support that 100%. Um, I really enjoyed the Foo Fighters a lot. You know, it's up there. Do you have a favorite Foo Fighters song? Or is it The Best by Foo Fighters? Yeah, that's a Foo Fighters song, right? Is someone getting the best, I can't sing, but I think that's it, right? Let the light fight for you. Yeah, I can remember it now. That was pretty terrible. I have no musical talent at all. Other than I like it. I like to listen to it. Chris Castro. Let the light fight for you, which is good advice. There's a song called Find the Light, which was on one of my favorite movies of all time, Strange Days. Very underappreciated, underrated, underknown film. If you get the chance to ever watch it, watch Strange Days. It's so good. Starred Rafe Fiennes, directed by Catherine Bigelow. Great soundtrack as well. Really, really good soundtrack. What about you, Coffee Stain? I forget if I asked you before, but if not, do you have a favorite song? Best song, We All Live in a Yellow Submarine. Well, you know, that was from the Beatles. I think they may have been imbibing a few substances when they thought of that song, but that's okay. You know, maybe we do all live in a yellow submarine. Who knows? As I'm sitting here slurping on my soup. Welcome, by the way, if you're just joining us. I promise this stream is not just me slurping on soup. It is me talking about Freemasonry, but every now and then I need to take a break because I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. She just can't help but shine. Yeah, yeah. The best, the best, the best, the best. I remember that song. It's a good song. She just can't help but shine by Gone, Gone Beyond. I will look that up for sure because I don't think I've heard that song. Or if I have, I don't recall. And I love music. Like I said, music is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy, in my oh so humble opinion. Hello, Governor by MF Doom. So I got two things to look up. I've got She Just Can't Help But Shine by Gone, Gone Beyond. Hello, Governor by MF Doom. I will look both of those up. To everybody else who's here, thank you so much for joining. I'm almost done my soup, I promise. And then I'm going to turn on some lights in here because it's getting kind of dark. And then we'll go back to our main topic, which is Freemasonry. I'll have a cookie as well because I need dessert with all this delicious soup. Oh, we got a parent in the chat. It's convenient. It's like a built-in like serviette. Why would you not use your sleeve? You know what? I'm going to put this to the people. We are going to put this to the people. If any of you are parents, then please ignore your parental instincts on this one. Here we go. It's like a built-in thing. Why would you not use it? Is it okay to use your sleeve for a serviette? We'll let the people decide this, Dad. We'll let the people decide this. They can decide. Is it okay to use your sleeve for a serviette? I'll let them vote. We'll see what they have to say. Exactly. A sleeve builds up the immune system. That's what I tried to tell my mom, but she wouldn't listen to me. Is yes the only option, coffee stained mug? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about there. This poll is perfectly legitimate. I'm almost done my soup. I mean, all I know is right now it's 2 votes and 100% yes. So clearly we're doing just fine here. And thank you to my neighbors for delicious soup. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan's on my side. He must have voted yes, 100% yes. So we are killing it. Now, the problem with Freemasonry, though, is you're wearing a tuxedo, so you can't vote. You can't use your sleeve as a serviette. It's a whole thing. It's a whole challenging thing. I don't know what you're talking about. This vote is not corrupt at all. This vote is completely down the. It's not my fault. 100% of people are saying yes. All right, it's not my fault. I'm not making them vote yes. I'm going to do it again because I just spilled. Here. And I can do that, by the way, because 100% of people have said yes, it's okay to use your sleeve as a serviette. So just live with that. I have a cookie as well. All right, welcome. I need to turn on a couple lights because I feel like we're getting to the point now where it's getting a little dark outside. It's 9:10 here on the Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully that makes things a little bit nicer. And by the way, if you're just joining us, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, jump in the chat, say hello. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. Um, and I figured I want to talk next about the Mask of Red Death. Speaking of poetry, literature, that's what we've been talking about thus far. Um, oh, by the way, White Sox 6, Tampa Bay 2, top of the 5th. So let's go White Sox. I don't know. Coffee Stained. Are you a fan of Mask of Red Death or Edgar Allan Poe? Because I think it's a great story. Took on a whole new meaning when during COVID. So I don't want to give anybody PTSD. But let's see if I can track it down. Here it is. Edgar's my spirit animal. I have a hand with a screen. Oh, nice. I've got a bunch of tattoos, but all of mine are Masonic tattoos, or mostly Masonic tattoos, and then I have some horror movie tattoos. I'm guessing coffee stained. If Edgar is your spirit animal, you're a fan of scary movies, which I am as well. My favorite is Nightmare on Elm Street 4 or Nightmare on Elm Street 5, depending on the day. As of right now, though, it would be Nightmare on Elm Street 4 because it's a nice day. The usual way I think about it is if it's a nice day outside, my favorite movie is A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. And if it's a crummy day outside, my favorite movie is Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. So, because it kind of fits those two. Toronto Blue Jays, best team. Well, mom must be happy up in heaven looking down and uh, watching those Blue Jays win or be the best team, anyways. Are they going to the cup or the whatever it's called? I don't know what the term is. The World Series. That's what it's called. See, look at this. Is it okay to use your sleeve for serviette? 4 votes, 4 yes votes. What can I say? The people have spoken, Dad. The people have spoken. I like thrillers, although I enjoy a good horror movie with someone who's really into it. Yes, we can be. You're not wrong. We can be a challenging bunch of people to hang out with. That's for sure. Especially you get those ones who are feel the need to talk through the whole movie and tell you how everybody is connected to everybody else. That is a pain in the butt. Um, which is why, because I'm a horror movie buff. When I go to see a scary movie, I'll go by myself because I don't want to be talking to the next person and ruining the movie for them. And if they're asking me a bunch of questions, I'll get annoyed by that too. So, and I like movies by myself, you know? So, my favorite things in the world movies by myself, coffee at midnight. My dad's a Brit, so he calls napkins serviettes. What can you do? What can you say? They're really strange over there. Yes, just let me watch the flapping movie. I like to figure it out. What's your favorite movie of all time? If you had to pick one. Coffee and moon dancing. I don't know what that is, but it sounds fun. Maybe I'll try it at some point. The Coffee at Midnight is also a song by Stand Atlantic. If you look it up on YouTube, Coffee at Midnight, and it's a great song by like a little known band. So I've always loved coffee at midnight. I can drink coffee anytime and not fall asleep. So it's really nice. Dark Crystal. Okay. So are you then a fan of, because I'm not a huge Dark Crystal fan, but I love Labyrinth. It's one of my top 10 favorite movies. Uh, so I feel like if you enjoy Dark Crystal, or if you like Dark Crystal, then you'll probably like Labyrinth as well. But Labyrinth for me is up there all the way. Come on, feet. I always like that. So I'll say, even though I'm in a wheelchair, sometimes I'll say to myself when I'm getting ready to do something, um, uh, "Come on, feet." I've seen like 2 episodes of the Walking Dead series. I'm sad to say. You'd think by now I would have seen more Walking Dead than I have, but so far, like a couple episodes, I never really got super into it for whatever reason. And you think I would because I love horror, but I'm not a big fan of the zombie subgenre, right? Of all of the different types of movies and like horror movie villains, for me, I've never been a huge fan of zombies as a horror villain. I tend to go slasher route. Freddy, Michael, Jason, um, what's his Leprechaun, Pinhead, that tends to the kind of the franchise players. That tends to be my gimmick. Although I've talked about this before on the stream. I have a great idea for a movie where it's a Masonic temple and Masonic lodge being besieged by zombies, and the Masons have to fight the zombies and save the town. That's 100% on my list of of things. Yeah, I figured you meant coffee with the name coffee stain mug. So I assumed when you said day drinker, you meant coffee, which is same as me. I drink it at night, I drink it a day, I drink it all the time. And yeah, coffee at midnight, stained Atlantic. They're not a really huge band, but they're really great. I love them. So I hope anybody watching this will first of all hit the like and subscribe button, and second, support Stained Atlantic, support small bands. We should be supporting each other's. We should be supporting artists, especially ones who maybe a little bit smaller. But I do appreciate everybody. We could make a video game out of that idea. I 100% agree with you. Well, I was basing it on. So there's this movie that I like, came out a few years ago, called Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse, I think is what it's called, where it's a bunch of Boy Scouts fighting zombies. And I thought, you could take that same premise and apply it to Freemasonry really, really well. Not saying that we as Freemasons are ourselves zombie fighters or Boy Scouts, but I think the general premise of a group of close knit people fighting some type of evil evil invasion could actually be a lot of fun and could 100%, yeah, it would be a blast, I think. So it is on my list of, I think, fun things to talk about and to try. Would be talking about yeah, Freemasons versus zombies. You have a bit where the Tyler's fighting them off with a sword. Raging gun. Jesus Christ is the truth. Rondo. The Boy Scouts ain't even Boy Scouts. Welcome, Rondo. Thank you for being here. Raging, thank you for being here as well. Let me know how you're doing, Raging. I appreciate your saying that. I mean, Freemasonry, we have Masons of all different religious backgrounds, which is one of its strengths. We have many Christian Freemasons, Muslim, Jewish, First Nations, I think Indigenous. I think that's what makes Freemasonry strong, is the fact that we have different faiths represented. But Raging Gun, I hope you'll hit the like button. If you're new, subscribe. And Rondo, let me know how you're doing. Have you ever, Rondo, seen that movie, Boy Scouts or Scouts Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse? And how is it going, by the way? It's good to have you on stream. Thank you so much for being here. On this super fun 24-hour stream. I appreciate everybody joining me. Of course, if you have to go to go to bed or something, you don't have to stay up with me. I'm the crazy person who's doing this, but I appreciate you all being here very much. And I may, like I said, at some point, switch streams from this webcam to my cell phone and go vertical live streaming, just because I find sometimes there's a whole other audience. 7 hours and 20 minutes in. Don't be taking time away from me. 7 hours and 20 minutes. I can't do math. Help me, somebody. 8 hours, no, 16 hours and 40 minutes to go. I'm the worst at math. I swear. It's a good thing Freemasons don't need to know math. Anyways, let's go back to what we were talking about once upon a time, literature and Freemasonry. We've talked about Charles Bukowski. We've talked about my friend Maria Matusek and her incredible and amazing poems. So now let's switch to something else. Let's talk about Edgar Allan Poe, The Mask of the Red Death. Why I think that could be in and of itself a Masonic story. I was going to call it poem, but really it's a story. Edgar Allan Poe was, to my knowledge, and let me double check to make sure I got this correct. He was not a Freemason, but one of his stories, The Cask of Amontillado, features a character, Fortunato, who was a Freemason. Um, right? In the story, the cask of Amontillado. Let me just grab that. Before we do the Mask of Red Death, I want to talk about this. The Cask of Amontillado, which is a short story by Edgar Allan Poe. It was first published in 1846, it looks like. Welcome, by the way. Oh, so Edgar Allan Poe was not a Mason himself, but one of his characters in The Cask of Amontillado, which was one of his more popular books, short stories, I should say, was a Freemason, and his Freemasonry was actually a major plot point. Interestingly enough, in the book, in the short story, which again, it was probably on the part of Edgar Allan Poe done as a way to maybe add some character, add some characterization, add an interesting wrinkle. By the way, well, Courtney, don't stop gaming. You can still find time to be a gamer and a Freemason. I still often play Assassin's Creed. I like Assassin's Creed Part 3 because that obviously has all of the different Masonic connections to it, uh, which is really, really cool. I've talked about that on stream in the past. I'd love to get somebody from Ubisoft or from, Assassin's Creed onto the stream or onto a podcast to talk about their view of why they so focused on Freemasonry in their games, as well as if they plan to continue using Freemasonry in future games. But Assassin's Creed Part 3, a lot of really cool examples of Freemasonry and Masonry in general in Assassin's Creed Part 3. Yeah, we got a lot of Masons in it as well, Ben Franklin, et cetera, et cetera. So, and the Green Dragon Tavern is a really, really important part of the game, and it is a really, really important part of Freemasonry and history of Freemasonry in Boston and in America. Have you ever heard of the game called Fez? I have not heard of the game called Fez, but sounds cool. Sounds Masonic. There was actually a Masonic board game once upon a time, ironically enough, which seems like the most dull and boring board game in the world, but that's a whole other can of tuna. All right, so let us start reading The Cask of Amantillo, and let's start seeing. I'll look it up, the game called Fez. Let's find the Masonic references. The Cask of Amontillado. The thousand injuries of Fortunato I had borne as I best could. But when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a point definitely settled. But the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. There's this old expression, if you're going for revenge, dig two graves. I think we're in that category or in that territory now. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my goodwill. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting and gemmery, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack, but in the matter of old wines, he was sincere. In this respect, I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself and bought largely wherever I could. It was about dusk one evening, during the supreme madness of the carnival season, that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley. He had on a tight-fitting, peri-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. Nothing's wrong with being a nerd. Being a nerd's great. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking today. But I have received a pipe of a passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How?" said he. "Amontillado, a pipe? Impossible, and in the middle of a carnival." "I have my doubts," I replied, "and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain. Amontillado, I have my doubts. Amontillado, I must satisfy them. Amontillado. And as you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucchese. If any one of them has critical turn, it is he. He will tell me. Lucchese cannot tell Amontillado from sherry. And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. Come, let us go. Whither? To your vaults. My friend, no, I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchese. I have no engagement. Come. Oh, that's not me farting, I promise. That's a car back in, it's a car backdraft. My friend, no, it is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you're afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitrous. Let us go nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado, you have been imposed upon. And as for Lucchese, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado. Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm, putting on a mask of black silk and drawing I don't know what this actually is, a reclaire closely about my person. I suffered him to hurry me to to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flames, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montrezos. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. "The pipe," said he. "It is further on, but observe the white webwork which gleams from these cavern walls." He turned towards me and looked into my eyes with 2 firm, filmy orbs that distilled with intoxication. "Nitrous?" he asked at length. "Nitro," I replied. "How long have you had that cough?" My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. "It is nothing," he said at last. "Come," I said with decision, "we will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved." We're getting to the Masonic part soon, I promise. "You are happy as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me, it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible." "Enough," he said. "The cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough." "True," I replied, "and indeed I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily. But you should use proper caution. A draught of this medoc will defend us from the damps." Here I knocked off the neck of a bottle, which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mold. "Drink," I said, presenting him with the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarity, while his bells jingled. "I drink," he said, "to the buried that repose around us." Yes, nerds are fine. Just don't be a doof. And I to your long life. He again took my arm, and we proceeded. These vaults are extensive. The Montessors, I replied, were a great and numerous family. I forgot your arms. A huge human foot door in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel. And the motto? Nemo am impune lecit. Good, he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes, and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Medoc. We had passed through the walls of piled bones, with cracks and puncheons intermingling into the inmost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made a bold to seize Fernando by an arm above the elbow. The nitrous, he said, see it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. The drops of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we will get back before it's too late. Your cough. It is nothing, he said. Let us go on. But first, another draught of the Medoc. I broke and reached him a flacon de grave. He emptied it out of breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottles upwards with gesticulation. He did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. You do not, um, you do not comprehend, he said. Not I replied. Then you are not of the Brotherhood. How? You are not of the Masons. Yes, yes, I said. Yes, yes. You impossible. A Mason? A Mason, I replied. A sign, he said. It is this, I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my tunic. You jest, he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. But let us proceed to the Amontillado. So he was saying he's a Freemason, and the person he was speaking, the narrator, responded, no, I'm a Mason, took out a trowel, implying that he was himself not a Freemason, not a speculative Mason, but rather an operative Mason, the person against whom he is trying to take his revenge, shall we say. Be it so, I said, replacing the tool beneath my cloak and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado, the wine they're trying to test. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again, arrived at a deep crypt in which the foulness of the air caused our flames to rather to glow than truly flame. At the most remote end of the crypt, there appeared another less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead. In the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris, three sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the fourth, the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the walls, thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use within itself, but formed merely the interval between two of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. It's a Masonic word. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depths of the recess. Its termination, the feeble light did not enable us to see. Proceed, I said. Herein is the Amantillo. As for Lucchese, he's an ignoramus, interrupted my friend as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant, he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were two iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was much too astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. Pass your hand over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitrous. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return. No, then I will positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions of my power. The wine, the amontillado, ejaculated my friend, not recovered from astonishment. True, the amontillado. As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones, which I've spoken before. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of my masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depth of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long, obstinate silence. I laid the second tier and the third and the fourth, and then I heard the fibrous vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to more satisfaction, I ceased my labors and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel and finished without interruption the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flame over the mason work, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated, I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess. But the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and I felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed, I aided, I surpassed in volume and strength. I did this, and the clamor grew still. It was now midnight, perfect time for coffee. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I had completed the eighth, the ninth, and the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "Ha ha, he he, a very good joke indeed. An excellent jest. We will have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo, over our wine." "The Amontillado," I said. "Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Will they not be awaiting us at the palazzo, the Lady Fortunata and the rest? Let us be gone." "Yes, let us be gone." "For the love of God." "Yes," I said, "for love of God." But to these words I hearkened in vain for reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato." No answer. I called again. No answer. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in return only a jingling of bells. My heart grew sick on account of the dampness of the catacombs. I hastened to make an end of my labor. I forced the last stone into position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. Published in 1846. So basically, you have, in this case, the poor mason ends up in trouble. This part here, right? He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. I wouldn't describe any Masonic moves as grotesque, but what do I know? "You do not comprehend," he said. "Not I replied. "Then you are not of the Brotherhood." "How? You are not of the Masons?" "Yes, yes," I said. "Yes, yes." "You, impossible. A Mason?" "A Mason," I replied. "A sign," he said. "It is this," I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my cloak. "You jest," he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces, "but let us proceed to the wine." So that's an example of one of those. The joke there is the main character, the narrator, was a stonemason. And in fact, he used his stonemason skills to trap the poor Fortunata in his wine cellar forever, behind a brick wall. The poor character who ended up in the wine cellar trapped forever was also a Mason, but he was a Freemason. And that's hence the bit where he says, "You're not a Mason, give me a sign." And the response is to pull out a trowel. If only our friend Fortunato had understood what he meant. Welcome to everybody. If you're just joining us, please take a moment to hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. Any thoughts we have on it, positive, negative, or neutral? And I'm doing my 24-hour live stream. So please jump in the chat and say hello. In the meantime, keep letting me know how I look, how I sound, if things are going well. Let me know what you thought of the cask of Amontillado, which is, the cask of basically a fancy wine. He tricked his Masonic friend into going to taste it and test it, and ended up being stuck in the wine cellar forever, not by a Freemason, but rather by a stonemason. Looking good, sounding good. Thank you, Coffee Stain Mug. Thank you, Douglas Marks. What is your coffee stain? Because you said you like Edgar Allan Poe. What is your favorite Edgar Allan Poe short story? And did you know about the Masonic reference in the cask of Amontillado? It's one of those interesting things. You think about it, you know, you have this character. Um, we have this writer, Edgar Allan Poe, who himself was not a Freemason, but Freemasonry was so ubiquitous even then, or known, that he was able to write a character, make that character a Freemason, and add that character into the story, and have it done in such a way that people would both get it and would get the joke. Right, that's the key part. They understood the joke, the dual meaning, the pun. It just shows how kind of ubiquitous Freemasonry was even in 1846, when this was published. Certainly, it would become more ubiquitous in the following years, right? Yeah, 1846. And not only that, in Italy, right? I mean, Edgar Allan Poe was not Italian. I don't believe he was from Boston, if I recall correctly, but he set his story in Italy and was able to, Freemasonry was able to be a part of it, and a part that people would recognize and understand, which is pretty impressive. Yes, he is a symbolic poet, so his stuff is Steve's favorite. A dream within a dream is the most palatable I enjoy. I don't know if I know of a dream within a dream. Is that a short story or is that a poem? Because he did both, right? Let me see if I can find it. I'm curious now. Let me see if I can just a dream within a dream. Poem. Yeah, it is a poem. I'm gonna. Hope you don't mind if I read it. I'm not gonna do it justice. I'm sure coffee stain mug, but I'm curious. I want to give it a shot. Um, let's see. Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you now, thus much let me avow, you are not wrong who deem that my days have been a dream. Yet if hope has flown away in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, it is therefore the less gone. All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep. While I weep. O God, can I not grasp them with the tighter clasp? O God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? It's really nice. Short, so it's easy to kind of absorb in a single sitting, and it's really nice. The Raven. I haven't read that for ages, but I really like the Mask of Red Death, and I view the Mask of Red Death as being Masonic in themes. I'm going to talk about why I think that. I'm going to read The Mask of the Red Death, which is a longer poem, or a story. So I may need to stop for some pop to keep myself lubricated, which is a gross word, but nonetheless. All right. The Red Death. So this is The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. The Mask of Red Death. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores. With dissolution, the scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero, also known as Shakespeare's magician, was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusions of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair from without or of the frenzy from within. Vinyl Gorilla Records. Welcome, Vinyl Gorilla Records. I hope you'll hit the like button and subscribe button. We are talking about Freemasonry. I'm talking about Edgar Allan Poe and what I view as Masonic references within his work. But thank you for being here. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair from without or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve or to think. I often find it folly to think, but that's a separate issue. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisario, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there were cards, there was beauty, there was wine. All of these, all these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most fiercely abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first, let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite. Many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished with linen with orange, and the fifth with white. The sixth with violet. The seventh apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet, and of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now, in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum. Amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or deepened from the roof, there was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood opposed to each window a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illuminated the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenance of those who entered that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. What do you mean something in Freemasonry? So there's a couple things. I guess what I'll do is I'll pause now and I will kind of go through a little bit of it. So first, yes, Douglas Marks, you're absolutely on point. The architectural, the fact that so much of this story has an architectural element to it, right? With Freemasonry, we are derived, evolved, founded from stonemason and stonemasonry guilds. Architecture is a very important part of Freemasonry. It's a very important part of our rituals, and it's a very important part of our Masonic buildings. And in this book, and you'll see it more in the story, I should say, and you'll see it more as we go, the emphasis on architecture as impacting and influencing people's behaviors and influencing space. No, sorry, architecture is influencing people's behavior. As much as people influence the space influences the way people behave and the way people act. And I think that that's a very Masonic ideal. You hear that in a lot of our rituals. A lot of it is focused on temple architecture, a certain king and his architecture. And if you listen to it, it talks not just about the architecture, but how it affected the people who, used that temple, used that building. You see that in the liberal arts and sciences, right? And you'll see more as we go, those impacts. But also, earlier on, and this is kind of it's a warning, I think, to what some Freemasons want Freemasonry to be. Now, not for evil ways in the way that Count Prospero is, but nonetheless, I think it has the same result. Um, where is it? Once again, I'm not farting. That's just a car out there. Um, Here it is. So the abbey was amply provisioned. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. I think, unfortunately, there are many Freemasons who, and I've talked about this before, right, who have that approach when it comes to Freemasonry. In their mind, there's the external world, and then there's the world within a Masonic lodge. And, you know, we certainly should not ever in a Masonic lodge discuss politics or religion or anything like that. However, we as Freemasons need to care about what's happening in the outside world. We need to care about our communities. We as Freemasons should be worried about the economy. We should be supporting our towns. We should be supporting our local businesses, right? There are so many times I've heard Masons say some version of, we're not going to worry about what's happening outside the lodge. It's like you have to care about that because you can try to, separate Freemasonry from your town, from your community, but sooner or later, no matter how hard you try, the outside world is going to affect what's happening within Lodge. You have to find ways to care about it and to pay attention to it. And that could include even, for example, we talked about this earlier. A new business opens up in your town. As Masons, maybe it's worth going to them and approaching them and seeing if they can cater to help them out. During the pandemic, I spent a lot of time thinking about ways that Freemasons could support businesses that were struggling to pay employees to keep the doors open during those challenging times. Even tariffs, even artificial intelligence, Douglas. Like I remember doing a Medium article, and I wrote, about what artificial intelligence was saying when you prompted it to talk about Freemasonry. And people responded and asked me, like, why should we care what AI is saying about us? And I said, well, because people who are not Freemasons are going to be searching for information about Freemasonry. They're more than likely going to search for information about Freemasonry either from Google or by going to Chat GPT or LLMs, large language models, and asking for it. Like, we need to care. We can't just say, oh, AI will take care of itself. The outside world will take care of itself. We have responsibility to care about these things as well and not shut our lodges off from the outside world. That's why we need to do open houses. That's why we need to invite the public to be part of Freemasonry and part of the Masonic family, in my opinion, right? Obviously, there are the private aspects, the ceremonies, the secrets, which we cannot share. But don't lock your doors. Do an open house. Invite the public. Invite newspapers to write articles. Do Halloween events. Do Christmas events. Do things that bring the public in. That stuff is so important. And we can try as Freemasons to be Prince Prosperos of our Masonic fiefdoms and lock the doors and say the outside world can take care of itself, or we can recognize the futility of that and try our best to welcome the public in and take the Mask of Red Death as a Masonic warning. So there's that. And then there is, as you said, Douglas, the emphasis it places on architecture and the understanding that Edgar Allan Poe had, I think, that place affects people, architecture affects people, and we as Masons have a responsibility when we're considering our Masonic buildings to consider how they affect people and how we can build them in such a way as to have the most positive Masonic effect that we possibly can, and not potentially, and what it means. So, Douglas, did that answer your question so far? You'll see some more stuff coming up soon, I promise. And also, the idea of shutting yourself off from the outside world, I don't think that is exclusive to Freemasonry. I think many groups, organizations have tried to go the route of being separate from the world, being quote unquote in the world but not of it. And I don't think that's ever going to be a successful approach to anything. I think if we want to, any group wants to survive, wants to thrive, it needs to not shut itself off from the world or say the world can take care of itself. It needs to be a part of the world. So, Douglas, let me know if that made sense. Um, if it didn't, I'm happy to try again and to keep elaborating. So now we see we're coming up to the futility of Prince Prospero and his efforts. I suppose it's funny, I'm going to start calling Masons who are so focused on the esoteric, they don't think about the outside world. I'm going to start calling them Prince Prosperos, which is one of those things. It's insulting, but it sounds like you're paying them a compliment. I'll call them Prince Prosperos of the Masonic Order, the ones who wish to close the Masonic doors from the public. Um, the seventh apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now, in no one of the seven apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum. Amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro, or deepened from the roof, there was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood opposite to each window a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illumined the room. By the way, illumined is kind of a Masonic word. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when its minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came forth from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that at each lapse of an hour, the musicians in the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance, to hearken to the sound, and thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows as if confused in reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows each to the other that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then were the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditations as before. That chiming of the clock, you could argue that's a very Masonic thing as well. I think we in Freemasonry, we have to start addressing that there are real problems. And sometimes, as the clock chimes, is a metaphor for recognizing there are problems, but not necessarily know how to deal with them or how to solve them. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decor of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric luster. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed, in great part, the movable embellishments of the seven chambers upon occasion of this great fete, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the costumes of the masquerades. Be sure they were grotesque. They were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been since seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as the madman fashions. There was much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the seven chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these dreams writhed in and about, taking cue from the rooms and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of velvet, and then momentarily all is still, and all is silent save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand, but the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many tinted windows through which streams the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the seven, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal, more solemnly empathetic than any which reach their ears, who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. So once again, you have this idea and this recognition, Prince Prospero and his 1,000 friends, to escape what they believed was going to be, to escape a Red Death, decided they were going to lock themselves away in a castle and allow, as they say, the outside world to take care of itself. Aside from kind of the cruelty of doing so, which is a big part of it, you also have the fact that you find out, and they kind of recognize this on some level, that ultimately they cannot lock themselves away from the Red Death nor from the outside world. Try as they might, what is happening in the outside world is going to affect them as well. And you see that recognition of them every time the clock chimes. And you also see a seemingly poorly designed um, space, which again is affecting the way people are reacting as well. So you have the idea of trying to hide from problems that you need to deal with, which is a Masonic issue in many places right now. The average age of Freemasonry in Texas is 67 years old. That cannot, that's not sustainable. And every time that clock strikes, we get a little bit more nervous. There's the idea of not locking ourselves away in our Masonic castles and being Prince Prosperos, but working with the community to create a better world. And there's the effect that architecture has on the individuals. Let's see. Let's keep going. And thank everybody for joining. By the way, please take a moment. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button, jump in the chat. Please say hello. And let me know if you have anything to talk about. This is a 24-hour stream I'm doing for fun. I'm officially 1/3 of the way there, 8 hours in, which is crazy. And it's been a blast. So by all means, I hope you'll jump in the chat, say hello. Let me know what you think if you see Masonic parallels in the Mask of the Red Death, and if there's anything else you want to talk about. Also, as always, let me know how it is I sound, how it is I look. If we start to develop any problems, I'm going to switch over to my phone and hit that heart button a few times, and share the stream, etc., etc. Okay, so going back to this, but these, and a muffled peal more solemnly empathetic than any which reaches their ears, who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life. And the revel went whirlingly on until at length was sounded the 12th hour upon the clock. And then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolution of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock. And thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept with more of time into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who rebelled. And thus again it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of the masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before, and the rumor of his new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz, a murmur, expressive at first of disapprobation and surprise, then finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms, such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod. Herod, interesting Masonic connection there, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless, which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be properly made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in costume and bearing of the stranger, neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. You could argue, even in this case, the idea of Freemasonry and mortality. We talked about one of the things that Freemasonry encourages is to acknowledge one's own mortality, which is a very, very good thing, I think, and a very healthy thing to do, right? And you could argue that the whole story of the Mask of Red Death is a prince and his 1,000 revelers refusing to acknowledge their own mortality. You know, they're locking the castle doors, they're playing dress up, they're playing music, they're partying, they're wearing bright costumes. You're doing all these things all to kind of distract from the knowledge either of their own mortality, whether that mortality will come sooner because of the mask of the Red Death or later. It is still a matter of they're refusing to acknowledge a truth. And by refusing to acknowledge that truth, it doesn't change the fact that it still is there. And now, in some ways, it has even more power over them than maybe some of those people outside the castle, because they at least are forced to acknowledge the reality of the situation, while the people in the castle are pretending like it doesn't exist. Either the Red Death itself or just their own mortality in general. And you know, if Prince Prosper had been a Freemason and had taken some of our lessons into account, then maybe he would be more willing, A, to want to help those around him, but also to be more willing to acknowledge the truth of, um, you know, to acknowledge his mortality and what that actually means, and not try to hide from it. Which, at the end, as we see, just gives it more power. Reminds me of the Pharisees of the Bible. See, I know very little about any type of biblical stories. Um, I've heard the phrase the Pharisees, but I don't know enough about who they are or what they did. I think they got into a fight with Jesus, right? Or Jesus fought with them or something to that extent. But that's, you know, I know very little about biblical knowledge, that's for sure. And the rumor of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz or murmur, expressive at first of disapprobation and surprise, then finally of terror, of horror, of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question out Heroded Herod. I know I'm going back a little bit. I want to read this part again. And gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be properly made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in costume and bearing of the stranger, neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revelers around. They're mad because they can't acknowledge the truth of the situation. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of Red Death. His vesture was dabbled with blood, and his broad brow, with the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. It's a story with tax collectors. They were failed to show their teachings to the behavior, although they are monastic, therefore by assumption should do, not just know. Okay, yeah, it was on the temple, and he was like knocking over. We said like, don't make my father's house the like a money lenders thing. I think, right? I think I've heard. Yeah, I think I've heard that story before. When the eyes of the Prince Prospero fell upon the spectral image, with with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed. In the first moment, with a strong shudder, either of terror or distaste, but in the next, his brow reddened with rage. Who dares, he demanded hoarsely of the group that stood around him, who dares thus to make a mockery of our woes? Uncase the varlet that we may know whom we have to hang tomorrow at sunrise from the battlements. Will no one stir at my bidding? Will stop him and strip him, I say, of those reddened vestures of scarlet, of sacrilege. It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang through the 7 rooms, loud, and 7, by the way, is a very important Masonic number. 3, 5, and 7 would be considered incredibly important Masonic numbers. 7, probably, maybe in some ways, the most. In Ontario, you need 7 members to have a quorum. It also references the 7 liberal arts and sciences, amongst other things. We know that Edgar Allan Poe was at least aware of some things as it relate to Freemasonry. I wonder if he picked the number 7 because it had Masonic connections and as a little Easter egg for Freemasons in there. It was in the blue room where he said to the prince, at first, as he spoke, it was an eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the wavering of his hand. It was in the blue room where he stood, the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now with deliberate and stately step made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired, yes, Edgar Allan Poe. Welcome back, Chris, reading The Mask of Red Death, talking to people about why I view this as a Masonic story, or at least a story that has relevance and should have relevance to Freemasons. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person. And while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centers of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step, which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror um, that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger and approached in rapid impetuosity to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly round and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which instantly afterwards fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning wild courage of despair, a throng of the revelers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in untenable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untented by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revelers in the blood bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay, and the Red Death held dominion over all. Published 1842. So again, why do I think that's relevant to Freemasonry? I think first and foremost, we as Freemasons, and not just Freemasons, by the way, but anybody could, but Freemasons, I think, should more than anything else need to take the Mask of the Red Death as a warning against the tendency we sometimes have to be esoteric to the point of insular, right? We can pretend like our lodges are separate from the world all we want. They are not. They are part of the world. They are part of the community. And we as Freemasons have a responsibility to care about the community. Not, you know, that means, and not just care, but to be part of the community. That includes our lodges, that includes doing open houses, that includes trying to support the local economy, the local businesses, right? And Freemasons do that, by the way. Freemasons do that all the time. I think it's important that we continue to do that, right? I also think it's not a warning precisely, but almost a reminder of why Freemasonry, one of the best things it does is forces us at some point to acknowledge our own mortality. And it explains why that's so important. Because what we see in the Mask of Red Death is a Prince Prospero and his, 1,000 friends who refuse basically to acknowledge the fact that they are mortal. They kind of have this idea that they can just block out more, almost block out death as well as mortality, and kind of live forever in this constant state of partying and revelry. And it probably drives them, aside from it doesn't work, it probably at the end drives them crazy as well. Acknowledging our mortality is, I think, a very healthy thing. I've talked about that in podcasts. There's a lot of different groups. I've even had some podcasters who talk about why it is so valuable, the Ernest Becker Institute, to acknowledge our own mortality and not become a Prince Prospero. And then the numerous references to architecture and the extent to which architecture affects the way people act or the way people react to situations, right? Which is something Freemasonry understands. Freemasonry being in and of itself the child of stonemasonry, evolved from stonemason guilds. If that made any sense to you, and if you enjoyed that, I hope that you guys will hit some hearts, hit some hundreds, all that good stuff. I am a little over 1/3 of the way through this 24-hour stream, and I'm having an absolute blast. I am going to take a moment to go to the washroom, though, because I can only hold it for so long. So I'm going to leave you guys with my co-host. This is Mason the Moose. So everybody be nice to Mason the Moose. Let me know what you think of him. He is a tough host. So if you guys start to cause trouble of any sort, he is going to see that and he's going to deal with that. And when I'll be back, we'll figure out what more we want to talk about. Maybe do some more stuff on X, see what people are saying about Freemasonry. Give me a couple minutes. I will be back. I will be back. Not to quote Arnold Schwarzenegger. All right, I am back. Holy cow! I leave Mason the Moose in charge while I'm going to the washroom. I come back. We have more people than when I left. Clearly, you people like the Moose more than you like me. How's it going? By the way, if you are new to the stream or just joining me, I am doing a 24-hour stream. I am 8 hours and 35 minutes in. We're talking about Freemasonry and just hanging out. It's been a blast so far. So thank you everybody who's joined. Please take a moment. If you're new to the stream, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's go back to a more legitimate, shall we say, this whole question. Not that using your sleeve as a serviette isn't a good thing. By the way, it's 10:36 here right now. Let me know what time it is where you're at. And let me just check on something quickly. By the way, any questions or thoughts you have on Freemasonry, please let me know. They could be positive, negative, neutral. Honestly, even if it is a negative question about Freemasonry, I'd still love to hear it because, or even a negative comment on Freemasonry, because the best way for me to be able to understand why I love Freemasonry and talk about it is to also be willing to talk to people who don't like Freemasonry and what they don't like about it. And hopefully, maybe it'll sharpen my arguments and help me better express my views and my feelings on it, right? I think sometimes Freemasons kind of push away from some of the conspiracy stuff online. I'm no fan of it myself by any means, but I think there's a value in hearing it and knowing how to respond to it. I also suspect probably around midnight or so. So maybe another hour and 20. Maybe what I'll do is I will throw on a movie. We'll maybe pick the movie together. We can watch it at the same time. We can eat some chips. We can hang out. Just take a little bit of a break and just watch a movie together of some sort. Doesn't have to be a Masonic movie, just us hanging out. And then at after that, we'll be back to more Masonic talk. I'm also going to take a few minutes to invite some people to join just to see, once again, let them know the stream is still going on. And if you guys could do that with your buddies as well, with anybody on your socials, invite them to join our Masonic 24-hour live stream. It would be wonderful. It's been great so far. We have had, in case anybody's curious, let's see. So far, we have had 222 people watching, which is absolutely awesome. 60. So yeah, so thank you guys so much for that. Please keep checking us out. Gerald Lamontagne. Gerald, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. I hope you will hit that like button if you're not done so already. And if you're not done so before, hit the subscribe button. How's it going? Is there anything you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry? Uh, any thoughts you have? Any comments? Etc. Etc. All the things that you're always saying. Hit like, hit subscribe, comment, share for the algorithm. Where our whole life is spent doing things for the algorithm. Oh, Chicago White Sox 8, Tampa Bay 3. Chicago White Sox still crushing it. I'm a White Sox fan. White Sox and Blue Jays. NFT is trending at the moment, which we've talked about Freemasonry and actually That would be a good poll question to have, and I think worth exploring a little bit. So let's do that one. Hold on just 1 second. Start a poll. Should Freemasons just cooking looked interesting. So, have you been on the stream before? Maybe you haven't, but the name Gerald sounds really familiar to me. Maybe it's a different Gerald. Well, I hope you'll subscribe as well. Thank you. I hope that I hope I'm interesting. I try to be interesting. You say you've known a few. I assume you mean Freemasons. Never participated, but raised within the framework. So you had family that were Freemasons as well. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. I've been a Freemason since 2007. I love Freemasonry. I don't know everything about it, and there's plenty, to be honest, that I find challenging about Freemasonry too. But nonetheless, it's something that I love talking about. So, if you have any questions, please let me know. And in the meantime, let me know how it's going. Have you ever seen any of my other stuff before? Like any of my other channels or anything like that? Oh, can you tell a Freemason by looking at them? Like, can I tell a Freemason, or do you mean just could anybody? Well, I mean, no. And that's for Masons as well. Like, you need to be really careful. And this is something I'm often telling newer Masons, right? Just because, okay, one of the ways that people will tell if someone's a Freemason or think they will is if the person is wearing a shirt that has a square and compasses symbol on it, or some type of Masonic symbol on it, or a ring, or something with that symbol on it, right? Or a tattoo. The thing is, you can't use that to tell if they're a Mason or not, because that symbol is very popular. I mean, I could go to a store, not right now, it's 10:20, it's 10:42 at night. I could go to a store tomorrow and purchase a ring with that symbol on it, whether I'm a Mason or not, it wouldn't make a difference. I could purchase a shirt with that symbol on it. I mean, technically the symbol's trademark, but it's impossible to enforce. Um, and so you can't rely on that. Then you could say, well, what about the modes of recognition and the symbols? Well, that stuff can help, but again, because so much stuff is online, um, it's hard to know for sure if they're legitimate. The best way is a combination of three things. First, a dues card, because that will tell you, and you can't know that by looking at them. You have to ask that, right? That will let you know if they are a Mason and if they are current, because they may have been a Mason in 1994, but that doesn't mean um, what was I saying? That doesn't mean that they're still a Mason. And so they may say they're a Mason, they are a Mason, but if they don't have a current dues card, they might not be able to come to lodge until they're paid off, or whatever it is, or back in good standing with their lodge. So it's a dues card, and then it's the modes of recognition. Where again, it's the grips, it's the tokens, it's things like that. And that is like belt and suspenders, because it's possible, I suppose, to fake a dues card, especially, or get a dues card that's from a clandestine lodge, but that looks legit. It's possible to find the secrets online, but it's almost impossible to have both. And at a certain point, that's just all you can do. You know, there's only so much you can expect to have people do in terms of proving. I think those two things are good, but yeah, as Gerald says, symbolic flashing and wearing the symbols and stuff. It's and I'm not one of those who gets shirty about it. I mean, the symbol looks good and people want to wear it, and it's really hard to enforce stopping people from doing so. So I think you just kind of have to accept it. It kind of is what it is. But no, so you cannot tell a Freemason just by looking at them. Some newer Masons think you can, and that is a recipe for Not disaster. Disaster is a foolish word to use. Disaster is too strong a word to use. But that is a recipe for making a mistake. So welcome though once again to everybody who's joining, and thank you again, Gerald, for being here. I truly appreciate it. As always, like button, subscribe button, share the screen, share the stream, etc., etc. All of the things you are supposed to say when it comes to this stuff. Um, should Freemasons be engaged in the NFT space? Two votes, two yeses. By the way, to everybody watching this, I also have my Patreon account, patreon.com/square and compass. I hope you guys will check that out and join that as well. You can join for free. It doesn't cost you anything, or you can do the $3 a month thing or whatever it is, or just join and hang out for free, both of which is perfectly fine and helps out big time. But welcome everybody once again. And thank you everybody for joining. So let me know to everybody who's watching for the first time what your thoughts are on cryptocurrency and the NFT space and why you think Freemasons should be engaged therein, or what you think it is about NFT space that offers opportunities for Freemasons to be engaged therein. And I'm still thinking, by the way, about switching over my stream and 12-hour mark, switching from the current setup to live streaming vertically through my cell phone, because sometimes I find there's different audiences on both. So might be worth giving that a shot and seeing if there are some people out there who I'm not catching here who want to hang out over there. Could be a lot of fun. Still is a lot of fun. And welcome if you're just joining us. Let's chat about Freemasonry. I think at the midnight hour here, which is 1 hour and 10 minutes away, I'm going to switch it up a bit and I'm going to put on a movie and I'll play it in the background and we can all hang out, eat some chips, have a bit of a sleepover, all that good stuff. It'll be fun. I mean, its origins are primarily Anglo-Saxon, I would say. It was evolved from Masonic guilds in Europe, particularly in England, Scotland and England. So yeah, primarily Anglo-Saxon at the time, but not anymore. Honestly, in 2025, I would say Freemasonry is primarily, it's certainly much more prevalent and much more popular in certain countries in Asia, especially the Philippines, where it is absolutely huge. Italy, South America, Brazil. So definitely, I would say it's not primarily an Anglo-Saxon organization anymore. Its origins are, but that very quickly started to change. I mean, very early on, you saw Freemasonry taking off in Russia, Asia, um, South America, Italy. So in 2025, that is not the case. From its founding, yes. But, to its great credit, people from all over the world found, and all different countries, for whatever reason, and you can kind of debate why that might be, found um, something that spoke to them in Freemasonry. Yes, that was me. I hope you enjoyed the interview with the Brazilian brother. I really liked it. He's a great dude. I absolutely loved my time in Brazil. I thought it was wonderful. Um, Crypto is questionable. As for Masons, I was always in the historical parts and in plain sight parts. There's some really deep information, and unless you study, you miss lots. What are some of the things that you would say are questionable about crypto? I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm kind of a new person to the field. I have 200 whole dollars invested in crypto, which as of right now is worth $210. So, what is that? What is 200, 1%? 1% growth in wealth. So there you go. But what is it that you would say is questionable? When you say historical parts and in plain sight parts, what do you mean by that? I understand a fair bit, I think, of the history of Freemasonry. I'm not quite sure what you mean more by the in plain sight parts. Certainly, I wish Freemasonry in some ways was more in plain sight than it is. Uh, so, yeah, let me know kind of what you mean by that. I'd love to know more about your thoughts. I've done a couple podcasts about Freemasonry and crypto and why I think there may be opportunities. Just sending this invitation to a few more people, sending out some messages just to see if anybody else will want to jump on. And welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, jump in the chat, say hello, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are having a great time. I'm just doing a 24-hour live stream. Why? Because I wanted to try it and see how it would go. Probably 12 hours here, 12 hours on my phone, because I find on the phone, oftentimes you get a different audience of people. So I think it might be really, really cool to try. But probably at midnight, I'm going to try something different. I'm going to put on a movie, play it in the background, eat some chips, and hang out and see who joins and who jumps in the chat to say hello. And so thank you, everybody who's joined so far. I thought we had some really fun discussions on Freemasonry, and I've loved it. So, yeah. I'm in Bitcoin, but some of the other ones, 80% of the supply is unreleased of Bitcoin, or do you mean the other ones? Yeah, the market caps are crazy on some of these, which once they release those, I assume it devalues everybody's holdings, right? I don't know. Study your books, talk to your librarian, history keepers. Some of the older things are interesting. Hate to spoil anything. Well, I mean, spoil away. You can't, I mean, and maybe you'll spoil some stuff for me. There's, like I said, being a Mason since 2007, there is a lot of stuff I don't know. Um, a lot of stuff I'm still learning. So that's something I really love about. this Freemasonry thing, right? It's the fact that there's always something more to learn. One thing I talked about way back on the stream at, the 1 2 hour mark or so was, people who tend to remain engaged in Freemasonry for a long period of time. They tend to have certain personality traits in common. One of the personality traits I've seen most in common is curiosity. People who are curious tend to want to hang out more often in Freemasonry, whereas those who um, are not as curious, or don't seem to be as curious, tend to be less engaged in Freemasonry over time. So I try my best to remain, like I said, to remain curious and to not think I know everything, which is certainly, I think, the case. What inspired? Well, first, I do like to stay up all night. I'm one of those people who I can go without a lot of sleep, and I don't mind going without a lot of sleep. Uh, Also, I've heard that, sometimes the best way to get the algorithm is through brute forcing it. So I get some people finding me on this stream, and hopefully, what that means is we'll get some more people finding my channel and supporting it that way. Also, supporting me on Patreon, patreon.com/Compass. Let's see if I can actually get this in here. Maybe not. And the more people I have supporting me there, everything else, the better. So yeah, and it's just been a chance to have some fun. I do enjoy life. I like talking to people, especially in this format. I think that it provides really fun opportunities to meet people I would never meet otherwise, and that's something really special. Including yourself. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment. And thank you, Coffee, for being here, by the way. You've been a great guest, a great viewer, a great part of the live stream, and it's been really fun to have you join. And welcome, everybody else who's just joining us. Please take a moment, say hello in the chat, leave a few hearts. We're here talking about Freemasonry and any thoughts people have on it, positive, negative, or neutral. It is 10:57, so we are, about 9 hours in, or we will be 9 hours in soon, to my 24-hour chat. Honestly, having done all the travel I've done, all the staying up all night, all that jazz, this isn't so bad 24 hours. And I get to meet cool people. We have our debates about what you do and do not do with coffee, which is a whole other can of tuna. Whether you put fruit punch in coffee, which apparently is a Texas thing, which I'm not a fan of. And I think Coffee Stained agrees with me, where we've joined forces to fight against such things. And that is kind of, so part of it, Coffee Stained, is that is actually in a lot of ways a Masonic skill, especially if you have the fortune, or sometimes it feels like the misfortune, of being the worshipful master of a lodge, basically responsible for the administration of the lodge. If you are not able to have these conversations with a lot of different people with different opinions, and try however it is you can to maintain some type of, friendly relationship with all of them, like the lodge is going to suffer. And I think that is something where it's a Masonic skill that has come in handy outside of the lodge. And it's something I really, really enjoy is the fact that I can do that, and I do credit Freemasonry for that. Not, exclusively, but probably one of the things. I think part of it is my personality as well, but a big part of that is sitting in lodge and this person's talking about this thing and this person's upset about this. And how do you manage these different, shall we say, strong opinions potentially? And how do you make sure that they can all work together? We will save Texas from fruit punch coffee. Yes, yes, we will. I concur with that. I don't know how we'll do it. I will go there and I will knock fruit punch coffee from people's hands. I know it's Texas. I know it's Texas. I know that could be dangerous. It's fine. It's fine. It's worth it. Especially coffee stained mug. I might be greeted as a liberator at some point. Who knows? Not to get all George W. We will be greeted as liberators, but I feel like it has to be some type of mass hallucination that they're doing that down there. Some things have layers. I don't know. The Masons are a much more human organization than people realize. Everything has layers. That is very true. But I do agree with you as well. I talked about this actually a couple of streams ago. Freemasons were some of the first people on hand to try to help out Los Angeles during the wildfires. We had Masonic lodges collecting both money and items like blankets and things that people would need who lost their homes. Their parking lots were being used as um, distribution centers and drop-off points for people to drop off clothing, first aid stuff, bottled water, blankets, anything people might need to try and get through this very challenging time. And nothing but respect and credit to them for that. And then in Texas, it was the same thing with the Texas floods. You had Masonic lodges at the forefront of helping those affected by the floods. Again, both collecting money and collecting goods, gift cards, blankets, things that people who lost everything in the floods were could use to try to get back on their feet, as well as stuff for first responders, water, food for first responders. Masonic buildings have been used in the past as shelters from storms, community shelters. They've been vaccination clinics. They have been they collected scrap metal during World War II and rubber during World War II, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they are, you're absolutely right. Oftentimes, the first ones helping in the community. Sometimes they are helping in the community in an obvious way, like the Masonic Lodge itself is engaged with relief efforts. And sometimes it's just Masons. You might not even know that it's a Mason who's a first responder, who's volunteering to step up, right? They may be doing it of their own. That's another reason why I'm always telling people, like, never assume just because. So, for example, not to get all political and stuff, but with the Israeli Gaza, uh, call it a war, call it what you want. Um, there's Masonic lodges in Israel. I'm a member of Masonic lodge in Israel. Uh, Even though there's no Masonic lodges, quote unquote, in Gaza, it doesn't mean that there aren't Masons there as well. There are Masons who could be aid workers, press. There are Masons who could be, have be left Gaza, become a Mason and returned for family. There could be any number of Masons on both sides of any given conflict. So, or any given situation. And so I think, um, Masons are absolutely some of the first ones helping the community. They're often right in the middle of these situations, these natural disasters, man-made disasters, trying to do what they can to help whoever they can. And it is absolutely to Freemasonry's credit that that is the case. But some things, I like what you say there. Some things absolutely have layers. That's important to keep in mind. I'm not suggesting that every Mason is good. Freemason are human beings. We are people. Sometimes I wish we weren't people. I kind of feel like what's his name? Steve Jobs in that movie where he's talking about it, and he says like the biggest problem that we have right now is that human beings is that the board is people, and people have a lot of issues and problems, and they're not always going to do the right thing, Mason or not. But hopefully Freemason can at least provide a framework through which you can try to do better things. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Whether it works or not, who knows? That's a whole other can of tuna. Even we talked about baseball. Um, um, the Masons for Mitts program out of California, where the Masons Grand Lodge is purchasing baseball mitts for those that may be in underserved communities or can't afford baseball mitts themselves to play on their baseball teams. So I think that's pretty cool. Speaking of, anybody know what the current score is with our Chicago White Sox, or if the Chicago White Sox have won? Let's all keep our fingers crossed. All right. If you know what the score is, throw it in the chat. Let me see if I can find it. Let's go to the Twitter machine. And by the way, if anybody here is, oh, I think the Chicago White Sox won. Let's see. Final Chicago White Sox 8, Tampa Bay 3. Way to go, Chicago White Sox. By the way, everybody watching this, let me know if you guys have the Tubi app. Because if you do, maybe, like I said, at midnight, my time, so 50 minutes, I'm going to put on a movie, grab some chips, grab some pop, and watch that in the background. But we can watch it together if you'd like. We can decide what movie we want to watch. I have Tubi. It's a free app. And that way, I'm always talking about Tubi and how it's so wonderful. Um, I don't know. Well, let me know, Coffee Stain. What are your apps on your, like, do you have Tubi? Can you watch a movie there? Because I was thinking maybe we'll use that one as we can kind of go from there. I'm assuming a horror movie. I know you said you prefer thrillers, but we'll see. Maybe we'll do a poll and we'll give it a couple minutes. But I feel like I'm going to be up at midnight watching a movie. I feel like it should be a scary movie by default. Well, it's a free app. You don't even think you need to download it. You can, but it's a free app. So I try to pick like whenever I'm doing this, because I have my main channel, I have my personal channel as well, where I do movie watch alongs and just hang out. Never done a 24-hour stream on that one or anything like that. But I usually do Tubi, Pluto TV. I do some type of app where it's free because I don't want people to have to, pay for an app to watch a movie with me. So, Tubi is one, Pluto TV is another one, whatever it might be. By the way, I'm gonna just say it, Tubi is awesome. I personally think Tubi is the best streaming platform, and it's free. I think the second best streaming platform is Disney Plus. And Tubi has a movie by a Johnny. Um, oh my God, what's his name? It's a Masonic movie. It's a really good one. Um, Now it's bugging me. I got to double check it. Uh, 33rd and Beyond. That's it, by Johnny Royal. 33rd and Beyond, directed by Johnny Royal. It's on Tubi. It's free. It's a great movie that talks about Freemasonry, and it does a really good job. Johnny Royal is a really cool dude as well, and a great Mason. So, I one movie I want to watch. It's in theaters right now. Is Eddington because I think I've heard it's really good. One of my favorite movies that I recently saw was I Know We Did Last Summer, the remake. Thank you, Gerald. I have no clue what you're talking about. Been dealing with the goat math problem with my kid, LOL. Apparently, someone expanded the grazing goat problem. What is so at first when I read that, I thought what you were saying is like you're helping your kid with a greatest of all time math problem, like it was a super hard math problem. Um, but apparently, no, it's actually about goats. And then you say it's there's a grazing goat problem that includes multiple dimensions, which I am from Canada. Maybe because we don't have as many goats in Canada as you have wherever you're from. I have never heard of the grazing goat math problem. Now I'm very curious. But for heaven's sakes, why is your poor kid having to do any type of math problem in multiple dimensions? I barely can manage the 3 dimensions in which I live, slash 4 dimensions if you count time. And your kid is actually no, no, give me the problem. Can you put the problem in the chat? I'm gonna see if we can solve it. I'm a Freemason. I should know about geometry. This sounds like a geometric issue. Dimensions are a geometric situation. So let's see what I can do here. I believe in myself. I'm choosing to believe in me in this situation. And thank you for saying you'll subscribe. That was the best part. And I truly appreciate that. But let's see what we got. Have you ever heard coffee stain mug of this grazing goat in multiple dimensions and how that even works? Because I have not. Me too. How old is this kid, by the way? So with my kid, LOL, is it like elementary school? Like, why are they giving if it is elementary school, then teachers need to calm down because there's no reason a third grader needs to understand multiple dimensions. And by the way, this isn't cheating, all right? If anybody asks and says that somehow this is cheating, it is not cheating. People need help sometimes. It's fine. You know, we're not doing anything wrong. We're helping with this community service. Freemasons are community service oriented. They must be what invasion? The goat invasion? I mean, are we worried about multidimensional goats attacking us? Because that now I'm concerned about that a little bit, to be honest. I come on this stream to do a 24-hour stream, to hang out, to chat with people, to eat my chips, to drink my pop, and now I'm worried that apparently they are training kids of an uncertain age to fight off a multidimensional goat invasion. Like, it says here they're grazing, but how do we know that? Like, what is grazing code for something? Is that the plan? They eat all of our plants, so our rest of our we can't eat, and then they kill us? Just Wikipedia it. Gerald is like, "I've had enough of your nonsense." Alright, I'm gonna Wikipedia this. Let's see. Goat grazing. Alright, we're gonna solve this together, Coffee Stain. Goat grazing math problem. The goat grazing 25. Okay, so at least he's not, because when you say kid, I'm thinking to myself, is this an elementary school kid? This is insane. Okay. The goat grazing problem is either of two related problems in recreational mathematics involving a tethered goat grazing a circular area, the interior grazing problem and the exterior grazing problem. The former involves grazing the interior of a circular area and the latter grazing an exterior circular area. For the exterior problem, the constraint that the rope cannot enter the circular area dictates that the grazing area forms an involute. What is an involute? If the goat were instead tethered to a post on the edge of the circular path of payment that did not obstruct the goat, good heavens. Rather, I have no idea. I'm 41, your 25-year-old college kid is way smarter than me because this seems like a lot of gobbledygook to me. I'm not going to lie to you, Gerald. I think they're just making this up. I think involute's a fake word. The original problem was the exterior grazing problem and appeared in 1748 edition of the English annual journal, The Lady's Diary, or the Woman's Almanac, designated as question CCC 3, attributed to an unknown historical figure, stated thus: observing a horse tied to feed in a gentleman's park, with one end of a rope to his forefoot and the other end to one of the circular iron rails enclosing a pond, the circumference of which rails being 160 yards, equal to the length of the rope, what quantity of ground at most could the horse feed? So basically, you've tied a horse to a rope and a peg in the ground, and how? Like, what is the circumference? Oh no, he's got one end of the rope to his forefoot, and the other end to one of the circular rails. Yeah, the circumference of the rails being 160 yards. The related problem involving area in the interior of the circle without reference to barnyard animals. Okay. First appeared in 1894 in the first edition of the renowned journal American Mathematical Monthly. A circle containing 1 acre is cut by another, whose center is on the circumference of the given circle, and the area common to both is 1/2 acre. Find the radius. I have no idea. Find the radius of the like. I'm not a farmer. The solutions in both cases are non-trivial but yield to straightforward application of trigonometry, analytical geometry, and integral calculus. I am clearly a bad Mason because I should know geometry and I have no clue. This is complete gobbledygook. Both problems are intrinsically transcendental. They do not have closed form analytical solutions in the Euclidean plane. I know Euclid. Numerical answers must be obtained by an iterative approximation procedure. The GOAT problems do not yield any new mathematical insights. Rather, they are primarily exercises in how to artfully deconstruct problems in order to facilitate solutions. Three-dimensional analogs and planar boundary area problems on other shapes, including the obvious rectangular barn and or field, have been proposed and solved. A generalized solution for any smooth convex curve and even unclosed curves has been formulated. Look, this is it here. This is the thing that I'm reading right now. I don't know. Oh, geez. There we go. I don't even know. It's like a butthole to me. To be honest, it looks like a butthole. Look, I'm that's what I think it looks like. All right. I guess I could share the screen, but when I share the screen, it looks kind of it always goes badly when I try to share the screen. I don't know. It's 11:19. Get your Gerald, if your son is there, can you come on the stream and just answer the question for us? Because I'm very curious now. How much is this goat grazing in his butthole shaped thing? I should know this. I know I'm a Mason. I should know about geometry, but I skipped that day. All right. I was busy reading Albert Pike and, studying morals and dogma. I didn't have time to learn about interdimensional goats and their grazing patterns on the butthole of the field. Quantum magazine. Check it out. I mean, I'm curious. I do like math a lot, despite everything I just said. I'm not good at it. I suck at it, but I like the philosophy of it. And Freemasonry has a really interesting idea with that as well when it comes to that. It's the idea of understanding, it's the idea of there being an ordered universe. And one of the ways that we can understand universe is ordered is through, um, for lack of a better term, um, math or geometry, the Pythagorean theorem. A squared plus b squared equals c squared shows that there is an order to the universe that Freemasons understood, that certainly stonemasons understood. Welcome, by the way, if you're just joining us, we are 9 hours and 21 minutes into my 24-hour live stream. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We've been talking about interdimensional goats, but I promise you, normally, this is a stream about Freemasonry. And in this case, talking about math and the way in which math and maths demonstrate for us and to us an ordered universe. Some type of order within, right? Which is an incredibly important thing, I think. You could almost argue there is, and certainly Freemasons do this. They don't even, argue it. It's just is what it is. The idea that there connects, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, you can use geometry as kind of a metaphor for moral behavior. That's why, for example, Freemasons will often talk about things like square conduct, square at a 90-degree angle, but metaphorically, square meaning acting appropriately and in with in conjunction with the laws of the country and with each other. Square conduct, you hear about people being on the level, which means meeting each other as equals. The compasses as being a tool that defines, the limits of proportionality, the limits of good and bad, finding a due medium. All that stuff matters. All that stuff is really important. And I think Freemasonry explores that very well. So, as always, please take a moment if you are just joining us, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. In about 40 minutes, we're going to switch to, I'm going to watch a movie on the Tubi app. I'll play it, in the background. You'll be able to hear it if you want to play it with me and hang out together. We can do a late night slumber party, movie watch along, depending what your time, what hour it is for you. And after that, I may even switch over from doing this stream on my laptop to doing the stream through the vertical streaming app on my phone because I find often there's different audiences for this streaming versus streaming vertically. So I may do the second 12 hours on that one and just to see how it goes. But I do hope everybody is doing well and hanging out and having a fun time. I was really happy, if nothing else, I got to share it with coffee and with everybody a poem, two poems from Maria Matusik. Don't forget, coffee, send off email to me, info@squareandcompass.ca, and I will send you copies of those poems. Just if you publish them anywhere or post them anywhere, make sure to give proper attribution to the author. So Quanta Magazine, let me look this up quickly. Quanta. I've actually done a few podcast episodes with scientists. I've done a lot of stuff about the Euclid space mission, which is from NASA, because Euclid, again, even the name Euclid was mentioned in this goat problem. Euclid is a father of geometry, and stonemasonry is synonymous with geometry, as is Freemasonry. Quantum Magazine, goat problem. Oops. Yes, popularized. Okay, after centuries, a seemingly simple math problem gets an exact solution. Yeah, if you want to hang out with me, you are more than welcome. I don't know. It's like I said, it's 11:26 for me right now. I will be starting the movie at 12. That will give me a chance to maybe grab some chips, pop, and yeah, I'm thinking something scary. Here's a simple sounding problem. Imagine a circular fence that encloses 1 acre of grass. If you tie a goat inside of the fence, how long a rope do you need to allow the animal access to exactly half an acre? It sounds like high school geometry, but mathematicians and math enthusiasts have been pondering this problem in various forms for more than 270 years. And while they've successfully solved some versions, the goat in a circle puzzle has refused to yield anything but fuzzy, incomplete answers. Even after all this time, nobody knows an exact answer to the basic original problem, said Mark Meyerson, an emeritus mathematician at the U.S. Naval Academy. The solution is given approximately. But earlier this year, a German mathematician named Ingo Ulrich finally made progress, finding what is considered the first exact solution to the problem. Although even that comes in an unwieldy, reader unfriendly form. This is the first explicit expression that I'm aware of for the length of the rope, said Michael Harrison, a mathematician at Carnegie Mellon University. It certainly is an advance. Of course, it won't upend textbooks or revolutionize math research. It's not connected to other problems or embedded within mathematical theory, but it's possible for even fun puzzles like this to give rise to even new mathematical ideas and help researchers come up with novel approaches to other problems. Yes, yes, that is something I want to touch on. Thank you for sharing with me, Gerald. Oops, we're okay. Thank you for sharing with me, Gerald, that article. I love that little section there where he says, even though this might not have any practical applications that we know of right now, how do you put it? It's possible for even fun puzzles like this to give rise to new mathematical ideas and help researchers come up with novel approaches to other problems. One of my absolutely biggest complaints about Freemasonry is so often, you know, you'll have an idea of some sort, and people will say, like, "Well, what good will that do?" It does, it might be fun for a day, but how will that help long term? It's like you should never be afraid to explore different options, try different things. You never know how the thing you do today could benefit you tomorrow, right? You should never give up on thinking that that is a possibility, right? Far too often in Freemasonry, we are so quick to dismiss ideas without giving them their full thrift, their full goal, right? You need to focus on thinking outside the box, thinking about how things can kind of stretch your mind a little bit. I think far too often we have this habit of in Freemasonry dismissing ideas without thinking about how those ideas can expand. One of the best examples I ever heard of this was I used to work as a probation and parole officer for 5 years. And then I worked in a jail for 5 years, basically doing the same job. And um, I used to run these classes for pick your term. I called them clients. You want to call them criminals, offenders, probationers. I call them clients. But I would run classes for clients on different topics: anger management, getting a job, anger management, looking for work, healthy relationships. Uh, God, I can't remember them all now. Those are the three that always pop into mind right away. And anyways, I was taking the training about this for this course on how to present these topics. And somebody said, there is no such thing as a bad idea, because you would ask people to give you a suggestion, right? You would say, like, okay, for the job, um, you would say, okay, if you're having trouble finding a job here in Windsor, what are some things you can do to help you find a job? And he said, whatever people say, take that answer and write it on the board, even if it sounds crazy, because a crazy answer today, or a crazy answer can, what's the word I'm looking for, can snowball into a not so crazy answer. So, for example, if somebody says, um, I could move to Mars in order to find a job, you write that on the board. The reason is somebody else may see that and go, well, I can't move to Mars, but I can move to London. I can move to Wheatley, right? And so what you end up with is an opportunity to, um, you end up with a seemingly crazy idea opening up new avenues for people to explore. And I think that's a really wonderful thing. Um, and so, yeah, that's my opinion on that. And so I like the goat problem, even though I made fun of it a lot, said it looks like a butt, which it does, the drawing. Nonetheless, I think the idea of something that encourages lateral thinking, that encourages people to think outside the box, I think ultimately that's a really good thing. So, yeah, I hope that made sense. So, thank you so much for sharing that with me, Gerald. I wish your 25-year-old kid all the best in dealing with what sounds like a pretty sticky um, interdimensional goat battle. All right, let's give it another half an hour. And then, as I was saying, we're going to put on a movie. Buddy Cole, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from Southern Utah. Welcome, buddy. How is it going? We had your fellow Utonian on earlier, but it's great to have you. How is life treating you? And thank you so much for joining. As always, hit that like button, etc., etc. I am 9 hours and 33 minutes into my 24-hour live stream. So over one third of the way there. At midnight, I'm going to put on a movie on Tubi, and we're going to hang out and watch that, give my voice a bit of a break. We're just going to watch it behind the scenes. You can all watch along with me if you want. We can make comments and joke like a slumber party. And probably at the 12-hour mark, I may switch streams, and I may um, switch from streaming on my laptop to streaming on my phone, because I do find there is a different audience when you're vertically streaming versus when you're on the laptop. And I want to make sure to capture them both in this marathon session, which is very fun, by the way. I'm having an absolute blast. Nice. 6 months. You're almost there. Keep up the good work. You should be proud of yourself. I know in the States especially, sometimes, those student loans can follow you around for a while. So you're almost there. Keep up the good work. You should be proud of yourself. How are things going otherwise? What is new and what is happening? But pretty darn good is awesome. And how is Freemasonry in Utah? Are you guys closed for the summer, or do you guys still have your meetings going on? I think you're closed, right? Because I think High Altitude said that in Utah you guys go dark for the summer, but you still have your barbecues, unless I'm mistaken. I could be. We're doing a 9-hour stream, so, we're gonna give it like I said, I was waiting for people to jump in the chat to say hello because 25 minutes, I'm putting on a movie on Tubi. We're gonna watch that. I'm gonna get my chips, my pop. We'll all hang out. Anybody who wants to join, and I may get on the Uber Eats situation, by the way, and order some coffee because, as Coffee Stained knows, one of my favorite things, as well as one of my favorite songs, is "Coffee at Midnight." "Coffee at Midnight" is actually one of my Texas songs. Whenever I think about Texas, one of the songs I think of is "Coffee at Midnight" by Stan Atlantic. Lodges kinda like to go dark, mine is not. Our York White Bodies are all dark, though. Okay. Do you find out of curiosity, ever since I've been a Mason, lodges have always gone dark over the summer, in Ontario. Do you find that you get better attendance in summer, worse attendance in summer, or do you find that it's about equal? I would be very curious to know, 'cause maybe it's worth lodges here considering restarting. And please take a moment and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're just joining us. That helps more people find it and share on your socials. I'd appreciate that as well. And you can find my other channel, Cameron Adamson. If you go youtube.com/CAMERONADAMSON, you can find my other channel there. You can find me on Instagram, Square and Compass Promotions. You can find me on Patreon, Square and Compass Promotions. You can find me on Twitter. Find me on all those places. That helps big time with the stream. But yeah, I'd be curious to know, Betty, do you find that your lodge is going dark over the or not going dark over the summer? Do you find your attendance stays steady, or do you find maybe there are more people coming out in summer or less? I am very curious. It's usually equal. There was one point where a group of Masons from my lodge were taking a summer cruise together, but that hasn't happened this year. Okay, so I mean, I wonder if one of the benefits of not going dark is it kind of keeps people in the habit of attending, right? What I find very often is it's very hard to get attendance in September, oftentimes, and June. Oftentimes, people know the break is coming and get lack motivation, and then they have to get themselves back into wanting to attend again. So that can be one of those situations that's very challenging for Masonic lodges. Um, so maybe the fact that you don't go dark means it's always on people's minds. They're less likely to, forget about Freemasonry or that type of thing. I'd be curious if that would be the case. Was the summer cruise they went on, was it a Masonic cruise or was it just a cruise for fun, but not Masonic? The key to going dark, I think, is planning on an activity or degree ceremony to keep interest up. Yeah, I think you're right, probably. I mean, I talked about that again earlier in my stream, where I was saying it's so easy to, um, if you go dark, to just act like Freemasonry has gone dark as a whole, but it doesn't. There's coffee clubs, there's events, there's a million different things, right? And um, if you can keep barbecues going, keep the fun going, you don't want Freemason to be out of people's minds, certainly not out of your Masonic minds, your brothers' minds. You want to organize and plan events. There are Masonic cruises, buddy cool. There are Masonic cruises. Usually there's a couple organized every year. Oftentimes it's a Grand Master who organizes it. So yeah, it can be um, it can be one of those things where the last Masonic cruise I saw, let me see if I can find it now. Masonic cruise. This is a Facebook, the Masonic Cruise 2025. Join brethren, friends, and family for 4 days on board P&O's beautiful Iona sailing. That was from April. That was from April 1st to April 5th, 2025. So there are those, and then there's also in Texas, they do a degree on board a ship, on board an old decommissioned Navy ship. So that's kind of cool. Thank you all so much for being here, by the way. Please, if you are just joining, jump in the chat, say hello, hit the like button and subscribe button. Have you ever been on a Masonic cruise? Let me know that. I'd love to know. And let me know otherwise how you guys are doing. It's been a great stream so far. A lot of new people joining, which has been wonderful. Like I said, my expectation is it's going to pick up uh, in the morning again, but doing a 24-hour stream just for fun. And it may pick up when I switch over and switch to my phone and do streaming on my phone for the last, potentially for the last 12 hours or therein. And in another 15 minutes, going to start the midnight movie watch along. By the way, Buddy Cole, let me know what you think if, in your opinion, Masonic lodges should require a senior officer, master, senior, junior warden, treasurer, secretary to have a first aid certification. I've got mine. I do it to make sure I can keep my brothers safe or try to. Let me know if what you think about maybe forcing or having lodges require a senior officer to have a similar to have a first aid certification, and for junior wardens to have a food safety certification. Maybe even WIMIS for any chemicals that might be at the Masonic building, cleaning chemicals, things like that. I think a lodge going dark for a season would be apt symbolically. Yeah, I think I can understand the symbolism of going apt, right? It does make a lot of sense to me, right? But again, so long as it's symbolism of it goes dark, but that doesn't mean that we don't do other things while we're dark. We still have barbecues, events, we keep in touch, all of that good jazz. Um, Coffee club at the Windsor Masonic Temple. Ryan was talking about that earlier. There's so many things that we can do and that we should do. Um, but there is a symbolism. Yeah, there's a symbolism in going dark, so long as again the lodge goes dark for a season, which means it's not meeting, but it comes back. But that doesn't mean Freemasonry goes dark. The lodge can still have events and celebrate all sorts of different things, right? And that would be a lot of fun, I think, for the lodge to do as well. So you just have to find a balance, right? As Buddy says, you can go dark as long as you also plan some type of activities to keep Freemasonry on in mind. Like, for example, a summer cruise. Perhaps when I'm not traveling as much for visitations, independent bodies, LOL. I feel you. I feel you, buddy. Cool. You're not alone. Nice. For first aid, a CPR certification, etc. Either senior officer or appointed committee. He's been through. I think that's great to have that. I mean, I think every lodge should have that. I'm proud to have it myself. There's other ones. There's smart certification, working with people with disabilities. I wrote all about it. But I think we as Freemasons should be encouraging ourselves for not just learning Freemasonry, but learning those skills and abilities that can, outside of a lodge, help you. Or sorry, that are not Masonic but can help you within a lodge. Having first aid, knowing about safe food preparation, knowing about WMIS, um, knowing about how to safely serve alcohol, right? If your lodges allow for alcohol service, all that stuff is so important and matters so much. So I think we need to keep those things in mind. And please, as always, take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you are new, and thank you all for joining me at my 24-hour live stream. We are 9 hours and 47 minutes in. And the fact that there's still 5 people watching is wonderful, especially because over here it's 11:47 at night. But who needs sleep? You guys are the warriors of the stream. What about, I don't know, in Ontario, if you're serving or handling food, you need to have a certification. Now, Masonic lodges are probably exempt as a fraternal organization, but for yourself, what do you think about that? For food handling permits, that depends on the area. Some places are more restrictive and expensive than others. In such places, perhaps an adopted set of rules set by the lodge would be handy. 90 days is a good for a stay in y'all's fortress of solitude. 90 days in Canada? I think I missed something, Rhonda. What's this fortress of solitude of which you speak? Speaking of, I haven't seen Superman. I don't know if I want to see it or not. I'm not a huge um, Superman or like comic book fan. However, some people don't know about this, but there was actually a Masonic reference in Superman in, I think it was 1999, something like that. I used to have the date. There's a comic book um, panel where as Superman's flying away, somebody yells at him, "May the great architect of the universe, um, watch over you." So interesting to see Freemasonry in Superman, even as well as Batman. Batman, according to comic book legend, Batman himself was a Freemason. So there you go. Going dark for 90 days. I get what you're saying. Yeah, 90 days that's 3 months. Honestly, in Ontario, it's 2 months. It's July and August, which is fine by me as well. Um, but I can understand sometimes the need for a little bit of solitude as well. I can understand how sometimes people will need a little bit of a break from Freemasonry. It's not easy dedicating yourself to anything, and that includes Freemasonry. And sometimes you need a break from it. You need a break from your brothers, but that's okay. Really, I did not know that Captain America was also a Mason. Huh? I knew Batman, according to the comics. I don't know, Superman was a Mason, but the person yelling to him was a Mason. Let me see, Captain America, Freemason. Let's see. I've seen years ago a panel in which Cap wore a Masonic apron. There are also some panels referring to Cap in the craft. Oh, there it is, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to find the actual panel itself, um, with better so we can read the words, but that's kinda cool. So, yeah, Captain America was a Mason in the comics. I think that makes sense. Of all the superheroes, I would expect to be a Freemason. I think Captain America is the most likely. Well, that's why they pay me the big bucks and all that, Bucky. So when are we gonna see you again, huh? You too busy hanging out with the stars to visit your old pals? Are you kidding? I'm just sitting alone in my apartment every night. I keep looking up old buddies from the neighborhood and finding out they died 20 years ago. So why don't you come down to the lodge on Friday? You remember little Donnie Hudson? He's 75 this weekend, and all the old crowd are throwing him a roast. Well, never mind about all those silly aprons and secret handshakes, Steve. I want to hear how you've been settling in, honey. We've been worried. There you go. So it looks like they're both Freemasons. Huh. Too bad he wasn't in the movies. They didn't mention Freemasonry. I think that would have been even cooler. Because, that stuff matters. That stuff's important. I hope everybody, though, is doing well. Please take a moment. If you are new, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you're just joining us, share this screen with other people. All that stuff helps out big time. Um, and yeah, in 8 minutes, I'm going to be switching, taking a moment to get myself prepped. We're going to watch a movie, hang out, and then after that, we'll go back to talking about Freemasonry. But I definitely can't keep talking about, need to take some breaks and hang out. Well, and also just the time frame, right? I mean, he was a World War II era um, hero, right? When was Freemasonry at its height? In the 1940s and especially the 1950s. So it does make a lot of sense that he would be a Freemason, as would be his buddy Bucky. So apparently both Captain and Bucky themselves were Freemasons. So, and yeah, I mean, Freemasonry, not really anymore, but there was a time when Freemasonry was incredibly common in military. It's actually, in historical times, one of the ways that Freemasonry most often found itself expanding throughout the world was militarily. Masonic lodges would travel with military regiments, especially from Great Britain, going throughout the world. Um, you even see that a little bit nowadays in the Middle East, right? There are one of the few places where you can find Masonic lodges. Sometimes the exclusive place you can find Masonic lodges in some Middle Eastern countries is on American naval or American military bases, which is an example of Freemasonry continuing to kind of where the military continued to kind of expand Freemasonry through through military. The three ways that Freemasonry expanded was the military, economics, training, and education, ironically enough. Kind of the college fraternity experience translating into Freemasonry. So yeah, it does not surprise me at all that Captain America would be a Freemason. Personally, though, my favorite has always been the Batman. I love Batman. I think he's the best. And I was very happy to learn that he himself is in fact a Freemason. So good for Bruce Wayne. I guess Batman isn't a Freemason. I guess Bruce Wayne is a Freemason. But still, that should count for something. But yeah, I mean, it was England at the time, right? But a lot of Masonic lodges, especially in Russia, uh, different parts of Europe, Africa, were on military bases from British soldiers. India, right? Freemasonry was brought to India by the English. And then you also had trading. So economically, traders, especially in Hong Kong, and when Portugal, I'm trying to think, there was Hong Kong and another city in China, both of which were you had a lot of Masons there. I can't think of the name of it now. From Portugal, uh, traders and merchants brought with them their families, their friends, their employees, and they kind of set up Masonic lodges, and that's how Freemasonry got a foothold in Hong Kong and in China, which is really cool also. And thank you once again for everybody's hanging out with me. We are 9 hours, 56 minutes into this 24-hour live stream. I'm assuming the numbers are going to drop a bit at night, starting at midnight, but hopefully they'll increase again tomorrow. Anybody getting up tomorrow before work, jump on for a couple minutes and say hello. Share the stream with your friends, all that good jazz. We are 3 minutes away from a 10-hour live stream so far. And in case anybody's curious and wants to know, we are at uh, for this stream so far 265 people have joined us so far. So thank you so much, and doing pretty good for watch time as well. Oh yeah, yeah, no, yeah, the three ways Freemasonry expanded was either militarily, lodges on army bases, which again you still see in modern times in the Middle East with Masonic lodges existing, for example, in Dubai on military bases. Freemasonry tends to go where the soldiers go, as well as trading companies. Hong Kong, Freemasonry exists in Hong Kong primarily because the British set up trading posts, and what country was now I'm going to go insane. I got to look this up quickly on my maps. Give me 1 second. Let's see. I'm going to China. Not literally, though I'd love to. Let's see. Um, where are you? For heaven's sakes. I'm going to figure this out. If this is the last thing I do on this stream. Macau. Took me forever. Macau, which was a trading post set up by Portugal, and there were Freemasons in both of those locations, right? Hong Kong had primarily UGLE based Freemasonry. Macau had primarily Portugal or, kind of Grand Orient. Virginia, well, yeah, in the States, I mean, it was, Freemasonry again started with military encampments, almost by definition, right? The 13 colonies, British soldiers, and then it expanded. And then when it was expanding westward, when America was expanding westward, it wasn't so much a military expansion, it was an economic expansion. And Freemasonry grew with that as well. I mean, Virginia Company, you know, California and the gold rush, you had Masonic lodges forming around towns. The chief reason people were going there was for gold, and then the Masonic lodges just happened to pop in as well. That's why, Rhonda, right? Because they got there on the back of the economic situation, not the political situation, right? There is, and I am trying. And buddy, if you have any contact information, I am trying to get in touch with somebody from the Grand Lodge of Iran. I really want to interview them for the podcast, but I can't find any up-to-date contact info. But that's a great example, buddy, of yeah, kind of the opposite of what I'm saying. Freemasonry being outlawed somewhere, and so it's I think now it's actually called the Grand Lodge of Iran in Exile. I think is actually the term for it. So um, I want to talk to somebody there. Hopefully, I mean, one day, I hope that Freemasonry will return to Iran. I hope that Freemasonry will return everywhere that it has been outlawed or is looked down upon. Because I think the better Freemasonry does, I understand people may agree or disagree with this, that's fine, but I think the stronger Freemasonry is in the world, the better the world is as a result. Okay, so we are at the 10-hour mark and 1 minute. So now we can't talk about Freemasonry all the time, although still fun. So let's do a poll and then give me a couple minutes to get ready, grab some snacks, feed the cat, take my medicine because I have high cholesterol because I'm old, which is bullshit. I don't want to get older and need medication for cholesterol. Interesting enough, should Freemasons be engaged in cryptocurrency NFT space? 4 votes, all four were yes. Buddy, your Utonian friend will be happy with 4 yeses. So I'm gonna pick a movie to watch on Tubi. I hope you guys have the same ones as I do. I know Canada to the States, it's not always the same. Which Tubi movie should I watch? All right, we're gonna go with it's midnight. I gotta do it. I gotta go with horror. I'm very sorry. I'm not gonna, it's a midnight horror movie. We could go with Hush, Dr. Giggles. Very underrated movie, by the way. Obviously, we can keep chatting about Freemasonry as we're watching this movie. It's just us hanging out, having fun for a couple hours before I switch and go back to talking more about Freemasonry and maybe switch streams and go onto my vertical laptop to try that. Or sorry, vertical phone, the vertical live stream. Let's go Puppet Master 4. And let's go. Actually, I'm gonna go Puppet Master 4. And well, I guess we can go Oculus because that's like one of the more legit scary movies. All right. I will. I'm friends with the chairman of the commission for recognition. Yeah, buddy, if you could, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. And I would absolutely love, yeah, to get in touch. Like I said, the one email I could find got returned to me. It didn't go through. So if you could, like I said, let me know. I would love to hear uh, if you have any contacts. It would be great. Um, lie about me. Say I'm a good dude. I'd appreciate that. For heaven's sakes, don't be honest. But for now, I need to leave you guys once again in the capable hands of my co-host, Mason the Moose. He is watching you. For heaven's sakes, come on, stay. If any of you guys cause any trouble in this stream, he'll report it back to me. He's like my Tyler. Think of him that way. And I will be back in a couple minutes after I, do a few errands of stuff I've been putting off talking about you cats. How is it that when I leave and put Mason the Moose, more people show up? I am on hour 10. 10 hours and 7 minutes in thus far. I swear, I should just leave the moose there while I'm watching the movie. I'll get more people tuning in to see this moose than me. By the way, how do I look? See, how do I sound? Is the microphone still good? Is the camera still good? All that jazz, everything sounding good on your end? And thank you for being here. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Votes for the movie I'm going to put on. But the next, the one vote, Oculus. So for the next hour and a half, my plan was to uh, throw on Oculus and just hang out and basically just talk about that movie for a bit because I've been loving talking about Freemasonry. I've talked about all of my favorite things as it relates to Freemasonry. But I figured maybe people will want a break. After that, I may keep on this stream or I may switch and um, I may switch and I may do a vertical live stream from my phone just because I find there are two kind of audiences, one that I find here and one that will find me um, on the vertical live streaming. So perfect. 22 likes, by the way. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody who has joined. So Z, what time is it for you in Arizona, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or Alabama? No, Arizona, right? If I got it wrong, I'm very sorry. I've been streaming for 10 hours. I'm very tired. I was right. Still dying of heat stroke in Alabama, or has it cooled down a little bit? Okay, so you're 2 hours behind. All right. Well, Z, what I'm going to do is, um, if you want to watch this movie with me, it's a great movie. Oculus. Uh, Go to the best place to find it is Tubi. Oh my God. I am so sorry. Drink lots of water. You work outside. You're an electrician. For heaven's sakes, drink lots of water. Take care of yourself. Good man. Well, buddy, I'm not going to lie to you. Some would describe these as, you know, B movies. Some would describe them as straight to video, Drek, which is the type of movies I love. My favorite is like I really, I've always been a fan of straight to video horror. I'm one of those people. But what I'm going to do is give you guys maybe a couple minutes if you want to see if you can track down the Tubi app, see if you can find Oculus. Maybe it's streaming somewhere else for you. Um, I have not seen 28 years later, so I have not watched it. I'm not. I was saying way back on the stream, you know, the 5 hour mark or whatever it was. That's how my life is now. There is no past, there is no future, just an endless stream. Um, I'm not a huge like zombie movie fan, so I never really got into 28 days movies. Either 28 days, 28 weeks. I just watched I Know He Did Last Summer. I liked it a lot. My hot take though, for whatever it's worth, is when it comes to the best movies, when it comes to the I Know He Did Last Summer series, the ranking I have goes I Know He Did Last Summer, or sorry, the ranking goes I Still Know He Did Last Summer, the sequel with Brandy. Then, and this is the hot take, I'll Always Know He Did Last Summer, which is the direct to DVD sequel. Then the original, then this current one. So this 2025 one is I still loved it. I thought it was a great movie and a lot of fun, but it is my least favorite of all of the I Know You Did Last Summers, which is going to be blasphemous if you count the straight to DVD sequel, but they should because it's a great movie. So, deal with that, horror gatekeeping nerds. Okay, I am going to do a countdown. Um, 15 seconds. Then I'm going to hit the play button on Oculus. But obviously, we can keep talking throughout. Anything we want to talk about, just jump in the chat, say hello. It's just nice to have a movie on in the background and a chance to eat my chips. 15 seconds is up. Elevation Pictures is the people. I hope you guys can hear it a little bit in the background, but not too loud. It's not, copyrighted. Oculus. If I recall correctly, this stars the lady from Doctor Who and the Marvel movies with the red hair. And she was in Jumanji too. I can't think of her name now. Also, somebody suggested for us a 24-hour live stream. I have a charcuterie board that's too fancy for my taste. So I have this meat and cheese tray, which I think counts as charcuterie. I actually don't even know what charcuterie means exactly. I just like expensive meats and cheeses. Let me know if you're watching along with me, or if you managed to find it, or if you want me to give you some kind of running dialogue. We started with the classic. It was all a dream. Switch up. Thank you, Buddy Cole. That is the man's charcuterie. I'm going to go with that. Although let me tell you, Buddy Cole. Let me tell you the story. Um, so we are at the 2 minute 17 second mark, 2 minute 20 second mark. They're in a psychiatrist's office talking to a doctor about a dream one of the characters has been having. Let me tell you a story. Now we have a lady with red hair and a ponytail walking down a hallway. It's again with the what's her name? She was in Guardians of the Galaxy. She played the sister. She was in Doctor Who. I can't remember the name, her name now. She's a very attractive looking lady. So, anyways, Buddy Cole. So, a few years ago, we had this new shop open up in Windsor called the Cheese Lady. And, as you may have heard me talk about, I'm a big believer that we as Freemasons should support local companies, local businesses. And she also, the cheese lady, her business, she was selling a type of cheese that was called Mason's cheese. It was called Mason's cheese because it had some type of vegetable ash running through it, and the vegetable ash looked kind of like bricks on the inside of the cheese. It was really pretty looking. So for a couple meetings, I ordered these big fancy cheese trays and cheese plates, including the Mason's cheese. Now I didn't think it was that expensive. And I thought, you know what? Let's as Masons treat ourselves to something nice. Try something different. Support a local business. This would have been 2015. No, this would have been 2016 or 17. Anyways, when the treasurer got the bill for how expensive this cheese was, oh my God, he flipped a lid. I had to hear about this expensive cheese for years. Every time anybody said cheese, it didn't matter what the context was. Somebody could say the word like that's a cheesy thing to say. I swear, he would appear from the ether like some type of ghost of every aggrieved treasurer that ever existed and say something about my expensive cheese. Oh, don't get expensive cheese like Cameron. Like he's passed away now. And I'm still convinced that at some point he's going to pop up from I guess from above. I was going to say from the ground. I don't think he went that direction. He's going to float down from heaven to remind me about how expensive the cheese was. I'm going to listen to that, in my dreams when I make it to. Well, I don't think I'm making it to heaven. To be honest, I'm aiming really hard for purgatory right now because I think heaven might be out of my reach. Um, he's going to find me. He will come down from heaven to purgatory just to find me to shit on me for my expensive cheese every time for years and years. It was brought up. The war between the treasurer and the junior warden is very real in Freemasonry. It never ends, and it is a pain in the ass. And why not spend money on cheese? Like membership is dropping. What are we saving our money for? Let's spend it to get more people in. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. It was good cheese too. I mean, it was Mason's cheese. Who wouldn't want Mason's cheese as part of their refreshments? How many other times is there a type of food named after named after our organization? Do you know In the next life, I'll try to find you and him so you can see us debating whether the cheese was good or not or worth the money. I expect you, by the way, buddy Cole, to take my side on this situation. We're friends here, so I need you to work with me. All right, I need you to work with me. I don't know, you must have been a former junior ward, and you know what it's like. We can't let these treasurers boss us around. If we're not careful, next thing you know, we don't get any cheese. We don't even get cheese slices. I mean, I will give you some cheese, sir. I will mail you some Mason's cheese if it means in the next life you take my side against the treasurers. We got to stick together, man. I'll even get you some of this Mason's cheese. I'll find it. I will absolutely find it. Oh, hey, it's Katie Sackhoff. Anybody who is a fan of Battlestar Galactica, which I 100% am, I forgot Katie Sackhoff, who played Starbuck in the new Battlestar Galactica, or the remake, is in this movie. Nothing but the rain, as they say, right? What do you hear? Nothing but the rain. And I think the guy in there was on NCIS New York or something, or CSI New York or something. He looks familiar to me. I just can't place where. What's your favorite type of cheese, Buddy Cole? If you had to pick one, is it Utah known for cheese? Or no, that's Wisconsin, right? That's the place that's like known for cheese. Does Utah have any like specialty foods that it's known for, or anything like that? I mean, Kentucky's got whiskey, right? Chicago's got the beef now and hot dogs, um, and pizza. New York has pizza and street vendors. Um, California has just being California, I guess. Welcome. If you're just joining us, we are chatting about Freemasonry. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Really, right now, I'm just watching a movie for fun and hanging out with people. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. I am 10 hours, 23 minutes in. I'm watching Oculus just to take a break. We have got Starbuck. We have got the other guy. But in the meantime, let me know how you guys are doing. If there's anything you want to talk about, I do these streams usually Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern, for a couple hours where I talk about Freemasonry, um, and topics or take questions. And then I sometimes do them at 1 a.m. as well. Today, though, I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. I started at 2 p.m. So we are 10 hours, 24 minutes in, and it's been a blast. But please jump in the chat and say hello and let me know how you're doing. And if you want to talk about anything, and like I was saying, I'm just taking a break a little bit, watching a movie. You can watch along with me if you want. I'm watching Oculus. We are 11 minutes, 21 seconds in. What are funeral potatoes? And what is fry sauce? I know neither of those two things. Ugh. Okay, well, that's not good. You lost me on that. I like ketchup. I do not like mayo. I do not want them mixed together. Now, ketchup and Tabasco sauce, spicy ketchup, that is totes where it's at. But ketchup and mayonnaise, I don't think I support this at all. This sounds like not a good thing to me. We're at a scary scene coming up, in case anybody wants to know. But what are funeral potatoes? I never heard of those. We're 12 minutes, 47 seconds in, 1 hour and 30 minutes to go. It was a dream. I guess I can stop this post since and poll. So a recipe after a junior warden's heart is what you're saying. I don't know about this. Like, I've already had to deal with one regional food situation where somebody from Texas, a friend of the channel, a good dude, but I have some issues with him now because apparently he said he puts in his coffee fruit punch, and they do that in Texas. And that's a real problem for me as someone who loves coffee. I found that very concerning and very scary. So, I've already had to deal with one, and I got I got stained coffee on this situation here. This is some issues. So I've already had to deal with one crazy regional situation. On top of that, I now have to deal with Utah and their ketchup and mayonnaise abomination. I'm just out here catching all sorts of food related strays. This is ridiculous. I don't want to say, I don't want to throw the term unnatural around a lot, but I really do feel like ketchup and mayo is an unnatural combination, in contravention of the laws of nature. So I do not support this fry sauce situation. Again, it's ketchup and Tabasco sauce. That's where it's at. Thank you again, everybody who's joined so far. We are 15 minutes in. You can try. You can try all you want. I do not approve. Again, ketchup is fine. Not great. It's not terrible. Ketchup is fine. Mayonnaise is gross. So you're basically taking a condiment that's fine, adding a condiment that's gross to it, and what do you think will happen? Except the whole thing will be gross. This is one of my. That was a cool, scary scene. I don't know if you guys are watching along with me, but looks in the mirror, sees a reflection, sees something move in the reflection. I always love scenes like that. See, now I do have a few, shall we say, food hills I will die on. One of them, well, Betty Cole, you're wrong to put them together. They do not belong together. Just saying. But another one I have is I hate whipped cream. I think it's gross. And I love pie. Like, no dirty jokes. My favorite meal in the world would be um a cup of black coffee and a slice of pie. I think that stuff is incredible and tastes absolutely delicious. But whenever I order pie in a restaurant, I have to warn them, like, please, or ask them, please don't put whipped cream on the pie because you're going to ruin it. You're going to absolutely. So that's probably my biggest thing. Actually, that became a Masonic thing once where for a few dinners to try to save money, I just bought, a few pies and we had pie and coffee. And I refused on principle to include whipped cream with the pie and the coffee. That was like, I could not do it. It was a bridge too far. I was not going to let it happen. And that became a thing, and then people got mad at me. But it's gross and it ruins the pie, which is perfectly delicious. You know? Why you gotta ruin things? I don't know about this fry sauce. I just hate mayonnaise. And I feel like you're taking ketchup, which is perfectly fine, and you know. So then do you add it to French fries? Like, is that why it's called fry sauce? 'Cause you do French fries in it? Is my assumption? Do you have this fry sauce at your Masonic meetings? Like, does the junior warden bring fry sauce? And if he does, can I talk to him about not doing that? Oh, it's somebody's birthday. Each is incomplete without the other. What are you like? Some type of romantic poet now? Waxing on about waxing on about ketchup and mayonnaise. I figured you called it fry sauce, so I figured that would make sense. I wonder why it was a Utah thing, because I've never heard of that before. Like, I've heard of like special sauce. That's true. That is definitely true. I've heard, um, I've heard of like special sauce, which is like basically what they have at McDonald's, which is like ketchup, mustard, mayonnaise, relish. I think like almost everything is just a smorgasbord, which I'm not a fan of either. I don't like McDonald's special sauce, but baked potatoes. Oh man, this has taken a turn. Where is my stained coffee? You would join forces to fight coffee and fruit punch. Can we once again join forces to fight this situation here? Like, I need all the help I can get. I'm sitting here doing my best, people, okay, just for the record. But I can only fight so many battles at once. By the way, so when does Freemasonry start up again in Utah? Because I know you said your lodge is still meeting, but you said lodges could vote to go dark. Do you know of any lodges that voted to go dark, and which lodges might be like when they start? Do they usually go dark from July to August? Oh my gosh, coffee stained. This is a betrayal. This is a betrayal, the likes of which I'm pretty sure. And the last time someone was betrayed in this manner was when Benedict Arnold turned against the revolutionary forces to support the British. I'm pretty sure. There is no such thing as good mayo, though. That's the issue. That's all terrible. Well, I'm pretty sure Buddy, Cole, and Coffee. Now we've got a weird triangulation thing happening. It's like I am here working with Coffee Stain to fight against Courtney and his fruit punch coffee abomination. But then I've got Coffee and Buddy Cole fighting against me as I try to hold the line against this fry sauce. It's like this is like a Greek tragedy at this point. This stream has just fallen apart into disrepair. I'm not sure which one goes dark. Being down in the far southwest corner straight, we don't hear much about the northern lodges as they do about each other. Yeah, if you're isolated that way, you might not hear about it. So, well, I hope that they are having a good summer, and I hope that they enjoy coming back to lodge. Coffee stained. I just know I cannot because mayonnaise is so gross. It's just so gross. You know, I've never understood the appeal. Even when a sandwich is supposed to come with mayonnaise, I will always cast it aside and I will ask for either mustard, which is wonderful, or barbecue sauce, or just dry. I will have my sandwiches dry before I have them with barbecues, before I have them with mayonnaise. My poor cat Bandit is like, why are we still awake at 12:37 at night? I'm gonna go turn off this light so Bandit can go to her bed and get some sleep. I'll be right back. I know. I know. Hero. Also, I think my cat is judging all of you for your food tastes. I can see in Bandit's look that Bandit's saying this is not cool. This is not a cool situation. Geez, so now rebellion. Is that what we're calling this? The fry sauce rebellion. Are you suggesting that, in 20 years from now, the historians will write about this in the history books as the moment where the brave Buddy Cole and Coffee Stain Mug, gathered to fight the oppressive Square and Compass Promotions and its tyrannical stance on fry sauce? Is that where we're at now? The fry sauce rebellion. When I brought up, Benedict Arnold, clearly that was a very apt metaphor at this point. I think it's safe to say. I hope everybody hanging out is doing well. Please, as always, take a moment if you are new to the stream, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and yeah, let me know how you guys are doing. We just want you to open your heart to the experience, Cameron. Now you sound like you're in a cult of some sort. Like people accuse Freemasonry of being a cult. I'm pretty sure the phrase "we want you to open your heart to the experience, Cameron" is the first thing you say, followed by "and here's some Kool-Aid to drink" is usually how that thing ends. I am keeping my heart closed in this scenario, Coffee Stain. There's only so open my heart can be, but I still appreciate you guys trying. Hey, I didn't even know it was a thing. I did not know people would make these decisions. So um, I now know something about Utah. I got to get high altitude investing back on here in order to get him to confirm if this is a real thing. Pamphlets. See, that's where we're at now. Buddy Cole is now going to make pamphlets telling people to open their heart to the experience of fry sauce, right? That's what Buddy Cole wants us all to do. Open our heart to the experience of fry sauce. Maybe for too long, our hearts have been closed, to condiments intermixing. Why can't ketchup and mayonnaise join together in a delicious union?
because it's gross is why. But I'm just saying that's what Buddy Cole's pamphlet's going to look like. It's going to be a whole thing. I'm just saying it scares me a little bit because, you know, I don't want this take. I don't want to show up in lodge one day and the junior warden's like, yeah, I was talking to this guy, Buddy Cole, and he told me to try this fry sauce. And look, here you go. And now it's infiltrated my lodge. I have to deal with that. It's like a takeover thing. Just here trying to live my life. Fry sauce. Well, it's united you and Buddy Cole. So I feel like you and Buddy Cole have been united in the way ketchup and mayonnaise unites in a fry sauce. And I'm just over here like mustard or Tabasco, kind of just doing my own thing, just existing, refusing to be part of your abomination, your unholy alliance, if you will. Just heard somebody outside my window. I don't know if you guys can hear any of the sounds coming from outside my window on the street, but somebody just wished somebody else a happy birthday. So happy birthday to whomever you are. This almost is as bad. I don't know, Buddy Cole, if you were there for it, but a few streams ago, a few months ago, we had a great debate about whether one would put ketchup on a hot dog. And because I considered Chicago to be an adopted home or place I chose to adopt as home, I am sorry, but you do not put ketchup on a hot dog. And that started a whole thing in the stream. I even went to a baseball game and took a picture of me with a hot dog next to a ketchup dispenser, saying like I would never saying like dare I dot dot dot. The answer is no. I would never dare to do such a thing. I'm not a monster, but that's a whole. The point is, it feels like every now and then something on food just blows up on these streams. We've got the exposition scene happening right now at the 28-minute mark and 30 seconds. I mean, if you guys don't have any snacks, I got my granola bars right now. And when you say snacks and if fry sauce is included in the snack, I'm going to be very sad. We're back to one of these. No, Buddy Cole. Oh, Betty Cole, if we ever go to Chicago and you try to make a hot dog with fry sauce, I will wheel 10 feet away from you at all times and stay as far away as I can from you. Chicken salad. Now that sounds good. See, coffee stained, you're at least on the right track. Chicken salad's great. Chicken salad's fine. No, it's not the ticket. No. What would they say in Chicago? You don't put ketchup on a hot dog. And even worse, it's fry sauce. It's like I could accept I could accept shredded cheddar cheese. You know what? Cheese on a hot dog is great. I could accept green salsa, although for me, it's onions. That's what tastes great on a hot dog. It's onions and mustard is the bomb. That is absolutely where it's at. Onions, grilled or raw. That should be a poll question. You know what? I will take either or, but I will go grilled. Is my preference. But I would definitely take grilled too if I had the choice. But onions in general, the thing about onions, mustard on a hot dog, I think is where it's at, like without question. There is a huge difference between causation and correlation. Actually, another thing I don't mind hot dog if I can get it is mushrooms. I really like mushrooms. Grilled mushrooms on a hot dog are awesome. Or just mushrooms in general. Oh, so we found out that what they were watching was a prequel to a family. We've been watching, it's two kind of stories happening at different points in time. The last owners to have the mirror, who is the Starbuck character, and the current mirror owners. No, but they won't let you in. I will call Chicago. I will call Chicago. I will call somebody. I will call the mayor somehow, and I will say, like, you have contraband entering your city. I will find a way. Like, I'm trying to think. If you're coming into Chicago from Utah, you're probably coming from the south, right? You're coming up through, I can't even think of the street. The point is, I'll deal with the situation. I will deal with that situation because Chicago is a wonderful city. Chicago is legitimately probably my second. It either is my favorite city in the world or it's my second favorite city in the world after Ottawa. And honestly, when I say Chicago is my favorite city, really what I'm talking about actually isn't even Chicago itself. It's this little village north of Chicago called Glenview. It's like a 40-minute metro train ride from Union Station to the Glenview station. Um, Whenever I am traveling to Chicago, I always stay in Glenview. And half the time I spend all my time there anyways, because all of my Masonic brothers I know well, a lot of them are in Chicago. A lot of them are actually in Glenview or go to Masonic lodges in Glenview. And so I often like Morton Grove, Glenview United. Usually I'll just spend the weekend in Glenview, visiting my Masonic brothers. I'll have breakfast at, in my opinion, the greatest breakfast spot in Chicago area, which is Ellie's Pancake House. I stay at the Motel 6, which is an awesome place to stay. And in my opinion, no, I will accept no Motel 6 slagging off in the chat because Motel 6 is awesome. And yeah, but I will go Glenview, Skokie, Illinois, and then Chicago, and I'll do the Masonic buildings there. There's the Jefferson Park Masonic Temple, there's Skokie Masonic Temple, and there's Glenview. And yeah, I've written about how much I love that place. It really is like a created home to me. I adore Chicago and I adore Glenview as well. So yeah, so don't ruin my city by bringing your jar of pie sauce. Maybe after this, I could show some pictures from my travels on the Insta. If you guys get a chance and you want to see my travels, Instagram, you can find me Square and Compass Promotions. Uh, if you just type in Square and Compass Promotions on Instagram, you'll find it. Otherwise, it's Square_and_Compass_Promotions. But I post my pictures from all my different travels, including and not limited to Chicago, Glenview, Skokie, that whole area. But in my opinion, maybe the greatest city in the world.
is Chicago. I absolutely adore it. Absolutely. In terms of my favorite cities, oh, the nail is oh, he took off the Band-Aid and the nail under there is all gross. Oh, but it's still on. He's going crazy. I like why must you do this to me, buddy Cole? I thought we were friends, we're brothers over here. I'm just trying my best, I'm just trying my best to live my life, and this is what I have to deal with. You desecrating. Oof. Nail has been ripped off. That is one of those body horror moments that always gets to people. Like, at the very least, please don't do it in Chicago. Do it in Utah. Keep your Utah um keep your Utah fry sauce in Utah. We don't need that in Chicago. I know I'm saying we like I'm a citizen of Chicago. I'm calling myself a Chicago citizen to protect them from your influence. What is Pioneer Day? Is that a special day in Utah? And I could think of a million better condiments to celebrate with. Ketchup alone, olive oil, vinegar, grass mulched up in a blender with a little bit of water, um, coffee grounds, relish. I can keep going, you know, my cat's saliva. Like, there's no end of better condiments to celebrate with than your fry sauce. But by the way, what is Pioneer Day? Is that like a special day in Utah, or is that an American holiday? And is there any Masonic lodges taking part in any of that stuff? Like, is there parades? I feel like when something is called like Pioneer Day, normally what that means is there's some type of parade or a special celebration. And hopefully there are some Masons who are getting a chance to be involved therein somehow. And if they're not, then they should be. And thank you for 23 likes so far. Thank you for everybody who's joining. Obviously, we're at that stage in the stream, the 1 a.m. approximately stream Eastern, where people are going to sleep, but I'm sure we'll get a new batch coming in, tomorrow morning. In the meantime, it's fun to just hang out, watch a movie. There are worse ways to spend a night. So I definitely think pretty soon I'm gonna have to Uber in some coffee. Pioneer Day celebrates. So is that like a celebration primarily in like the Western states? So I'm guessing California, Utah, Nebraska. I'm guessing all like the West and Midwest states. Um, Oregon, I'm guessing celebrates. I did not know that there was a Mormon trail. I knew Oregon Trail because of the video, the computer game from back in the day, but I never heard of the Mormon Trail. I'm guessing there's a Mormon Trail that went through Utah, is my assumption. And is your Masonic Lodge going to get up to anything as it relates to Pioneer Day? Mostly Utah, Idaho, Arizona, Oregon, Washington State. Okay, makes sense, right? If you're celebrating trekking across what is now America to establish the West, and yeah, Freemasonry was a major part of that. We talked about that earlier, right? Freemasonry economically expanded as much as anything else as pioneers were traveling to the West. Freemasons would set up their towns, set up their lodges in the towns as well, right? I wonder if there's any Masonic bodies doing anything to celebrate Pioneer Day. Let me see. I'm just going to look on Google quickly. Pioneer Day Freemasonry. Let's see. That'd be a fun thing to do a chat about. Pioneer Day, celebrated July 24th, commemorates the arrival of Brigham Young and the first group of Mormon pioneers into the Salt Lake Valley in 1847. While not directly tied to Freemasonry, the early days of Mormon settlement in Utah did involve some overlap and interaction with Freemasonry. Some early Mormon leaders were Freemasons, and the rituals of Freemasonry influenced some aspects. There's a story of Pioneers Day, story of Pioneer Days of a Masonic Lodge in the far west. This is an Amazon book. The story of the pioneer days of a Masonic Lodge in the far west is a historical nonfiction book written by David Wallace Mott. The book tells the story of the early days of Masonic Lodge in the western United States, specifically the frontier areas of the far west. The author explores the challenges and triumphs faced by members of the lodge as they work to establish and maintain their organization in a new and often hostile environment. Interesting. The author, this was published March 31st, 2003. David Wallace Mott was the author. Yeah, I mean, there's always next year, right? And I'm sure that your lodge will think of something really cool to do, or that with your encouragement, the lodge will think of something really cool to do. That would not shock or surprise me at all. You know, even something as simple as a social media post to something as involved as like a dinner or taking part in a parade. You can do all that stuff. It'd be an absolute blast. And I'm sure that you do it very, very well. I bet you the Grand Master of Utah probably has some type of message that he sends out to the membership. Oh, I get it. It took me a second to figure out what's happening in this movie. It's their kids and they're remembering their kids. Katie Sackhoff and the other character are their parents who had the infamous Oculus mirror. I mean, Freemasonry is part of the pioneer culture, right? For again, not just in America, but in America, certainly, the idea of Masonic lodges traveling with their the idea of Masonic lodges traveling with their um, I don't know what you want to call it. The Masonic lodges traveling with the economic pioneers. Again, you see that a lot in California. Masonic lodges being formed in gold rush towns. So yeah, I mean, buddy, if you wanted to send me a copy of his newsletter, I love to collect newsletters and jurisdictional, newsletters from just anywhere in Freemasonry, right? Whether it be Masonic buildings, whether it be lodges who produce their own newsletters or summonses. I love keeping that stuff because I love knowing what's happening in Freemasonry. Right. One thing I always encourage Masons to do is, especially if you're going to be going to the East, sign up for as many different Masonic newsletters as you can. Mostly you can get them for free online. Like most Grand Lodge jurisdictions let you sign up to receive an email blast from the Grand Master, the Grand Lodge, with news and information about what's happening in their district. Oftentimes, it's actually public information. You don't even have to be a Mason, but you learn what's happening in other lodges. You learn what's happening in other jurisdictions. It helps you become a better Mason. It helps give you different ideas. They can be really, really powerful tools and worth worth signing up for. So I did a list of a whole bunch, right? I get Masonic newsletters and email blasts from, oh my gosh, um, from Idaho, Somerset in England, the Masonic Charities Foundation, Masons of California, um, Central Tennessee, and a bunch of others I can't even think of right now. Uh, and they're all really Freemasonry for Dummies or Freemasonry for Dummies. And they're all really helpful and give me a lot of good ideas that I can then apply to my Masonic experiences. So, Masons out there, sign up for newsletters. And non Masons who want to learn more about the craft, most Grand Lodges, you know, make their newsletters available to the public as a way to, again, share with others what they're up to and what they've got going on. And it's a really good idea. Oh my God, I didn't realize this. The dog in Oculus was named Mason. That's kind of cool. It's a nice little bit of serendipity. So they should be nicer to Mason, the dog. By the way, we're about 48 minutes into the movie, and we are 11 hours into my 24-hour live stream. Out of curiosity, have you joined? I've joined Scottish Rite. I'm 18th degree. In Canada, you don't get all of your degrees at once. You get them over weekends. So I stopped at Rose Croix. It's hard to say because I just have the one. So I guess by default, that'd be my favorite. I like the appendant bodies. I do think we as Freemasons need to make sure that we are supporting our Blue Lodges first. And don't allow ourselves to get so burned out on appendant bodies we forget what is the base of Freemasonry, which is the Blue Lodge or the Mother Lodges, or pick your term, Craft Lodge. But I've enjoyed Scottish Rite. Again, it's just another way to advance in Freemasonry or learn more about Freemasonry. So that's something that I really do appreciate about it. And the jewels and all that stuff. It's really special. What's the difference between the blue and red rings? Uh, blue and red lodges, do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by blue and red. Like, do you mean like Masonic rings? There really is no different. It's just the color. It's just some people prefer the color blue, some people prefer the color red. Beyond that, there's no difference. Sometimes you'll hear people saying something coffee stained, like, it's my blue lodge or whatever it is. When they're saying that, they usually mean their lodge in the first 3 degrees, um, where they join. So that sometimes gets called blue lodge. I'm actually not sure where that term comes from even. Sometimes it's called craft lodge, but that's where you start in Freemasonry. After that, you can go on to join appendant bodies. And some people will say red side for York Rite, but all that stuff is kind of a whole bunch of gobbledygook, really. But from the ring perspective, I've seen Masonic rings that are blue. I've seen some that are red. I've seen some that are kind of almost pink, yellow. It's just a style thing. It doesn't really symbolize anything else beyond that. I've seen some that are straight silver. So, yeah, the color of the rings, if that's what you're referring to. But I agree, Buddy Cole, lodge has to come first. Now, again, if you're good at practicing your time, I do absolutely believe it's possible for you to manage both. But if you're going to take on that, then you have to take on that, and you have to work really hard at making it work because it's not going to be easy, nor should it be. If it's something that is important, then by default, um, you should be willing to put the work in to make it a success. I have seen both. I was never able to ask. Yeah, so there you go. So yeah, there is no difference. Some people may have sentimental attachments to a color for whatever reason. The Grand Lodge of Louisiana and a few of the lodges. Well, Grand Lodge of Louisiana, to my knowledge, actually has a full like like Scottish Rite devotion from like the first to the 32nd straight, um, which is really interesting. Grand Lodge, Louisiana. I've been to Texas a bunch, but never Louisiana. But it's on my list because I feel like they have a lot of really, really fascinating and really, really cool things within Freemasonry. They do things different there. Um, but yeah, like you were saying there, Scottish Rite ritual for the first 3 degrees. So I've never seen Scottish Rite ritual in the first 3 degrees. For me, Scottish Rite always started at fourth degree. So I would really, really love to see that. By the way, welcome if you're joining us. We got some new people coming in and out. Hit that like button before you go. Hit the subscribe button. Thank you all for being here, hanging out. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. Right now, I got a movie playing. I'm just hanging out. Once this is done, uh, we're going to start talking about Freemasonry again. I may even switch over and finish off the live stream on my cell phone. Who knows? Win? I don't know about this idea of winning in this situation. We're watching Oculus, by the way, on Tubi. Because Tubi is the shit. It's one of the best streaming services I think there is. I think it's the best streaming service there is. The only issue with Tubi is because it's free, they show commercials during the movies. But you know what? I honestly don't mind that at all. It's worth it because they have the best horror movies and it's free. So I really can't complain. One thing I always look forward to more than anything else is when I get to travel to the States because the Tubi in the States is so much more fun and so much cooler. They have so much better selection. Not that Canadian Tubi's bad by any means. But yeah, I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. We are 11 hours and 10 minutes into the stream thus far. It's funny, the times when the stream does best is actually not even when I'm on the stream. It's when I put my co-host on stream, and suddenly everybody wants to hang out. Look, I just did it now, and we got 7 people, whereas we had 4 a minute ago. Y'all love Mason the Moose. That's how it is. Maybe I'll put this guy here, and I'll see if I get some more people joining just for fun. Oh, all right. It's me and Mason the Moose. Everybody be nice to him. Not officially a Mason yet, but I'm working on his petition as we speak. So we'll see if he gets to join. And please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. All the things that you're supposed to say. You can let me know if you guys like fry sauce, which became quite the thing. I'll sign Mason's petition. As for whether that will be helpful or detrimental, that remains to be seen. Hey, I feel you. Sometimes when people ask me to sign their petition, I'm like, if you want, but you don't know. You'll be tagged with being sponsored by the man who bought the expensive cheese. And that's not something you can just live down, you know? That's not something that people just forget. You know, people are going to remember that expensive cheese. If you're just joining us, welcome. Please hit the like and subscribe button and let me know how you're doing. I'm currently watching a movie, hanging out. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. I am at 11 hours and 12 minutes in. Right now, I'm just watching a movie, hanging out. I agree. I agree. Coffee. Like, yeah, if you're going to give me cheap cheese, then clearly you don't love me. I think I'll start a tradition of giving a jar. So that's where we're at now. Now you're dragging Freemasonry into this whole situation. These poor, these poor candidates, applicants, you know, these poor newly raised Masons who they're like babes in the woods. They have no idea what's happening. They're impressionable, and you're just giving them fry sauce, sending them down probably, you know, as terrible a path as you can send anybody down. Is that really what you want to be doing? They're so impressionable. You don't even know. I'm pretty sure that'll send them down a life of crime if you're not careful, you know? Like today, fry sauce, tomorrow, who knows what's happening to them. But I can't imagine it's good. This is one creepy mirror. It's the best path. I mean, so you say. I don't know. I don't know where this path ends, but I'm very concerned about it. Like, I feel like today fry sauce, tomorrow you're knocking up the 7-Eleven, or you're you know, knocking, what's the word? You're you're stealing from the local 7-Eleven, right? Is that what you want? And then after that, oh my gosh, you're putting some type of fruit drink in your coffee. You're putting whipped cream on your pies. I don't even know, where, but it very much concerns me. Oh, coffee. Are you from Texas or like Louisiana coffee? Because fried catfish, that's a southern thing, right? I love fried catfish. But again, no, no coffee stain, because now you're ruining a perfectly good catfish, a perfectly delicious, wonderful catfish. It's fine. It's fine. I get it. We're all different, but the poor catfish had to give its life. This is gonna remind me a little bit of the most recent Evil Dead movie, Evil Dead Rise, which was a good movie. I liked it. Not as good as the 2015 remake, which is my favorite of the Evil Deads, but still pretty great. Southern Indiana, and fry sauce honors the fish. No, that's not. For heaven's sakes, buddy, coffee. Like, I don't even know what's happening here, but I'm not a huge fan of this situation at all. I kind of feel like I've lost control of the chat a little bit. Like, we have people making unholy alliances, sharing weird recipes. Like, this chat is just out of control at this point. Here I am trying to be your leader and trying to lead you people to the promised land, and you're all back here who knows what with ketchup and mayonnaise, some weird orgy of condiments. Best night ever with your. I mean, I can understand from a hedonistic perspective. Sure, best night ever. Let's just mix mayonnaise and ketchup, and who knows what could happen next. You know, some of us are trying to maintain some type of order here in the world, and we're just fighting tooth and nail. Fry sauce is the promised land. Like, how many people, if you were to do this at your Masonic lodge, like, I just don't know about this. It seems just so gross. It just sounds so gross to me. Again, why can't you put Tabasco in your ketchup? That's where it's at. That is the promised land. I promise you. I promise you, if you want to find the promised land, it's fry sauce. It's ketchup, Tabasco. That is the real fry sauce. That's what you got to try. Spicy ketchup in general is absolutely the best. Well, no, I mean, I mean, I would accept. I still don't prefer it, but I feel like if you were to add Tabasco sauce to your fry sauce, it would make it at least taste okay because it would cut out the blandness of the mayonnaise because mayonnaise is so bland and gross. You need spicy additions to it. So if you added Tabasco, you know what? I would say it might be okay. It might do enough to counteract the grossness of the mayonnaise. Put it that way. I don't know for sure, but I'd be willing to risk it. I'd be willing to say it's possible. A cooperative union. It's kind of like we're forming a new country founded on cooperation, compromise. Not everything is compromisable. We're not going to compromise on what we put in our coffee. That is black, no fruit punch for heaven's sakes. We're not doing that nonsense. But we can compromise on other things. We can add Tabasco to the fry sauce. Maybe that'll make it work. I'd be willing to give it a shot, you know? See, we're coming together here. That's the key. Seems like a wonderful compromise. We can decrease the glory of the fry sauce as a stepping stone to awesomeness. Decrease? No, no, you're in now you're creating something that might actually taste half decent. Because see, the problem with mayonnaise is it has no taste. It's just a bland, weirdly textured goo, is what mayonnaise is. But when you add Tabasco and ketchup, then maybe you're giving it, a little bit of something that it needs. Well, no, we can't do that. No, buddy. You see, now you've taken it too far. Now you're adding now you're ruining a hot dog. You don't put because you can't even put ketchup on a hot dog, let alone ketchup and mayo. Like, no. A hot dog, it's onions and mustard or nothing. But you don't put ketchup on a hot dog, of any sort. Even if you're adding mayonnaise to it, it's still not okay. We need to keep some things sacred. But fry sauce has ketchup, so it still counts. The ketchup still exists. It hasn't, just because you mix it with a little bit of mayonnaise does not mean the ketchup is not ketchup anymore. It's still there. I would still know it's there. Oh, this is one of those glass in mouth scenes that's kind of gross, but well done. Tongue is cut. Watching Oculus, by the way, on Tubi. Welcome. If you're just jumping on, hit that like and subscribe button. We got some, it looks like every now and then people jump in and out, which is fine. It's how the streams go. It's how these streams go, especially on when you're using your laptop. So we'll see who else finds us. We'll see if anybody else wants to jump in the great fry sauce debate of 2025 and our attempts to find some compromises so far. By the way, 11 hours, 23 minutes in. This Mason is not helping more people find me. But that's fine. It's okay. They'll find me after. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but they got that typical horror movie kind of wah sound, which is always a sign that things could go horribly wrong at any moment. Well, I'm going to turn in Dreams of Fry Sauce in Chicago. Wait, that's a terrible dream, Buddy Cole. That is a nightmare. What you have just described, Buddy Cole, is a nightmare. I hope that your sleep is full of such nightmares. Have a good night. No worries. I appreciate you being here. It's been a blast. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you as always. And I wish nothing but the best. Yeah, for my Utah brothers, despite the fact they have terrible taste in condiments, which is a whole other can of tuna. Spicy fry. Now, again, spicy fry sauce, not on a hot dog and not in Chicago, is okay. But spicy fry sauce, I can accept that. Yeah, I mean, coffee, Buddy Cole, you guys have got your little alliance happening here. That's fine. That's fine. I can see when I'm outnumbered. No worries. We're all going to be okay, though, right? We'll find a way to make it through this. We made it through other challenging times. We made it through COVID, World War II. We can make it through the great fry sauce debacle of 2025. And by the way, Buddy and everybody else watching this, when you wake up, I may have switched from this stream to my um, phone. I may do the last kind of bit of the stream, last 12 hours of the stream via my phone, just to try something different. Because often I find you get a different audience. No worries, Coffee. Go to sleep too. Thank you guys for being here. It's been fun. Like I said, I was going to hang out, watch this, wait to see who finds the stream and if they want to chat about Freemasonry. But get yourself to sleep. It's been good times. Thank you all for joining. And like I said, you may not find me here. You may find me streaming from my cell phone for the final bit, which will be a lot of fun as well. All right. If you're still hanging out, jump in the chat, say hello. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know how this all looks and sounds. We are doing a 24-hour live stream, and I am 11 hours and 34 minutes in. I may be switching soon to at the 12-hour mark. I may be switching over and doing the second bit on my um, cell phone vertical live streaming just to try that. Welcome. If you're just joining us, jump in the chat, say hello. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. We're at that stage where I'm just waiting for people to join and chat. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let me know when it comes to Freemasonry what your thoughts are. Positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. You'll find this stream we're talking about a lot of stuff outside of Freemasonry, talked about fry sauce, a bunch of other stuff. So yeah. Welcome. If you're just joining us, jump in the chat, say hello. We're here talking about Freemasonry, part of a 24-hour stream. So right now, just waiting to see who's going to join. I think it's what, 11:30. It's 1:40 Eastern Standard Time. I've been streaming for about 11 hours and 40 minutes. We're doing a 24-hour stream altogether. So figured I would just take a break, watch a movie. But if anybody jumps in the chat, let me know what your thoughts are on Freemasonry. I'm going to put that in here. This purpose of Squaring Comes Promotions is to chat about Freemasonry. Sometimes I have particular topics. Sometimes I just wait to see what people want to talk about. If I could actually type, that is. So any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, any questions you want to ask? I've been a Freemason since 2007. I certainly don't know everything about Freemasonry, but I like to think that in 20 years, I've at least managed to get some experiences on Freemasonry that I can apply to the Masonic experience, or either answer questions people have about Freemasonry, at least in my experiences therein, or if you are a Mason already, maybe there's things you want to talk about, things that are going well in your lodge, things that are going poorly in your lodge, things you're struggling with in your Masonic journey. And I can at least give you my opinions and my thoughts as to how we as Freemasons can potentially try to overcome some of those things. And also celebrating our successes. Maybe things are going really, really well in your lodge. And you know what? Even better, I'd love to know how and why things are going well. What is making them a success? And I'd love if you just share those with me as well. So I hope that you guys will take a few minutes to, you know, hit the 100 a few times, hit the heart button, and yeah, 11 hours 41 minutes into this 24-hour live stream. So I hope everybody is doing well, and thank you again for joining. Hit the chat, say hello. Let me know what makes you a night owl like me and what makes you enjoy being up this late at night. And if there's anything in particular you want to chat about. And if you're new to the stream, obviously hit like and hit subscribe. That helps big time in the algorithm, helps people find it. And if you anything else you want to talk about, like I said, please, please, please jump in the chat. Right now, I've got a movie playing. I'm playing Oculus on Tubi, just for something to do while I kind of wait for the audience to find me once again. Although I may be switching and doing the second 12 hours or so of this stream via the vertical streaming app, because I find there's a different audience there, and sometimes you can find a whole bunch of new people on there that you wouldn't find otherwise, and that's definitely worth exploring, I think. Although also, I suppose what I could do is just leave this little dude here, Mason the Moose. Everybody seems to really like him. So I find when I have to go to the washroom or something, I put the Moose there. I come back, I get like 30 more people watching or 10 more people watching. So I don't know what it is about this Moose that people like him so much, but and by the way, congratulations, Chicago White Sox. 8-4. Beat Tampa Bay uh, Rays. So I'm a White Sox fan. If I had to pick a sports team, but I mean, in fairness, the White Sox have the Pope on their side, so I feel like anybody going against them is going to be, you know, is going to find themselves up against, literally you're up against God at this point. So I wish them all the best. Why is the Freedom Convoy coming back? Why is it trending again? I'm not a fan of this at all. Thank you, by the way. If you just joined, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And as always, Let me know if you want to chat about Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry? I'll be taking a little bit of a break soon, but I'm doing a 24-hour live stream, and we are almost at the halfway mark. So thank you, everybody who's been here so far. I wonder if I can do 2 live streams. I could live stream from here at the same time to see how that works. Maybe. Wait to see who joins. 24-hour live stream, just hanging out. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know if you want to talk about Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral on Freemasonry? I'd love to hear them. I am doing this as a 24-hour live stream. Why? Because I thought it might be kind of fun. Of course, I'm also a crazy person, but who needs sleep? I could sleep tomorrow once I'm done the live stream, which will be 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Smokey, welcome back. Yes, go to sleep. You just got off work. For heaven's sakes, what are you staying up here with me for? Go to sleep. But thank you for being back here once again. I'll be back tomorrow. If not, again on this stream, then on my mobile streaming as well. I may, like I said, try that also because, again, there seems to be an audience that finds me mobile streaming that doesn't find me on here and vice versa. So it's worth trying both. But please take a moment before you go, share the stream or whatever it is. Otherwise, yes, thank you for being here. I appreciate the hearts. That helps big time as well. You just got off work, so go to sleep. I don't expect you to be staying up these crazy hours when you got to be working. I'm assuming you'll be back to work tomorrow as well. So, get yourself to sleep. And thank you to everybody who's been hitting that like and subscribe button as well. Truly appreciate that also. Yes, so then definitely go to sleep. This is one of those, it's 1:50. I assume there's some night owls out there, but I don't know where they're at the moment. Mostly, especially in Windsor, especially like I said, I find this stream at night, it tends not to do as well when you're live streaming from your laptop. But the mobile stream actually goes very well at night. So, like I said, I'm debating whether or not to try the last 12 hours on the mobile stream instead, vertical live feed. Although we do have 4 people watching right now, so to the 4 people watching, thank you for being here. I hope you guys are having a great night. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream, taking any questions about Freemasonry or anything people want to talk about, positive, negative, or neutral when it comes to Freemasonry. I'd love to hear it. Yes, go to sleep. No, Smokey. Go to sleep for heaven's sakes. Get yourself to bed. Mike Flanagan directed Oculus. All right. 11:55. I've been streaming for 11 hours 55 minutes. In 5 minutes, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. You're going to meet my co-host, Mason the Moose. I'm going to be out for about 10 minutes, just getting some stuff organized. Then I'll be back on, and we will figure out how we are going to do the latter half of the stream. Will I stick to this? Will I go to my phone? Will I try both at the same time? It looks like I can live stream from my phone and my laptop, so that might be kind of fun. I've never tried that before. It might be kind of fun to try something very different. But to everybody who's been joining thus far, thank you so much. Welcome. If you're just joining us, take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I will be back shortly. In about 3 minutes, I'll have been streaming for 12 hours, and I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Uh, I'll leave you in the care of my co-host, Mason the Moose, who you get to meet shortly. It'll just be 5-10 minutes. Go to the washroom, grab something to drink, all that good stuff. Then we'll be back for more streaming once again, and it's going to be a blast. We're at the home stretch or at the downhill portion. So that will be very fun. But as always, hitting like and hitting subscribe, sharing the stream, that will absolutely help big time.